giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
get started.
I did try.
Is that the right jack to put it into?
Yeah.
The possible collaboration to a greater extent.
All right, we ready to go? Welcome to day 2 of the I Am the Cavalry track, 10th edition. Once again, if you weren't here yesterday, say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
All right. If you weren't here yesterday, I'm going to briefly frame what's coming today before handing it over to our British colleagues. I'm Josh Corman. I'm one of the founders of I Am the Cavalry from August 1st, 10 years ago. The idea is our dependence on connected technology is growing faster than our ability to secure it in areas affecting public safety, human life, economic, and national security. And we've been trying to change the world with a coalition of the willing on wherever bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. Today's edition, just to outline the flow, is larger chunks than yesterday. The first of which is the British are coming, and they've been gracious enough to take that cheeky framing, where we don't just do U.S. policy. We have had a lot of U.S. policymakers, but we've been working internationally, and some of our best successes have been on basic IoT cybersecurity hygiene, and we wanted to continue that work in a working session and a listening session, which will be next. Number 2, I'm really emotionally looking forward to Dr. Suzanne Schwartz from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, who regulates medical devices, has been the most courageous, creative, Govy hacker teammate we could have ever hoped for, and we've moved mountains with her brave leadership and her team's brave leadership. So we're going to do some reflections on a decade of saving lives. How she met us, what her apprehensions were, how Gubbies want to be spoken to, what they're afraid of, so that if you want to change the world in the future, the first half is kind of her reflections on a decade of change, followed by extracting these into repeatable lessons and blueprints and roadmaps for how you might do the same, with or without us. And she'll have some special super friends joining in that chorus in discussion. And then lastly, after the break, what do we call it? A hacker's guide to changing the world. When we were reflecting on if we were to make a recipe book or a blueprint or a roadmap for how effective movements can happen that don't take 9 or 10 years to get some results, if you could compress those things for the things that didn't work, what were some of the core beliefs or practices or schools of thought that influenced and affected those outcomes? So in a little bit to kind of give you signposts to things that you could go study up on, but also it could be one of the potential futures of the Cavalry going forward is maybe a Cavalry Academy or an incubator and accelerator for plural change the world movements. We've already mentored a few, and we might want to turn into a boot camp. So if it took us 10 years to do the things we mentioned yesterday, how do we make those happen in 3 or 5? And how do we make it so that more people could do it without having to, jump into the government occasionally? So the flow again is we're going to start with the British are coming, followed by a really deep dive on the successes with healthcare and the Food and Drug Administration to be extracted into lessons, and then maybe a boot camp. And probably it's going to quickly turn into a discussion from you as to what you think we should do and maybe who's willing and able to help. Before we completely transition, one of the most pivotal pre-launch teammates is Professor Andrea Matwishin, law professor. She's been coming to DEF CON for God knows how long, but I think I met her when I started researching the rise of hacktivism and Anonymous, so probably around DEF CON 16 or so, 17. No, that would have been 18. But she's been coming longer. She has very different perspectives than we do, but was pivotal. And if you've ever heard me talk about the Cuyahoga River burning, that's from her. And she gave me a lot of encouragement at ThoughtCon and everything in the build-up, and continues to be a pretty good ally. And if you like the fact that research has been largely decriminalized, you got to thank her. She knew how to formally petition the Library of Congress for DMCA research exemptions, which were temporary, and then we made advocacy to make them permanent. So it does take a village to raise that child, but she played instrumental roles often, and is often the voice saying that if we don't somehow professionalize ourselves in some way, shape, or form to separate charlatans from good faith actors, it may be done for us. So she gave me a couple of minutes of remarks, and as one of the founding lights and brains and complementary skill sets in our team of Avengers, bless you, I wanted to quickly play an address from her that I didn't get to put in yesterday.
Hi, I'm Andrea Matwishin. I'm a professor at Penn State in the law school and in the engineering school. I've had the pleasure of watching the Cavalry grow during the last 10 years, and I'd like to really congratulate Josh and everyone who's contributed to this worthy effort. Every little bit helps to make us safer. So I'll share two quick stories. One involves a great dinner with some interesting early conversations around software safety and the possible collaboration to a greater extent of the hacker community and government. After ThoughtCon in 2013 in Chicago, and there may or may not have been a really unusually large boot of Hacker Shore beer involved. But some of those thoughts then ultimately made it into the DerbyCon meeting, where the founding principles of the Cavalry were sort of gelled together and the first group started work. At that meeting, I shared the story of the Cuyahoga River, a river in Ohio that was literally on fire and galvanized different groups in society to push President Nixon to pass CERCLA, the Clean Air Act, and the Clean Water Act, as well as create the Environmental Protection Agency. And so it was because of this river being on fire that we ultimately ended up with one of the most aggressive legal regimes around environmental law. And our environment, though not perfect, is significantly better than it would have otherwise been. And the Cuyahoga River became usable again. So that's where I saw us heading, and I think it's still where I see us heading. But for the second decade of the Cavalry, I'd like to share another story. This is a story of two dams. One happy, one not happy at all. In 1928, the St. Francis Dam collapsed, killing hundreds of people. It collapsed because of shoddy engineering, a lack of maintenance, the ignoring of reports of third parties who were trying to avoid a disaster, and the absence of robust engineering standards inside the engineering community, and a deficit of legal liability for failures to take due care in the way that engineering projects were being built. In the wake of this tragedy of hundreds of people dying because of shoddy engineering, the engineering profession stepped up, started self-regulating, and started engaging in rigorous peer review. Also, liability was imposed. So by the time the Hoover Dam was built, just a few years later, the process of engineering looked completely different, and the public had faith in the Hoover Dam and in engineering again. So there's a model that we may want to think about as we enter the next decade of software and system security. And I hope the Cavalry will continue to do good work. And thanks for letting me be part of today.
All right, thank you, Andrea. And again, the spelling is difficult for pronunciation, but just say Matwishin, like tissue. So Andrea has been amazing and kitschy and wrote a seminal legal brief called The Internet of Bodies. Not so much that bits and bytes can lead to loss of life, which it does include, but also just as we increasingly become cyborgs, do you even own your images in your retinal scan, or can they shut off the lease and the support on your bionic arm? So her belief when we met was if you could hack the legal journals, then when there is case law that comes to the courts and they search for these things, they're going to find things that we helped write. There's lots of ways to be a hacker, and she continues to impress and amaze, both training her students, running the pilot lab for IoT, but also hacking the lexicon and the legal body of work that could be brought to bear to introduce things like liability. So controversial topics, but a lot of these concepts made their way into the President's National Cybersecurity Strategy earlier. So again, thank you if you're watching, Andrea, and shortly I will welcome to the stage our next thing. But if you just got in the room, today's flow will be The British Are Coming, a conversation about engaging us for good ideas on some policy they're considering. Number 2 will be reflections on a decade of saving lives with the Food and Drug Administration with Suzanne, her amazing team, and recipes for how to repeat that. And then after the break, or in the afternoon, we're going to do a hacker's guide to changing the world. So thank you for being here. I'm going to transition now to our next panel.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
No one's awake, are they?
Good morning, and good morning to our British guests. Welcome. So we're pleased and delighted to welcome not 1, not 2, but 3 special guests from the United Kingdom to come visit with us. And if you can wave your hand when I call your name, so people know your names, starting Charlie Gladstone. Welcome, Charlie. Mr. Peter Stevens. Welcome. And Mr. David Rogers. So we're going to learn a little bit about what's going on, what works, and what works maybe less well over in the UK.
It's fine. Finish your sentence, but don't use your microphone.
Roger that. As they talk, if you come up with questions, issues, raise your hand, and then I will subtly run over to you, and you can ask your question.
All right, so we had an outrageous speaker request. It's Corman's fault, I think, as usual. But and it was for Jen Easterly to, Jen Ellis. I'm meeting the other one later today. To wear a tricorn hat and shout, "The British are coming, the British are coming," right? So my question is, who now is supposed to play the role of Paul Revere here? Me? You seriously want me to do? Okay. All right. I can do that. I'm a good son of liberty here.
Seamless.
And it's a little fluffier than I was trying to throw Jen like a little bit of a fashion element. But okay, so the question is then, if I'm going to be Paul Revere, who's going to be my horse? The British are coming! The British are coming! Truth by land, run it by sea! One more for the camera. Okay. Thank you, sorry. Thank you.
Well, how do you follow that?
Yeah, we got to go. Yeah, honest.
Very carefully, we shot the last people who followed.
Yes. I've been. Thank you for coming to our talk, which debates the merits of the American Revolutionary War. I have actually been asking ChatGPT how we could have done better. The Battle of Trenton, how the Hessians could have won. But, yeah, actually, we did discuss this, didn't we? We forgot to bring our red coats. I'm sorry about that. We did want to make it out of the airport.
Only y'all stop taxing our teeth.
Talking
Well,
about-
it's funny that you should mention that, actually. So I did bring some tea with me. So whenever I come to America, I do find that they have a problem with real tea. So I brought you some tea. I promise you I'm not going to tax you too much. But anyway, so thank you for hosting us. We're very pleased to be here. And I'll just very briefly introduce my colleagues sat next to me. I'll start from the start. So Charlie Gladstone, who's from the government. So Charlie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yep. Hi everyone. I'm Charlie Gladstone. I'm from the relatively newly formed Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, DSIT for short. And yeah, I'm here representing the UK government on all of our sort of current work relating to connected devices. So great to be here, and thanks very much to Josh and to Jen for organising.
And Peter Stevens from the OECD.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So I am currently at the OECD. I previously led the UK's Secure by Design division, so that was the focus on product security and all the work we did in IoT from 2018 to 2022. So a lot of the work we've done from post-MIRI to development of legislation was my team. So yeah, great to be here. Great to be. Thank you, Josh, for the invitation again. Thank you, Jen, who's here in spirit, if she's watching, for all the work that's happened. And thank you to I Am the Cavalry. I can testify that when I was back in my old job in government, I used to have an I Am the Cavalry sticker on my phone, which I used with pride. No one even knew what the hell it was. So that was a hell of a testament. So thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to the conversation and listening to your questions as well, and hoping to do our best to answer them. And also to jokes about the relationship between our two countries the last 250 years.
We've got a few.
We've got a few. Yeah.
We can maybe make some British references. We can stick some Monty Python in there.
Sure.
We can do the Four Yorkshiremen sketch if you want. Oh, actually, we can't. Unless you give us a script. But yeah, so I'm David Rogers. You're going to hear a little bit more about what I've been doing in the past with Josh and Bo and Jen. But I guess, so I do work with the government, but I also chair the Mobile Industries Fraud and Security Group globally, and do a lot of work on IoT and car stuff and general hacking. Oh, thank you, more stickers. So what we wanted to do was kind of meander through, how do we end up doing a load of IoT stuff in the UK, and how did it really become so successful? Because it has been, and we wanted to explain that, and also the relationship with other countries and how that had worked and how we achieved success with that, and hopefully how that could be a model for the future in other areas. And obviously yesterday we were talking about things like agri-tech and stuff like that. The IoT problem has not gone away, and there's going to be a lot of things to tackle for the next 50 years or so as it evolves. So we thought that we would start off with a history and a background, and then we would talk about how that then entered the legislative process, how that actually, even before that, how it entered government and how that was handled, and then how that entered the legislative process, and then how government then took that on and took that internationally, and what they're doing now and into the future. So if you think of this as kind of like a timeline, it's what's that film? Benjamin Button, right? It's going in age order but backwards. Or maybe I've just aged that much in that process. Has anybody heard of the band The Sugar Babes?
Yep.
One person? Vaguely. That joke won't work then, will it? Yeah. So I'm Keisha, apparently. But
that was Heidi.
You can go and look it up on the internet. So, let's start from the start. Connected stuff has been around for a very long time and has evolved from existing technology. So I'm in the mobile phone industry, and a lot of the stuff that we've developed over many, many years is originated from the days of the telegraph, and before that from semaphore signaling, and before that from all sorts of other methods of communicating. And over time what happens is it's an evolution, and we have things in internet protocols that exist from those times as well. And so as we've developed these connected things, we've taken a lot of that legacy, and really we didn't have a good idea of what security looked like for a very long time. Security, particularly in the sort of 70s, 80s, was really in the domain of governments or nationalized organizations, especially telecoms companies. And as we all know from all the various hacker stories, there were many, many ways to break into things. And if we look back at some of the hacks that took place, in the 80s and the 90s, these days we might consider them to be quite trivial. We might not even consider them to be hacks, actually. Where the point that we've kind of reached now is actually the level of sophistication in products and services in general is very, very high, and the level of skill required to break into stuff is often very high. But we've actually carried a lot of legacy, and we've forgotten about some of the quite easy things. And so that's where we ended up with looking at some of this IoT stuff. But nothing stayed completely static. So the motivations for introducing security were different over time. So in the mobile industry, for example, we had a bunch of people who were hacking SIM locks, or they were trying to commit fraud on different devices, and we had to put countermeasures in to defend against that. And over time, we started to get the technology that we needed to protect some of that stuff. So we started to have a requirement for hardware security on embedded systems, particularly in the mobile industry. And we started to understand that we really, really did need timely for firmware over-the-air updates, but we just simply at the time didn't have the technology to do it. So in 2005, so I was working for Panasonic at the time, it was very difficult for us to be able to push out firmware over the air because there wasn't the bandwidth, there wasn't the memory on the devices. So we had like physical constraints around us. Even though we knew what we thought we wanted to do with security, we couldn't quite get there because the technology wasn't there yet. And it was a hell of a lot of work in that industry because of use cases on mobile devices like banking and other commerce related things that really, really drove the need for new chipsets that would provide a foundation of trust in devices. So that led to the development of things like the trusted execution environment and deployment of things like secure boot, things that we really, really take for granted now, but we just couldn't do before. So while all of this stuff's going on in the mobile industry and there's kind of big battles going on between the sort of embedded system hacking community and the mobile industry, so steadily getting better and better and better on both sides. And you've seen, actually I was looking back at the 2013 Black Hat talks just then, I was looking at some of the mobile talks that were happening then. That sort of SIM-lock hacking community that originated in the car radio hacking community evolved into the jailbreaking routing scene. So a lot of the same people got into that as we got onto open platforms, open mobile platforms from 2009, 2010 onwards. And that really kind of spurred things on significantly. And all the time, there were a bunch of connected devices that were connected in people's homes, like webcams, that were encouraging people to, set up direct connections as their home networks, and were wide open to viewing or manipulation, or to, in the case of Mirai, eventually to have malware infiltrated into them. And also, very, very basic issues that we continue to have, that again, we're going back like 40 years, that I don't think, and I've never really put my finger on this, but the issue of default passwords, for example, is just like kind of passed people by, and nobody seemed to question it. And the same thing happened in mobile, actually, with default pins on voicemails. If you've heard about the News of the World voicemail hacking scandal, some operators using 3333 as a pin to get in. Nobody really looking at what the core issues were. And I think what it was a lot of people were concentrating on future tech and not considering what was deployed, or that it was too difficult to rip it out, so they just kind of let it go. So there are a number of different factors there. Then we get to the kind of sort of emergence of the real Internet of Things. So we start to see low-cost hardware out there, Raspberry Pis, lots and lots of different commoditized stuff going on. And what we started to see was, real problems starting to emerge. And that's really, I think, to emphasize the point of the Cavalry here, is that nobody was coming to fix that problem. And I think there was a lot of people recognizing this issue across the world. Josh was, Bo. I went to a presentation, I met Bo actually in Berlin at some random event, and Bo gave a presentation, and pretty much the principles he put on the screen were exactly the same as what I was thinking. I saw later on some guy that I'd never met called Gossie the dog, who he said, you took my ideas, and no, I'd never met the guy. But the thing was that everybody, great ideas are, not owned by one person. I think everybody was coming to very, very similar conclusions. But who was going to do anything about it, So the industry actually, the mobile industry was seeing that they wanted lots of IoT devices, they wanted it to be secure. So we did write some initial work on IoT security. In 2015, the IoT Security Foundation started to form itself, and then of course in 2016 the Mirai botnet happened, and that was the kind of, I guess I'll call it a Charlie Miller moment. But a Charlie Miller moment being that regulators and governments kind of woke up and sat up and said, oh, actually this is a problem. And why are you still using default passwords? It's like the internet just suddenly smacked them in the face. But, it really, really highlighted the problem. So what Mirai did was take 61 default username and passwords. I'll do my usual here, so can someone give me a username and password? Not your own, please. Anyone? Admin, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Any more? Oracle, yeah. Huawei. Yeah. So. Nothing. Yeah.
Enter.
That's one that flummoxes actually a lot of password cracking tools, right? Root. And Tor. Yeah. What's that? Sainsbury's. Change me, okay. Let me in, yeah. So we all know what they are, and everybody's always known what they are, right? Because they've all tried them. Everybody went on the internet when they forgot the router password and went, what's the, I was going to say my own, what's the TP-Link default password, And there were websites that provided that because it was a genuine service that people needed. But it was ridiculous, because when you reverted to that default password, you had full access to that device, and therefore full access to the network. And it sounds ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous because it was. It's ridiculous that we have protocols that exist from the 1970s that we still use, right? So we can all name those as well. So should we go around? One begins with T. Yes. Tell me. What's
You're not bringing up the nuclear codes for 0000 forever.
I think you'll find they're out of scope of the legislation. I'll tell you a story about Mr. Robot later on, but I can't do it on screen. But yeah, so it's weird, isn't it? It's the human condition that everybody's kind of sort of accepted this situation, yet everyone was still talking about advanced persistent threats, and I think all of us in this room know that actually those techniques that were in use were choose default password. So a lot of the cases, a lot of the entry points were like really, really basic, right? The bar was extremely low, and obviously me as an attacker, I'm going to take the lowest hanging fruit, and I'm going to take the best way in. The fact that none of these routers, none of these devices ever received any kind of software update ever had passed a lot of people by as well. It didn't actually pass Google by, interestingly. So Google got increasingly frustrated by people complaining about the fact that they bought a mobile device and there were no updates at all for it. And there was a researcher, an academic researcher, who published this really great graph where he'd picked out all of the devices that were on sale in America at the time, and he'd done this sort of red, yellow, green thing. And then iOS was all green. So they were getting updates because it was a vertical ecosystem. But pretty much the entire Android ecosystem was like red or yellow. So in some cases, there were devices that were new, that were being shipped, that were 2 major OS versions behind, were never ever going to receive an update. There was an example, I think it was HTC. They said, you'll get updates for life. And then 3 months later said they were end-of-lifing the device. I mean, like, not even with any cynicism at all. So I think that might have been the one. So, yeah, again, absolutely ridiculous situation, and we've all got lots and lots of examples of that. So Google were really quite a big pioneer in, forcing their ecosystem to be better, and also to accept vulnerability reports. So before that kind of time, so I'll say before the sort of 2014, 2015 time frame, the way that security researchers reported stuff to industry was either through, knowing somebody at a particular manufacturer and then hoping they would help you, or knowing somebody at, say, the GSMA who would then be able to get you to a manufacturer, or knowing somebody in a government or whatever. It was utterly ridiculous looking back. It was all privately done, and then we had situations where manufacturers would all have been told about a particular vulnerability, like SMS of death, for example, and then what would happen, it would get dropped at Black Hat or DEF CON, and then the industry would all be like, oh, what you knew about it as well? Like, absolutely crazy. So we all know about the sort of development and the sort of ebbs and flows of how we came to coordinate vulnerability disclosure as a sort of acceptable mechanism for working between security researchers and companies. But of course, it's been a very torturous process, and it still is. And I'll talk a little bit about the current situation later. But there are many, many companies that still have absolutely no clue what vulnerability disclosure is and why it's important. So those sort of like 3 major sort of foundation stones of issues, really, of default passwords, no way to update stuff, and the fact that researchers can disclose issues, really creates this core of rubbish, really, or as the famous Twitter account, which is great, I've never met the guy, but the internet of shit. And as these products got more sophisticated, it wasn't just the functional shitness of them, but it was the security shitness of them as well. And so that raised very, very great concern. So what we did was, so industry, as I say, was already working on the issue, but the government in the UK got together a sort of task force, a group of people together. And as part of that, I was tasked with writing a code of practice. So I wrote these basically 13 principles, or I think it started out as like 9 principles, then became 10, and eventually became 13, and they're like,
that's the Monty Python sketch right there, which is another thing. Yeah.
Yeah, another thing. And yeah, of course we couldn't find a 14th.
Yeah.
So, but lucky number 13. So so we came up with these 13, and we worked extremely closely with the new NCSC, as it was. Some really, really great minds there. But I also, which was kind of new, and I'll explain some of the comments that happened, which you've probably all faced. So I reached out to Bo, and I met Josh as well. We met outside the House of Blues, actually. It was really a bit random, wasn't it? And I was talking to various other people in the hacking community, because I do my own security research, and I was just basically kind of saying, well, what should we do? And obviously feeding off what all of these guys had done, and looking at what people were saying on Twitter as well, and tried to tried to formulate that into best practice. But we also consulted the Information Commissioner's Office, so at that time GDPR was just about to come in, and a bunch of other stakeholders, which I'm sure Peter will tell you about. And we ended up coming up with this thing that broadly was about right. And I think the approach to that was, we wanted it to be, stealing Peter's thunder here, but I think we wanted it to be outcome based. We wanted it to really be smart. I'm actually a fan of IoT, so I didn't want to really constrain every innovation so much that we couldn't do anything as developers. And equally, I wanted to make sure that we deployed good security practice. So in one of these meetings, and I'll be quite vague about this, but somebody trotted out the whole line when I put the vulnerability disclosure in there, and they said, "You can't talk to the hackers." And I sat there and I was like, head in hands, because we've all heard it before, basically hackers are criminals, can't trust them, usual stuff, right? But because of all of the work that's been going on in the security research community for very many, many years, I knew that I was on solid ground. I knew that vulnerability disclosure was good practice and it was the right answer to this. So I just went, no, you're talking rubbish. And also at that point, we even had an ISO spec because of Kate Missouri's work and others, Art Mannion and others. So we had something to cling on to. Had I not had all of that, we wouldn't be here today on CVD. So it's really, I genuinely mean this, everything is sort of standing on the shoulders of giants, standing on the shoulders of other people's work. But when you're in that key moment in the room and you can rely on that, it's absolutely amazing because you can shut someone up in about 2 seconds. So that's where we are, and I'm going to kind of move forward in time now to the Peter era.
Thanks, David. So, I mean, as David has said, I think so much of this has been a team effort, and just in way of background, I am not anywhere near the technical capacity of David or anyone else, and I knew that very, very clearly. My background prior to leading the Secure by Design team was working in sort of delivery units, so working directly for ministers and the centre of government on how do you get stuff done within your organisation, how do you make sure you focus on the priorities and actually mean that you can deliver something that has an impact on people's lives. So for me, it was a really amazing opportunity to work on this area, but also to echo David's point, it was really through that open dialogue and people who, when you speak to people at the I Am the Cavalry, whether, Jen or Bo or Josh or, Art and others as well, Katie Mazuris, who, have that degree of openness to say, yes, I understand that you are new to this and I'm happy to walk you through that. That was unbelievably helpful for someone who is entering an area which can feel quite intimidating as a sort of a young policy wonk who's trying to do something good, but still in an exciting area, but it's quite difficult to understand. I think when David first produced the Code of Practice, we knew that it was something which, to use the metaphor, the ambition was that we had this thing that we wanted to kind of socialize, to promote, to get out there, and to kind of continue to gather feedback on. And it became a sort of, I'm not sure if this translates at all to the US, but what we call a handbag to dance around. Basically, people put in a nightclub, they put a handbag on the floor and dance around it as a central point for the dancing. And I think that sort of, the Code of Practice became the handbag to dance around, in that it was this thing which we could then talk about, refer to, and just say, well, we're going to continue to focus on this, and then move on to say how we can continue to think about how we might want to implement it. So, that was the approach, and, from my side, we published the Code of Practice first, so in a draft in February 2017, and then in October 2017, we published it as a kind of, fancier document. We knew that we wanted to get it out there, we wanted to share it, we wanted to get it into as many people's hands as possible, whether that was in industry, but also other countries, and we knew that, as with loads of things, friction is such a big force to implementation, people just won't, it's a reason people won't want to engage with it. So we translated it into, I think, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Mandarin, and Japanese, South Korean, I think it was. And it was just to say, well, we've made the effort. Here you go, read it. See what you think. Come back to us with your thoughts on it. So we said, please do look at this and share us your thoughts on it. And that was sort of the starting point. The intention was, again, being quite new to it, I think I was, David would often call to me I tended to the optimistic side of saying like, well, there are more goodies than baddies, and so therefore if we just share this information, then surely organizations will want to say, okay, cool, you published code of practice, we'll want to implement this in the way that we do. So the assumption was always to assume good practice, to just say we want to share this, and also to engage with international networks. So we worked closely with colleagues around the world through sort of existing networks, through the US and others as well, and also supporting like Singapore, who were looking in this area through a labeling scheme, and also working with countries like India as well. And I think that was sort of trying to promote it as much as we could. And I think as well as that, as we were going through this process, we were saying, okay, well, how can we make sure that we're continuing to look at the big stakeholders that we had? So for us, it was looking at the consumer, trying to do consumer research, and also looking at industry and trying to engage with them and understand, okay, how would they fare against these 13 principles? So there was work that the IATSF was doing around the adoption of coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs, which could then just track what proportion of them are meeting these basic requirements. So over the course of that period of time, of course, we could start to see, in 2018, actually, whilst we published this, it wasn't being implemented as much as we wanted to. And we were engaging with consumers to understand, how can we shake you up to really to make sure that you are buying, more secure products and you're not being led down the garden path of buying devices with a default password. So that was, I think, a really important part of the process. We had a number of consultations. Again, metaphor of just handbags to dance around, trying to say let's publish something else and just gather feedback on it. What do you think? So we published a consultation. We published some consumer studies, and we also published a proposal of a labeling scheme. And it was really interesting to gather the feedback of all the input that we got from that about consumers overwhelmingly assumed that these devices were secure. And that is a testament to the product safety legislation. And you can't walk into a shop in John Lewis in the UK and buy a kettle that would electrocute you. So the assumption was you couldn't buy a baby monitor, which would therefore in any way pose a risk to you. And I think that was, unfortunately misplaced. And I think we need to think, okay, how can we make sure that we're addressing that? So it was interesting. So that was the interesting thing, the consumer studies. On the labeling side, we saw a really interesting sort of split, because on the one side we saw labeling is a really effective tool to communicate important information at the point of sale. That's good, but also there was a point of saying, well, actually, it could inadvertently create this flaw when actually what you've done is you've created the sense of okay, you've met these baseline requirements, so then people think, oh, thank God, this is definitely not going to cause me any harm, when actually the world isn't that binary, and you don't have labels which say that actually that's rarely are they a good thing in terms of capturing the nuance. So that was the sort of the point that we talked about in the labeling. So we made a decision internally to not have a label as the foundation of any policy approach that we take, but say that it definitely has value, and is an important tool on a voluntary basis. But to continue to consult and continue to engage and understand what would be the requirements that we'd like to implement. And to David's point, a big thing that we really valued was the importance of proportionality. So the ratio between how can we make sure that we're not inadvertently sort of infringing, implement the capacity to be innovative. We wanted to support the IoT to grow rather than kind of to implement, to prevent that. So a lot of the work we were doing, published a consultation which said, we published the code of practice, it has 13 outcome-led principles. What would be the proportionate point by which we think legislation should take if we were to introduce mandatory expectations across all product categories? And so that became the interesting point of it came down to don't legislate at all, or legislate using all 13 guidelines, and then or legislate using the top 3, which were don't have a default password, make sure that you have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program, and also be transparent about the length of time that your product will receive software security updates. That was it. And so we thought, okay, well, and what came back was really interesting. So I think we had 96% support for legislation, which was interesting because that very rarely happens. Normally you have consultations, you don't have that level of support. 96% is higher than, I think we joked it was about plastic straws. When we got rid of plastic straws, it was the same level of support of saying definitely do something here, which was interesting. And then again, when we saw that was, again, the top 3 was the requirements of saying, actually, the 13 risks being not that implementable and also in preventing innovation, whereas the top 3 is, that's the basics. It's something you can build on, and it kind of captures the worst offences so that it brings transparency into the future support of this sector. So that was basically what we ended up kind of promoting. Again, handbags to dance around. We shared that and we said, well, this is the approach. This is what we think it'll look like. And again, we saw a lot of support for that. We tried to consult with various networks, whether that was industry, the community through the Cavalry and others as well. And I think it was incredibly important for us to get that feedback. So I mean, once we had that, it was fantastically empowering to me to then be able to go internally to Whitehall and to talk to ministers and say, actually, this has got a great deal of support with a lot of different communities, both in the UK and in the United States as well. To be able to capture that and say this is something which actually, we can really show that this is important, and ministers really love that, and I think they, I was able to really to engage with them, and also the way it works is that there's a sort of a process by which you pitch to be included within. Forgive the the Queen's speech. So the Queen opens Parliament every year, and she opens in that opening speech. She outlines the legislative agenda. So fighting for a couple of words in the Queen's speech is pretty hard fight. And I think it was really empowering for me to be able to go to colleagues across Whitehall to talk about why this was so important, how we could do this, how we could get this legislation. And why it was really important. So I was really proud that we then were able to get secured in May 2021 into the Queen's speech, and that was then we were attached to a bill which was the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Act, which is a bit of a mouthful. And again, it was a 2-part bill, so the telecoms infrastructure was a separate entity, but the product security, that component was something which we could deliver as legislation. I guess the challenge that we faced was that, and I think this is a challenge that I know are faced across the board, is that, we didn't really, it's really, really hard to get onto the Queen's speech. Ideally, what you wanted to do was to try and find a way to adapt existing legislation to then be able to attach this new product category. But that was really difficult to do because of the fact that it was out of scope for any product safety legislation. It was out of scope for any other existing legislation that we could try and do. So we had to pitch to get our own thing, which is why there was that delay. But
so maybe for the audience. And I want you to talk about the Prime Minister's speech at the UN as well.
Oh yeah, okay.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, fine.
But the way Parliament used to work. We're going down this road again.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't King George III, was it? It was the House of Lords that voted. Sorry. Different subject again. Sorry. So. In the case of how legislation works in the UK, the Queen's speech sets out the legislative programme for the next session.
Yes.
So when Parliament meets for a period of time, so approximately a year-ish, with lots of holidays in.
With a few holidays in the middle, yeah.
So there's only so much time you can speak and have committees and things like that to push through legislation. There's only so much stuff that you can do.
Yeah.
Right? And then we have 2 houses in the UK. We have the House of Commons for the commoners, and we have the House of Lords for the lords. So like the upper house, right? And the legislation has to work its way through that entire system.
Yeah.
But the starting point is the Queen's speech.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Perfect. Yes. So that's, again, why the Queen's speech was... Sorry, yes, your question.
Did you also approach opposition members to try to head off anybody who would try to shut it down?
The civil service is impartial to government. So as in we don't have... But having said that, you could, given the clear support among respondents to the consultations, it was, and because also, given the high-profile nature of a couple of attacks, every time that there was, I'm sure you're familiar. I mean, if you're not familiar with the British press, like a story about someone hacking a device with a camera in it in a changing room for ladies sells very well in the UK to the press. So like I think every time that those kinds of events, if there was I remember there was one about a male chastity belt with a default password. Those kinds of things you can capitalize on. To
I think
kind
that
of,
was a Ken Monroe.
I think that may have been a Ken Monroe
Yeah.
who identified the vulnerability, and I think so. When you can share that with ministers and say, just so you know, like eyebrows raise, and I think it's something which, we did. There was support. I know that there was a number of so. As well as to not confuse matters too much, but as well
You're
as the
not
Queen's
linking
speech.
chastity belts with MPs or anything here.
No.
Just for clarification.
Just to be clear,
That's not
there's
why
no-
they were raising their eyebrows.
no. Yeah, of course, there was. Yes,
But there were connected coffee cups.
Yes,
at one
there
point.
was a connected coffee cup which was photographed, and a member of Parliament, who's now quite senior, holding their connected coffee cup, and then we found out it had a default password, so we had to sort of say, please don't use that one. So I think that there was clear support, and so there were some members of Parliament, even on the Labour side, who were clearly supportive of it. You can, in government, have private members' bills, which is another way to try and get legislation, and I should have probably talked about that a bit more, but as well as the Queen's speech, there's a sort of lottery system within Parliament where a certain number of MPs get a place to have a private member's bill, and typically they're quite small in terms of the scope of what they are. We did look at whether we could be one of those, but because of the scope, it just wasn't possible for us. That's why we had to go down the approach of trying to pitch to get into the Queen's speech. So yeah, that was that side.
Sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, this is getting really into niche British constitutional structures, but there is also an informal principle in the House of Lords where, because it's an unelected chamber, they are not allowed to fully block a piece of government legislation if it has been a part of their manifesto or is in the Queen's speech. So essentially, there is a big... there's a real process of back and forth to make sure that legislation's of high quality. But I think in the Lords, at least, I don't think they would have been able to sort of fully block it and try and kill it. But anyway, it's just
There's a lot of archaic things in our country, being the oldest democracy.
Yeah.
I got told
uncodified
off
as
for
well.
scribing in the Strangers Gallery because you're not allowed to have a pen and paper in there. Well, anyway. So the thing that I wanted to just clarify there was, so the civil service, the employees of the government departments, they're not political.
Not political.
And Parliament itself is a separate organisation. It has its own staff, and they can do act entirely independently of the civil service, which is essentially governed by the political party that's elected at the time. So I think that's important as we go into this. That do you understand that?
Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely true. I think yes, I mean we could see there was bipartisan support, which was very, very helpful. But in my role, we would advise ministers from the government who are elected, and at the moment they're the Conservative Party, but of course the civil service is impartial to that as well.
Yeah.
So I think once we had the legislation, so between May and November 2021 was a process by which you have to develop a lot of clear outputs in order to, there's lots of committees, and just to sort of, at a high level, if it's helpful, the kinds of things that we were having to do, and this is, again, massive team effort, and I know a lot of people who are working very hard to help generate this. We had to identify an enforcement authority who could take on this piece of legislation and what the cost of that enforcement might be. There's something called an impact assessment, which is where you have to try and assess the potential impact financially of your legislation and how feasible that would be, and also what the impact of what the cost of implementation might be, so that you can make kind of an assessment of viability.
You have like economists and people like
We
that
do,
involved
yeah.
in this sort of
No,
thing.
of
Like the
course.
number of people in this whole thing just like balloons.
Yes.
And what you, as a total outsider, what you do get is a massive amount of respect for these really specialist people in all these different areas who are all sort of moving towards this sort of common goal.
Yeah.
Because what I realised as well, it's great, you can write some stuff on a bit of paper, but to get to the point of getting into law is just like massive,
Of course, and I think so something that was really helpful for us was that quite often, as I'm sure many of us know, it's that a capacity to have clear information about viability and cost, which is quite difficult to ascertain. And so I think it was really important for us to kind of be able to have impact and have studies like the IATSF work, have studies like which can show over time how much these things are changing, but also to have an open dialogue with industry associations, with communities such as this here, to understand what is it like on the ground and have that open dialogue, and that was incredibly important for us. And
you're busy also liaising with lots of other government departments, right? Who
yes, of course,
may not be all in the same.
Yes.
time
So
frames.
again, a challenge so the department that I was working in was Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, which is a strange choice of departmental divisions. So that again, we worked with 18 other departments who all had an interest in security, whether that of IoT, whether that's farming or education or home office or foreign office or any other department that has an interest. There were lots of different places where we had to kind of liaise and talk about that, which is why it came down to that sense of having something central to refer to and say, this is the approach we're taking. We've engaged with it, we've nuanced it. We've got from having the clear, the code of practice to a kind of viable legislative proposal, and then we can move from that. So. I think the work we did with NIST as well was really great in the partnership with NIST and DHS, and we had a number of informal networks where we can talk about the work we were doing, and that was again helpful for us to try and share and troubleshoot and say, well, this is what we shared. Feel free to use it or feel free to refer to it. We publish as much as we can.
So maybe we should just talk about the mapping stuff as well, because that was quite key, and it was also a good point of liaison with the Cavalry as well, because I know that Josh and Bo, so when I spoke at 2018 at Cavalry with Bo, and basically essentially launched the mapping work that we were doing, what we did was we took all of the different recommendations that were coming. There was like New York City smart city guidelines, privacy and security, through to nascent work that was happening in NIST and all over the world. And it was a pretty tough job. And I remember locked up in my hotel room actually in Vegas, trying to get through all this mapping stuff with a colleague. It was an absolute nightmare. But the government had asked to do this, and what we did then was basically publish it. We made it open data, and we put a Creative Commons 4.0 license on it, so people could use it. So manufacturers started to use it because you could see where the fragmentation was or it wasn't, and that also did help us, by the way, to refine things that we've may have missed out or whatever. So then that also enabled you guys to talk to other countries about alignment, right?
Yep, and I think another thing that we haven't talked about is, as part of the approach, we intentionally engaged with the international global standards community as well. So we worked to take the code of practice and say, well, how can we make this into a viable option? So we worked with IATC to develop 303645, which again went through the process where it can really translate those principles into things which could then become enforceable. And when, to David's point, we talked about the challenges of designating legislation and all the legal kind of wranglings, it was incredibly important for us to have that process already being kicked off and started, and also to have had that forum to gain that feedback as well. I think that was really important.
So NIST, obviously, in this time frame as well, you have the Biden executive order as well, all the work that Bo and Josh have done with Senator Warner and others. So we were well aware of those efforts as well, and I think those countries as well were aware of our efforts. So taking it to IATC and then creating a European norm involved getting the European countries to basically agree to it as well. So there was a lot of work with other countries on a technical level. So I went with the NCSC and DCMS to Germany. Sorry, Josh?
What's Etsy?
European Telecommunication Standards Institute. I'm sure you wanted to know that. But basically they're based in a very nice place called Sophia Antipolis in the south of France. And they're where a lot of basically the telecom standards, so things like the SIM and so on, are defined. 3GPP is a project of IATC, and that's based down there as well, so the telecom standards. And obviously the NIST work was going on in parallel to that as well. and lots of communications with you guys, right?
Yep. No, absolutely. So yeah, it was a whole effort of bringing all of that together. And so I think that when it came to the summer of 2021, the process of taking, being able to piggyback off all of the consultations and all the engagement and all of the sort of the justification for why we hadn't chosen to do a labelling scheme as the benchmark, but just promoting transparency around the top three, and then translating that into law. Again, something else we haven't talked about is the Office for Parliamentary Counsel, who are the people the sort of very specialist trained lawyers who designate how do you create law, and that is an incredibly sort of iterative process, but takes a long time.
I thought you were going to say the pandemic.
That also happened, which did slow things down. But I think it really showed that we had a great team. We were able to engage a lot with the different communities, and so that was something that was incredibly important.
So whose phone's that?
Yeah.
Can you turn your phone to silent, please?
And so that was by the point. So October, November, and then November 2021 was when it got included into the Parliament as the PSTI bill, and then there was a series of approaches when it went through into legislation in April 2022. And it got royal assent, I think, in May 22, was it? Or maybe later than that?
In two parts. So that it first got royal assent in December 2022, and then the product security regulation specifically got royal assent in April 23.
Yeah.
So,
question?
Yeah, go for it, Josh.
Since this room barely knows how a bill becomes a law in the U.S., does that mean that
royal assent?
Does that mean you're a law?
Yeah.
Right.
So wait, did the Cavalry influence a UK law?
Is this on? I think collectively, and I think that nobody has like total ownership over this at all, because collectively that all of that influenced the UK law, and yeah, I think in reality the answer to that question is yes. I think, yeah, like I say, the whole thing was like gathered people all the way through. But one thing I did want to kind of come back on was where basically you're forced by the lawyers, I think, to say what you really meant. So Dan from the NCSC and me, so I was away on holiday at the time, skiing, and they went, oh, the lawyers need you to say what a password is. I was like, oh God. And so we had to work together, and it is actually harder than you think, and it is important, but it's just annoying because when you've written this stuff in the first place, like, everyone knows what a password is, right? But then when it comes to the legal stuff, it's like, no, you really have to be very, very specific about what you're saying here, because actually you could cause people a lot of money to be lost and all the rest of it, or to get it wrong. So then what we did have to start to do was tear apart devices, mentally, and sort of go, okay, so are we considering the Bluetooth default key of 0000 as being a default password, and what does that mean? Same issues around Zigbee on enrollment and stuff. What do we do about TV child pins? Does that class as default password? And so we were just forced to dismantle all of that, and it was just a very, very painful job. And then there was another one as well, I think, when in the standards process, where they went, what did you mean by timely? Like, timely? Timely. But yeah, so we had to start getting really specific, which is annoying.
Yeah.
So Peter, so when did you exit stage left?
So I left in December 2021. So just after we got legislation just after the introduction of legislation. So that was when I left to take up a new role at the OECD. And so yeah, that was when I obviously continued to champion from the side and support it. But yeah, and I think I know that there's been a whole process of converting the ambition and converting the intention into sort of the intricacy of how it can be implemented. So, like, to David's point, things like how do you define a password for an Office for Parliamentary Counsel lawyer, you really have to get into in minutiae of detail. And of course, as we were doing that across all bodies of like, okay, well, what do we mean by questions of liability, questions of, how do we, upon whom do we place liability in a world where the vast majority of these products are made outside of the UK? And then that came into defining different roles of the, for the enforcement authority to regulate the importer, the distributor of that product, and then how we can be testing that. And I guess something that we always had to come back to internally in the team before, which I think is still the case, was like, how can we, if the ambition is about transparency, right? The ambition was about, the issues have come up because manufacturers are not being as transparent as they should be with their consumers about these products and about the length of time for which they've got software updates. So that was the kind of ambition, was how can we do that in a way which is implementing it on the right people. And so again, there was a whole amount of consultation, a whole amount of engagement, which has helped to support that. So I know that's something that's still going on, and that's, as Charlie was referring to, there's the legislation. So the way that the UK government law works is that you have a bill, which then means that then Parliament has the right to designate regulation on this particular subcategory. And then the regulation within that is what they call secondary legislation, which is then easier to be changed. Now, this is before getting really archaic. There are things called the Henry VIII laws, which is when you can go back and do things on the.
We're name checking a lot of monarchs here, aren't we?
But yeah, so that's quite difficult to do. But so that was why it then moved on to having the primary of having primary legislation, which was from 2022, and then the secondary legislation, which, as Charlie said, 2023, of the designating those three, and then we kick off a 12-month period of enforcement. Which Charlie's probably going to talk a bit more.
Should we talk about Runnymede, actually?
Sure, yeah, 12-15. Absolutely, always happy to.
So, actually, if you...
Yeah,
go for it, yeah. But feel free to, if anything you think of, just ask us a question.
So, question on a different tangent. In terms of development of interface specifications or something at the junction between mobile devices, telecommunication, or smart cities and satellite communication, what's your experiences been in UK around how these standards are coming into place? Because traditionally they've been a pain to develop in the OT space or in the IT space. How are these shaping up in terms of the future?
Well, okay, I mean, I guess, right, primarily good standards are developed by industry. Good standards are developed in open and transparent standards organizations. Actually, I'll give you an example, and this is just my personal opinion, but the ISO situation with the vulnerability disclosure standard, for example, is utterly ridiculous. So Katie managed to negotiate with others for that to be made public and freely available for people because, it was useful to the security research community to not have to pay for that. But now that's been deprecated and is not available. The 2018 standard is not available. You have to pay 349 Swiss francs or whatever it is now, and it's just a joke because if you look at generally all the good standards that are adopted and used from IATF, W3C, and everyone else, and ETSI included, they're there for everyone to read and to download. And yeah, it's an issue because look at ITU, for example, you can't read any of those specs. But to come back to what you're in essence asking is about secure by design. Do standards bodies employ secure by design in their definition of APIs or in their standards? And I think it's kind of getting there, I think. But there's still a long way to go. And even though I'm a big fan of IATF, there's a lot of specs that you can read in IATF that are really open-ended, and so you end up how that manifests itself in products is basically through non-determinism, and that basically is solved by fuzzing, solved for us as security researchers, right? Because then we find our way in. But clearly, for the future, we need to start to get a hell of a lot better. It's better in like safety critical, for example, but when we're looking at this sort of stuff now from the mobile industry point of view, everything is CNI, everything is safety critical. Everything has some criticality to the economy, and I guess that's the whole point of I'm the Cavalry as well, is that everything matters. There's an element of human risk there, and these companies and the standards bodies need to grow up and accept their responsibilities, and that also involves standards bodies accepting disclosures as well, which is something we've started to push forward in the mobile industry. But does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious about how it's transitioning in the UK.
So UK is, sorry, Charlie, you might be able to add to this, but the UK is obviously very, very supportive of secure by design. We have a lot of initiatives.
Yeah, for sure. And I think something that we're really thinking about is actually the proliferation of both standards but also regulations looking at the security aspects of a real wide range of devices. And I think one of the things we're really conscious of is that the more important regulations that get created, the more complex the landscape gets. And actually making sure that landscape is still accessible and that it is, where possible, sort of rationalized is something we're actively thinking about, because the rules can be out there, but they need to be interpretable. People need to be able to see where they are, and obviously a lot of companies in this space develop a wide range of software and hardware, all of which might have specific standards, specific regulations associated with them. So, I think in the first instance, from that international angle, wherever possible, we try to make sure that domestic UK regulations can reference international standards to try and make sure that there is that consistency. But I think, one of the things that is definitely sort of continuingly on our radar is how we can make sense of the picture as a whole.
So, essentially 2 questions. Some of the people in the room left EU a little while ago.
Don't know what you're referring to.
And
security.
and EU are starting to develop a lot of legislation, directives and legislation going in the right direction that would be able to support. But even the EU is still a small part of the whole world, and I sit in a group where we are trying to work with legislators in the different countries, and we are actually starting to get feedbacks from legislators saying we start understanding that our internal approach are so fragmented. Like the last response we got from the US legislators was we understand that renewable energy and the energy sector is being impacted by, I think, 30 some different government organizations. So how can we fix that? How can we fix that, we can start getting a single pane of glass? I know it's difficult, but people are, many of the companies are operating globally, and we're faced with the same challenges.
Well, I think, we are that shining example of that cooperation, collaboration that's really pan-global. Everybody has been on the same page, and maybe Peter and Charlie can sort of elaborate on why that was so successful.
Yeah, I think in terms of the success of the program of Secure by Design, I think we made a very intentional decision to really lean into global standards bodies, and I think that meant that we could. The reference wasn't the case of we're doing this, you should do this, when we engage other countries, but saying we did a bit of research, it spoke to a bunch of people. This is an area we prioritise. We published all this content, which we're happy to share with you, and we're also engaging with international standards bodies. And I think that meant that to enable that forum to be where those conversations can continue, so that it's a continual process of iterating that approach to kind of benefit from collective experience. So I think that meant that it wasn't a sort of standoffish approach of you should do what we do, because of course that diplomatically becomes obviously more difficult. But I think being able to separate that out and say, well, this is just collectively this is good practice, and through networks that we have here as well, that's something that I think was really helpful, and I think that's something that I think has been really successful. I think
Charlie?
Charlie?
Yeah, I think what this comes down to, and I completely agree with Peter's point about particularly international standards, and I think that there is a real point in that word standard, right? I mean, the standards process allows you to really refine what those baseline expectations are, which, in an ideal world, really allow you to come to international agreement about what, regardless of which specific sort of government is developing regulations, we can come to some agreement on what those standard practices should be. I think there is always going to be some variation depending on specific governments, but one of the reasons why we have, I think, really indexed into the international standards approach, both in this specific work, but also in other areas of ongoing government work, is because that is a really key way to actually try and encourage that international alignment. I think really ultimately our position is that while the way of getting there might sometimes be different, I think in most cases when we're talking about security regulation and trying to raise these standards, the objectives that we want to achieve are consistent pretty much, across the world. And I think standards are a key way of doing that, but also, we do engage bilaterally with a lot of governments to really make sure that we're understanding how things are different in their contexts, and indeed sort of where there are areas of similarity that we can work together on.
And I think just, to Charlie's point, recognizing that the ambition is not to have a kind of universal collective approach which everyone then implements. It's not as though we're promoting saying every government must do this, because you need to account for collective, cultural nuance or how your legislation works in each jurisdiction, whether that's the US, the EU, China, Asia, or wherever it may be. And so I think how then we can focus on the what, as in what the baseline requirements could be, and then how you choose to implement that in your way is then up to you. Allowing for that cultural nuance, but then also allowing to try and aim for interoperability, which I think standards does help do that.
But maybe also this was a unique scenario as well, because normally it is quite difficult, and I think what made it unique was that because of the event in that case with Mirai, but also because we knew what good looked like as well, and industry had already taken a lead. So we were just endorsing stuff, we were sort of transferring technology that was already employed in the mobile industry into the IoT space. And so it had already been developed, the government wasn't asking for anything new, they were just saying do this good thing, or eliminate this bad practice. In other spaces it's more amorphous and it's more complicated because there's too many moving parts, whereas we're dictated by physics of a PCB with some chips on it and some software. But Josh?
We're going to go to another question, but on this point, if you're still around this afternoon, I might ask you to help a little bit with your harmonization diagram. But to this point, we do have a tension, whether it's their particular legislation or not. Of course, big international providers want harmonization is the phrase, right? And the net result of harmonizing things is you end up with the lowest common denominator and very weak diluted things. So you want pioneers and exemplars to take a lead, and when those things go from exotic and risky to proven, then you fold them in. So we need a pipeline for innovation, and a lot of the bigger players are demanding harmonization right now and contraction when we actually want a bit of a parallel experimentation in diversity. So this community sometimes talks outside both sides of our mouth, and I think it's not a matter of always harmonize or always deviate. It's when do you use which tool for which job. And what we saw is with something like electricity, physics doesn't change very much. It does, but it doesn't change very much. Whereas cybersecurity moves faster than bureaucracy. So we can't just use the normal expectations of when do you harmonize and when do you wait, because there's a cost of waiting as well. Like what we saw with the Mirai botnet, we saw internet connected, unpatchable, hard-coded passwords were a public health risk, right? It was I called it the lawn darts of the internet, unsafe at any speed. But it took until December of 2020 to pass the law, and it didn't even get implemented by the executive branch yet. They just committed to doing it by, I think, the end of Q3. So what's the time between the Mirai botnet during the presidential election in 2017 was when that happened to getting laws implemented? That's not fast enough. There's a lot of harm in the meantime. So I just didn't want to accept that we should always harmonize. I think we should have a very deliberate idea of which things get proving ground versus harmonization and when. If you have comments on that, I'll wait.
Yeah, no, that's just a very good point. Charlie, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point, particularly in terms of, you know, relying on government regulation to actually deliver on some of these outcomes. I mean, I think, you know, it's an important part of the democratic process that these things go through really, really, you know, thorough scrutiny, both by politicians, but also that, you know, the civil servants working on this really work with industry, with security researchers to make sure that our evidence is sound. But that does mean things move slower, right? And I think, you know, there are always points where, as government, you would sort of rather not have to resort to legislation to sort of really force this through. And I think generally our position in the UK, we published a couple of years ago a sort of a plan for digital regulation which sets out our broad approach to tech regulation. And one of them is that really we should be considering sort of non-legislative options as a first step, because it can happen faster, but also obviously if you can set really what government's looking for and leave it to industry and the experts to come up with the solutions themselves without having to resort to those harder levers, it's really more ideal for everyone, right? I think, you know, regulation and legislation obviously has its place, but the sort of the trade-off there is using that harder lever, but it being a longer process to actually get there. And there are a few different areas where I think we like to start with that more voluntary approach and that iterative approach to see sort of where industry can deal with it and how it can evolve, with the potential prospect of legislation to be introduced sort of as necessary. And I think that's generally an approach we take in quite a lot of our different areas.
Do you think sorry?
Yeah, I'll just say one comment on that. I think, and to your point, Josh, I think this is a role that we all have to play in this room, is you have to defend the line, because what I see as an outsider is basically lobbying to do nothing. Oh, we just need education. And that gets trotted out all the time as well. And it's like, you know, nothing to see here, we've got it all in hand, we'll deal with it. And so, you know, I work in industry and I chair one of the groups, and we do genuinely try to get ahead of potential regulation, you know, issues, get on top of them. But what you see in a lot of companies, and we saw this with our vulnerability disclosure report, is they just don't care, or they don't even know. And this has been our perennial problem in security, which is security is an afterthought, nobody wants to pay for it. And so what we did see in this case was that, you know, the manufacturers were threatened essentially and said, look, if you don't come in line with this code of practice, we published it, this is what good looks like, then we will legislate, and that will be the hammer will come down. And it didn't improve. And we had evidence from the lack of uptake of CVD. That was the other thing we wanted to do, was make these requirements basically smart. And in the case of obviously, you know, anybody could check, like a government could check, or whatever, a regulator can check if there's a CVD, you know, a /security page or security.txt really, really easily. So that's what we went out and did, and we looked at 330 manufacturers and found that less than 10% had any way for a security researcher to contact them. And over the past 5 years that we've done that, it only ever increased to 27%. So really, really demonstrable market failure. Like, there's been a lot in a lot of sectors, and you mentioned other laws as well where CVD's mandated. Like, how can these companies say that they don't know what it is, or that they shouldn't do it, or they're still calling the lawyers as well? It just seems ridiculous to me.
No, I mean, I agree. Just on Charlie's point, he's talking about the kind of the time frame for legislation development. I do think that there are ways to accelerate it, and I think if I look at the successes that we had, mostly it was to do with just having an open dialogue with a wide range of stakeholders and having a kind of regular cadence of publishing stuff, saying, what do you think, share us input, have it, here is the way to contact the team, please do engage with us and help us to nuance this approach. I do also think that to I think the points that were raised already, there is also a need to clearly express, and using your expertise to express to politicians and elected officials why this is an important thing, and why there is something tangible they can do to help make it better. Because I think there is always going to be the other side where a series of organisations is in their interest to say, education is the way to deal with this. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Legislation will only impede any form of innovation and make you uncompetitive. And so I think, we talked about chastity belts earlier, but I do think that those stories where we engage with politicians and say, actually, this is important. You need to deal with this. I think on IoT it was very easy and tangible because, of course, there were stories which get into the press which help to understand cultural resonance and why it's important. But I think
should we bring this back to the legislation now? Because, so, by the way, if you are interested in how that process worked, for that particular thing, I pinned a tweet on my Twitter, DRogersUK, and I basically tracked each stage of the legislation, and there's some videos because it's all public and everything. But it's really, really interesting to me. So when it gets into the parliamentary sphere, you've got MPs who are not domain experts at all, and they rely on their researchers and reading articles and stuff like that. And the one thing that kind of, I was sat ready to throw my TV control through the screen at a couple of points, while it was in Parliament, because of the lack of understanding. And what I also realised, so something that probably frustrates a lot of people in the room is, the sort of infosec commentards who are always at the beck and call of the journalists to comment on any story, and they know nothing about the subject. Yeah. And this is a real problem, actually, because the problem is those mouthpieces end up getting into articles, and those sorts of things are picked up by parliamentarians. They go, oh, but in this article, they said that this code of practice is a complete load of rubbish, and therefore it shouldn't be implemented. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Great MP impression.
I didn't mean that. It was a Scottish one, actually. Actually, one of the Scottish National Party guys who was presenting on behalf of an opposition party, he started to talk about malevolent toasters, which is quite a nice Scottish term. And I'm going to send him a malevolent toaster, actually, that I'm going to make him. I think that really started to concern me because that's, people do read that stuff and they believe it. And I hate quoting stuff for the press because I don't have time, and they want a quote in 30 minutes and you're not available. But some people are available all the time, and I think sometimes maybe we need to start to call out those things and go, look, without being too personal about it, but just say, look, this is not right. Because unfortunately people make bad decisions based on the stuff like that they read, that they can just say in 2 minutes and they don't even know anything about the subject. So, sorry, I'll get off that.
No, I think the optimistic side of me would say you could help to dilute that by helping to promote the value and the important work and to help to...
And you can contact your representatives,
of course,
and do that. And you can contact the government, that department. There's always an email address that you can contact. And don't feel like, I'm not a big, well-known person. They will accept anything.
They have to.
There we go, yeah. We're a democracy. Well, at least in our country. So let's fast forward then. So we're going through the parliamentary process, and it goes through lots of different readings and committee sessions and everything, lots of scrutiny. Because you were talking about the primary, secondary legislation,
yep.
Because of that, a lot of people read the law and they went, oh, it doesn't mention anything about default passwords at all. And that did actually confuse people because essentially it was like a framework, and then the secondary legislation defined the detail.
Yep.
So I think at this point, Charlie, do you want to take the baton?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. So yes, the secondary legislation was published in April this year, which started, as Josh referred to, as sort of a countdown clock, a 12-month implementation period, which we're currently in, so sort of going till April next year, where we are sort of working with the Office for Product Safety Standards to sort of make sure that they, as the sort of people who will be actually enforcing these regulations, are ready to sort of at the starting gun, but also obviously working with manufacturers of consumer IoT devices to make sure that they know what is expected of them. Before cracking on, I actually did want to sort of go back to that question of timing and how long legislation takes, because I think that's a really important point in terms of sort of the primary secondary legislation difference. And one of the benefits of secondary legislation is that you can update it as needed in a way that is less time consuming than going through the full sort of bill process. So baked into the PSTI Act is essentially government ministers, as and when the sort of security landscape changes for consumer IoT, can update the law to reflect sort of the changing threat landscape, and that can be done, still not within a couple of weeks, but much faster than the sort of full legislative process. So I think one of the great things about getting the Act in place is that now the structures are there for us to be able to react more quickly moving forwards. So that is great. And so yes, I mean, as both Peter and David mentioned, these regulations sort of focus on the three sort of foundational aspects of consumer IoT. No default passwords. They must have sort of public vulnerability disclosure, sort of with contact, and they must also sort of keep people who report those vulnerabilities updated on their progress in fixing those vulnerabilities as well. And they also must be transparent with consumers about the sort of how long products will be updated for. So, I think it's a real testament to the success of partnership between government and security researchers. I think it's the culmination of both obviously David and Peter's work, but also the work of a lot of other people, and has been a fantastic success. I did want to give a brief overview of some of the other things that we're looking at. I think this is the PSTI Act is the sort of most mature area of IoT regulation, but we're also looking at sort of enterprise IoT as a distinct issue. So, your sort of printers, VoIP phones, network connected storage devices, everything like that. We are have been looking at that for a couple of years now, and our research has found, unsurprisingly, that there are lots of potential risks here for businesses which use these products. There are regularly vulnerabilities found at products of all levels of quality and price, and that obviously puts a large number of organizations in the UK, but also around the world, at risk. And I think crucially, we've also done some research into the sort of customer organizations and how prepared they are to actually deal with the challenges of enterprise IoT. And we found that I think about 48% of UK businesses basically don't know how to mitigate the risks related to insecure IoT that they use. So, there is a real threat there, and it's something which we are looking at exploring more. So we've worked with the NCSC, the National Cybersecurity Centre, the UK's national technical authority, to develop some specific device security principles for enterprise IoT, but that's currently sort of guidance. So the plan is, and this is sort of subject to final ministerial agreement, but we want to publish a consultation, hopefully in autumn this year, which sets out our current understanding of the enterprise IoT landscape, sort of what the overall sort of sector looks like, but also where the risks are, and also set out some potential government interventions which we could take forward, to make sure that enterprise IoT standards are as secure and consistent as the ones in the consumer space. So I'd definitely encourage you guys to sort of keep an eye out for that when it comes later in the year.
Should we rewind a little bit, because should we talk about, so why did we start with consumer as well?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So very, very quickly, just to qualify that. So the reason we started with consumer was because actually a lot of enterprises were also using, like hotel TVs, printers and stuff that were bought from the shop.
And I think it also showed that as we were going through the process of designing legislation, designating the regulation, the secondary bit within that with the lawyers, we would identify there's a huge grey area. Yeah. So there's that challenge of, how can we make sure that, if we are delivering legislation, how can we make sure we capture the worst offenses, and the lowest hanging fruit first. So that was the decision to kind of focus on consumer first, which then meant that we had found this category of enterprise IoT devices, which meant that we needed that.
Exactly, and it is important to clarify that devices which exist in an enterprise context but are also sold as consumer IoT devices are in scope of the consumer work. So the only stuff that we're looking at in terms of this new work is stuff which, IoT devices which aren't sold to consumers at all and therefore aren't in the scope of the legislation. So yes, we're hoping to sort of publish a consultation on that in autumn, and I think it'll be hopefully a really sort of constructive document and an opportunity for the security community to feed in and their views on both what the risks are, but also really what government should do about it. We then have a sort of an even more nascent piece of research which looks outside of the enterprise context and into industrial IoT, which has obviously followed the same trend as most other areas of IoT, and there are a lot of sort of devices in industrial and manufacturing contexts which used to be dumb and are now smart. And I think, you know, we have only started our proper evidence gathering into this sort of in the last year and a half. So it's much more nascent, but what we really want to understand is how the industrial IoT section sort of works at the moment, but also again, what government should do about it, what the risks are, and really how this affects, obviously, UK organisational resilience, but also what those global challenges are as well. There are a lot of other things which the UK government is doing in relevant spaces, so app security, software development security, several of which I will also be talking about at DEF CON, so I'm not going to focus on them here.
That's a trailer.
Yeah, exactly. Plug for that. David is also on most of them, so you'll be sick of us by the end of the week. But I think all of this work really sort of demonstrates all of the different ways in which security researchers can work with government to actually develop and make sure that government policy is as effective as possible. So, you know, on the consumer IoT side, we've now got to the point where security researchers are key in helping make sure that the regulations are effective, right? They're often the people who will be able to actually test manufacturers, find out if they are using default passwords, if they have vulnerability disclosure policies, and as of April next year, we'll be able to report them to the OPSS. Then
Who's the OPSS?
Sorry, the Office for Product Safety Standards, which I mentioned earlier, the people.
So they're the designated regulator for this. Well, we know that the chief enforcer is Vina, right?
Chief enforcer is
She's
Vina.
got a job title that's like head of enforcement, and she told me she was going to get a cloak.
Yeah. So, and I think it is a reactive scope. So the idea is they will act to make sure that someone can report someone who may have been contradiction of the law to the OPSS, as opposed to the OPSS having the capacity to engage directly.
Yeah.
I think
So if we take an example, because we know and love Ken, right? So Ken Monroe, PTP, right? He's done a lot of work on the Kayla and lots of other IoT stuff. So basically, a security researcher could go directly to that enforcement authority and say, look, this thing is clearly insecure, and ask them to look at it.
Yep.
Which has happened before, by the way, with the kids' smartwatches. I think Ken went to the Norwegian regulator, and they actually employed external pen testers and so on, and took those things off the market. And then what happens is the other regulators also talk to each other, and so collectively, I think this is going to be a big alliance between security research and pen testers and regulators in the next few years. It's going to be really interesting.
In fact, Vina, who these guys mentioned, specifically asked me to ask you guys and anyone else in the room or listening that please, if you do see any vulnerabilities by April next year, definitely report them, because we absolutely are relying on experts to identify those problems and to hold manufacturers to account. You know, it's a really key part of,
and including if they don't have vulnerability disclosure, you now
Especially
have a point. You have a place to go to.
Yeah.
If the vendor doesn't have a CVD scheme, we do have a countdown. So we're running a countdown on IoTsecurity.uk. So we're 263 days, 3 hours and 49 minutes, 58 seconds away from regulation.
There it is. Yeah, exciting times.
I think they want us to leave the stage.
So you know, I think that the role of security research is in that actual enforcement piece, and holding companies to account is obviously key. When we're looking at our enterprise security work, we're at a point now where we're still exploring what government intervention should be, and obviously security researchers, I think, have an absolutely key role in shaping that and identifying where government intervention will be most effective, but also how it can be deployed in a way which is as proportionate and effective as possible. And then when we're looking at industrial IoT, which is a much sort of earlier stage, I think there's absolutely no denying that security researchers being on the forefront of a lot of these areas of technology are key in actually building that evidence base. I mean, government needs a really strong evidence base in order to take action, and I think security researchers will be key in delivering that as well. Sorry, I had a question.
Okay, so systematically, you guys keep covering the things I was going to ask about. Where are we going in the future? Or what about this? It's almost come down to a question in the form of advocacy. The thing that scares me that I haven't heard addressed is these smart devices when the manufacturers not just stop supporting for patches, but they go dark. It shows up variously as like right to repair or something past the support life. When the cloud component of something that forces you to go to the cloud goes silent, the IoT device dies.
Yeah. I can give
Do you see any way in your roadmap to the future to try and help address so that we're
Well, I'll give some background to that before Charlie answers
obsolete.
the future part. So we did seriously discuss all of that, right to repair, also tech abuse, and how we could build some of these things into the code of practice. And some of the things we did have to park. They're very, very difficult problems. With tech abuse, for example, I didn't want us to put one requirement in there that would say, I don't know, design your product to not allow stalking or something. It would be ridiculous. You need a whole different set of work. But what the government did do was they kicked off some academic work with UCL, one of the universities in London, published some great material, and then that has kicked off a lot of other things, hasn't it? But I guess, there's been an example this week in the UK of this sort of end-of-life issue, and this whole debate about code escrow and everything else will need to take place. But Charlie, is there anything that we're...
I think it's challenging, right? Because I think there is obviously the security aspect to it, and it's also a consumer rights issue, right? I mean, you're buying a device which can essentially just stop working overnight, right? I think there are a few different, ongoing pieces of government work which I think could address it. I can't say I'm an expert in sort of exactly where that is being addressed across government, so I can't say for sure. But alongside various pieces of security regulation which we're developing, there is also a digital markets consumer and competition bill going through Parliament right now, which is setting various new baselines for what consumer rights are in the digital space. And I think there's definitely the potential for those issues to be addressed partially there. But yeah, I think our hope is definitely in the PSTI Act, by forcing manufacturers of IoT companies to be transparent about the lifespan of their products, that therefore also holds them to account for actually maintaining the products for the length of that lifespan, right? So I do think that will hopefully go some way to addressing that problem. But yeah, I mean, I think there are still obviously issues there which it'll be important for us to address.
Yeah, we can't, you also have to prioritise, what the issues are at a time. So another one would be about recycling. So if we'd set a hard limit, for example, on say 2 years software updates, what happens after that? Does the product just get trashed and then you end up with this massive e-waste problem?
Yeah.
And then you got issues of exporting e-waste, and you're just creating massive harm to the planet. So there's these really difficult problems that come off the side of these things.
And those were conversations that we were having, right when we were trying to translate what do we mean by, guideline 3 of the code of practice, and saying, okay, well, we need to be, do we want to have minimum support periods? But actually, the key question for us, and this comes back to that consumer education piece, was actually understanding that consumers I think, for me, the question I kept asking myself was like, what change would I need to see in consumers? For me, it's like, they need to care about security update periods, and if we could somehow find a way to magic that piece, so that they look at a product. Because I mean, I am never going to be, even for the Scottish SNP party member, I'm not going to know how long he's going to want to use his malevolent toaster for, but and government is not in a position really, in my experience, to say minimum support periods are quantifiable for one product category, but not for another.
But I think also, like, this is a continuing conversation. I think this is where the Cavalry comes in as well. Is genuinely, people in government do read your blogs, and they do read stuff that you put out there, and they do read academic papers. So if you have ideas on this, genuinely, I would say just write them up. Rob's blog on the code of practice I read repeatedly, but people do read this stuff, and I think there isn't nobody has a monopoly on ideas, and just get it out there and send it in to the relevant authorities, and if you have ideas on this, and sometimes they do get taken on board. So Josh, sorry.
Well, you just twisted what I was going to ask. I'll try to ignore that bait. As we round the corner here to the end of this session, what are the edges of your enterprise and or your industrial IoT projects? Because after the break, we're going to have Suzanne from the FDA. We have the Patch Act enacted into law for medical devices. It's harmonized with the IMDRF, so it's got some traction, but that's for medical. People expect this for their connected cars. Are their cars patchable? Emma yesterday was talking about smart grid and smart electrical equipment is really vulnerable. So I don't want your government incentivizing solar panels or smart grid readers if they are going to increase attack surface to nation states later. So how coordinated are the edges of your industrial one? Does it include wind turbines and things, or is that a subsequent phase?
Really good question. I think, particularly with the industrial work, we are at that early stage. So I would say the scope is still fluid, right? I think as we move towards looking at specific government interventions and where government should focus, I think the scope will, focus on the areas of priority. I think, Peter and David talked about the low-hanging fruit, right? And in all contexts, I think we, as government, need to focus on where we can have the most impact, right? I mean, government, no matter how much money is behind cyber, as in any other policy area, has to choose where it directs its resources, which means that we can't always solve everything. But I would say, particularly on the industrial side, that is still something being shaped. So I think if anyone has views on how and where we could really, where our scope should be and where our focus should be, I think we are open to it. In terms of how joined up things are, I mean, I think there are specific pieces of legislation already existent in the UK which address security of specific IoT devices. So there are regulations from the MHRA, which is I'm going to have to remember this, but the Medicines Healthcare Regulatory Agency, I think it is, which specifically set out rules and security regulations for medical devices, both physical and software as a medical device as well. So, any new rules we're creating will reflect the fact that those obligations exist already and that we're not creating new competing obligations. The same applies for, there are regulations around smart electric vehicle charging and electric vehicle charging points, and also smart meters, so in the house energy meters, which sort of feed that information back to energy companies. So we are, as we're looking at all of this, very much staying joined up with the teams who are responsible both for the development and the implementation of that, to make sure that absolutely the UK's regulatory regime, when we're looking at these things, is not contradictory and is very much aligned.
And I will take some of your bait. I think one of the I like that you read these blogs. I like that there's increasing engagement with the hacker community. But to your point about people that professionally answer hot takes and quotes but don't know what they're talking about, even people that do know what they're talking about on topic A, we're seeing now that there's more engagement at the White House, there's more engagement in Congress, there's more engagement with NCSC, with standards bodies. People that were an expert in X are putting themselves off on an expert on ML or LLM. And do you have advice for how we're never going to regulate ourselves? We're too much of a motley crew of chaotic actors. But do you have any advice for us on how to identify signal and noise, or how to point out that someone might have invented XYZ, but they're factually completely wrong on this blog post about a White House national cybersecurity strategy? Do you have a suggestion of how to separate fact from fiction amongst our own experts?
I mean, I do think that from my experience of whenever you refer to the blogs and anecdotes and input that you're getting from a wide range of stakeholders, one of the key pieces of information we're looking for is just is evidence, and this kind of sense of, okay, because of course if data points and evidence that you can show that you can share, which backs up your opinion, of course, is much more impactful. And I think that it doesn't go very far on anecdote. Anecdote can, if it's really capturing, can go quite well, with particularly politicians who are looking to capture it. But when it comes down to the business end of delivering legislation and being part of that enforcement approach, evidence is always going to be the thing that differentiates you. So I think the more way you can share kind of quantifiable evidence in that space is the better.
Yeah. Maybe
it's difficult to see where agendas are, right?
Yeah.
So that again, sort of as an outside observer, as a neutral person, you could start to see where people were pushing certain lines that weren't objective and they weren't helpful. And what I found, and this is a general problem for all governments, and this is a call to action, which you guys have personally done, which is if you can work inside government to help these guys. I'm an engineer. There are no engineers really in government or parliament, and they rely on that knowledge. These guys are policy experts. That's their job, and I think to avoid that kind of less than neutral influence, it's nice to have engineers around. And that's, by the way, and I should give a shout out to the NCSC because they are absolutely amazing, and they have some of the best minds in the country, engineering minds, cybersecurity minds in the country, and they are there. They're kind of like the glue that sticks all the different cybersecurity stuff going on in different departments together. And so we're very, very, I guess, blessed in the UK to have that facility. But there's only so many of those people as well. So I would really, really encourage people to, if they can, to try and get directly involved and help out.
Yeah, I think I've had the sort of role of particularly the sort of policy civil servant described as you don't necessarily need to be the expert in the room, but your job is to bring the right people into the room, right? And make sure that conversation is happening. That means listening to industry and people with vested interests as much as it does security researchers. But our job is to make sure that we are creating a balance of those views and that we can understand where stuff is well evidenced, and also really where the balance is in terms of how any government intervention can affect different stakeholders.
All right, well, I guess to tie off this and then let you close out, a promise I made 10 years ago to a congressional staffer was I may not be the expert on everything, but I will connect you to the best expert who is most accessible to you, and we made that promise to journalists as well. And if you look at the person on stage, usually it's not necessarily the one that's going to be most helpful to you. So some of the most generous and helpful hackers don't have a big public personality, but we would make the same promise to you: is we'll always give you options that will be civically minded and accessible to policymakers if you ever have a topic.
Okay, so Josh rounded that one out. So I guess we should talk about how this is going to pan out. So we have another report coming actually on vulnerability disclosure, which will come out in November this year. So that's post advertising of this thing's coming in on April 29th, 2024. And it will be interesting to see whether there's been a reaction to our research window's closing right now, so we'll have the stats soon. But then what actually happens in practice, Charlie? I mean, is it going to be that the OPSS are deluged with reports? Are they going to pick out certain products? Like, how does it work in practice? What does 2024 May the 1st look like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I think part of the answer is that we don't know, right? I mean, I think there could be a massive influx of reports, which the OPSS will need to deal with. It could be more of a trickle in. I think even after the 12-week implementation window, there is going to be a sort of teething period, right? I mean, this is a new area of work for the OPSS. They are hiring new people to address it, but I don't think we necessarily do have a good sense yet of what the scale is going to be of the challenge. And that's one of the things that we're really working through during this implementation period. We're trying to make sure that obviously they have the skills required to actually to deal with these issues. But I think the question of resourcing and how much of a deluge is one that we're kind of going to have to see, to be honest. I think crucially for me, and the message that I'd probably want to really deliver in terms of what we should expect is, or what I hope we expect, is that a lot of people who are actively engaged in the security research community feel empowered to get in touch with them, empowered to identify where devices are not following these rules, because I'm confident that there will be many companies who, you know, whether due to ignorance or choosing not to look, won't be up to scale by the time that you know, by April next year. I think there will be good progress, but I think the security community are going to be key in making sure that those standards are driven even further. You know,
and this is going to be right across the world as well. I mean, like UK's first to the mark in terms of, like, you know, this is regulation, but all these different countries across the world are adopting it. We have Turkey, India, Australia, Finland, Singapore. You know, and that's just the UK sort of stuff, and the FCN. But obviously the NIST standards as well, 8259A, and all the work the brilliant work that's gone on in the US is collectively going to put the pressure on these vendors. So hopefully it will be a benefit for all humanity around the world, whichever country you're in.
And exactly. I think there's always a point about there's a concern that when you introduce a baseline that it becomes a ceiling quickly, and I think there is a collective ambition to make sure that the support, that how can we make sure this is seen as a baseline which then we can build on beyond that. And I think that we've tried very hard to make sure in the way that we drafted the legislation, the way that it was done, to kind of, so it's about transparency rather than about meeting in a closed book these baseline requirements and self-certifying. So like, I think that was why we've done that, and I think I'm hopeful for that, but I think there will be a challenge for us all to make sure that it goes down the right lines after April 24th.
I was going to make a joke about the British Empire covering 1/4 of the earth, but I won't do that. But realistically, you know, all of this, like, has come from the work of security researchers. Ultimately, like, you know, the outcomes, the good outcomes, really have come from this community, and that's why I just want to say a massive thanks as well to the Cavalry. Seriously, you know, what a great job over the past 10 years. I mean, you know, everybody who's contributed that into that in a tiny way, but particularly obviously Josh, Jen, Bo, everyone else who I haven't mentioned, you know, that collaboration and fighting for stuff like companies not acting like assholes on CVD. You know, it's you know, there'll be other areas and we'll have other fights to fight, and we should keep doing it because it works.
And it's a mutual admiration society, because until we get a validation and proof points outside the U.S., it's very hard to get traction even domestically. So you've been courageous and creative and tenacious, so thank you for making this happen.
All I can do is completely echo David's point, and also, again, can I just sort of publicly say just titanic thank you to David Rogers for everything that he's done, for everything, I think, because me just going to speak to organisations without someone like David, who also, when you're in a position in government or in the civil service and you have presented by a very impressive pitch about why your legislation is going to be decimated for any industry approach, and you're being lobbied, to have someone who can to call bullshit effectively, to say that's just not true, and have that level of credibility, and to be able to get to generously support people like us is incredibly valuable, and we can then take that partnership to make sure we can actually get something done. And just again to echo the point, you know, I'm a passionate advocate now for how can we bridge the gap between security researchers and policymakers. I think that we did something pretty cool in the UK, but also I think that I now in my new job at the OECD, I support countries across 38 member states, and like how can we? And I know that this is not a unique challenge. You speak to governments, all of those countries would say we have challenges, but how can we bring those relationships with security researchers? So very, very happy to continue to support that partnership as well. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think just very quickly, if I can, but from my perspective on, you know, I mean, we're talking about the next for the Cavalry in the next 10 years. I think we're sort of victims of our own success, right? I mean, I think we went through this whole process with the consumer IoT work, and now we're just going to have to do it all over again for enterprise, industrial, for AI, for software, for apps. There's any number of things which I think we now want to work with security researchers on.
But you'll have to wait and listen to that in DEF CON.
Well, exactly, we're out of time. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, please join me in thanking the British for coming. Thank you so much. So we are back here at 2 p.m. Pacific time. So go find lunch or not, and look forward to seeing you at 2. Very exciting reunion with our friends from FDA. So see you at 2. Thank you.
If anybody wants some Yorkshire tea, you can take some here. Property.
Exactly, property. You've got the real diplomatic advocacy for Yorkshire, don't you?
up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you can But I don't wanna miss whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, Some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me keep on moving on.
And we have speed. Good afternoon. We have a very special session of I Am the Cavalry. We are going to talk medicine, medical industry, medical devices, and we're going to talk about systemic change that has happened over the last 10 years. It is my privilege and delight to introduce Dr. Suzanne Schwartz from the Food and Drug Administration. Dr. Schwartz is nothing less than a national treasure who has, since late 2014, brought about more change as to communications between, I'll call it the hacker community, and .gov, federal bureaucracy, which has led to systemic changes in the FDA and other departments in the U.S. government. And so we couldn't be any happier to have Dr. Schwartz here to give a couple introductory statements, and then we have a vast team from the FDA here to also visit, so people will be spiking in and out. It's going to be very exciting, about 2 hours, so buckle up. Here we go. Dr. Schwartz.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and it's really an honor to be here. And yes, we did bring our entire posse, or almost our entire posse, with us from FDA because this is a special moment. It is the 10-year anniversary of the I'm the Cavalry work, and so we're here from FDA's Medical Device Cybersecurity team to celebrate this milestone with you. A little bit more just introduction in terms of context for me. Again, my name is Suzanne Schwartz, and I'm the director of the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation at FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health. And I have to say, I have to say that I struggled for quite some time to collect my thoughts for this session because of really the enormity of this topic. Where to begin, what is it that I want to cover, how to keep from rambling and going down various tangential paths, how to hold on to your interest and your engagement, and it isn't easy. It's, for me, much like kind of taking a stroll, walking in the woods and coming across these diverging trails, and each of one of those trails can take you down a very, very different direction. And yet, really, there is no right or wrong way to tell this story. So I resolved that to navigate along this journey for myself, reflecting over the past 10 years, I'd use the title of this session, Saving Lives in Healthcare, Trust, Teamwork, and Tangible Outcomes, which is really most befitting as that can serve as my compass, really orienting me by breaking the title down into separate, very manageable headings, if you will. So let's start with saving lives in healthcare. This is, for us, simply another way to state our mission at FDA, which is to protect and promote or advance the public health. And we do this through regulatory oversight of medical products. In our case, at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, this is specific to medical devices. And furthermore, we take what is called a total product life cycle, or TPLC approach, meaning that our responsibilities begin at the pre-market submission phase, and once we authorize a medical device to allow it onto the market, our regulatory oversight extends throughout the post-market for the entirety of the device's use life. So why is this important? Because a patient safety concern or a risk of patient harm may not necessarily manifest until years after a device has gone onto the market, despite meticulous pre-market review, which includes careful, thoughtful clinical considerations of what we call the benefit-risk calculus. And parenthetically, let me just add here that there is no such thing as a risk-free medical product. I don't know if that comes as a surprise to the audience, but it's important to state that, right? The key is for there to be a thorough vetting of risks, meaning we have to be able to, and the manufacturer needs to be able to identify what the risks are, to fully understand the implications of the risks to patient safety, and appropriately reducing risk to an acceptable level through different means, through different types of controls that may need to be designed into the product, or after the product's on the market, other types of controls to be put in place depending upon the environment. The public depends upon FDA to uphold these oversight responsibilities so that there is, in what we call regulatory or legal parlance, a reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. And any erosion in public confidence in the safe performance of medical devices can perilously lead to breakdown in the public's trust. And that includes all of our stakeholders, patients and their loved ones, caregivers, healthcare providers, and yes, security researchers such as yourselves. For more than 10 years now, security researchers have called attention to device vulnerabilities that they've identified, conducting impact and variant analyses, and at times announcing their findings at Black Hat and DEF CON, much to the dismay of the medical device industry, evoking consternation within the healthcare ecosystem and worrying patients who rely upon these devices for their health and well-being. To say that trust was fractured between device manufacturers and security researchers, and between security researchers and FDA would be a gross understatement. Trust simply didn't exist in those years leading up to 2013, 2014. I know, I was there. Much work would need to be done together to begin laying a foundation upon which trust could then be built. Reflecting back, there were so many facets to undertaking this challenge, but I think the common thread that runs throughout is starting from a place of empathy, active listening, creating space for hearing different perspectives, giving voice to the security research community with a deep understanding that indeed we seek a common goal to keep patients safe from harm. Yet FDA historically had not had any explicit authorities within the realm of cybersecurity of medical products we regulate. There was a lot, and I mean a lot, for us to learn and to delve into regarding our understanding of risks associated with cyber vulnerabilities identified in medical devices. We didn't even have a dedicated medical device cybersecurity team, let alone a program. We essentially stood up in 2013 a nascent effort within our emergency preparedness and response program, of which I was the director at the time, to start us off getting up to speed on cyber, even whilst our program was most accustomed to dealing with all other natural and human-made disasters, including chem, bio, rad nuke threats, infectious outbreaks associated with medical devices, and explosive events. Now we needed to drill down and learn what was happening across other parts of the US government on this front, including interacting with Department of Homeland Security, getting to know all of the great initiatives that were being launched out of NTIA and the Department of Commerce, NIST, Department of Defense, FTC, FCC, just to name a few of the various agencies for which various work streams were already happening or were well along the way in cybersecurity, for which we really had had no prior visibility. And this was what we needed to do in order to move from what had been, and what was really a very reactive posture, to a proactive stance. We needed to develop coordinated response plans, and while we were learning ourselves, we also needed to raise awareness within our own sector of healthcare and public health. Imagine trying to do all of that at the same time when you're first trying to really understand exactly the state of the ecosystem. To complicate things at a more macro level, the prevailing thinking at this time across the healthcare ecosystem, and therefore across the healthcare public health sector of critical infrastructure, was that these are theoretical vulnerabilities merely relegated to the hypothetical arena. No one would ever even dare to exploit these vulnerabilities and cause deliberate harm to patients. There was a palpable undercurrent of dismissing serious consideration of identified device vulnerabilities. And advances that would happen in this space clearly would have to occur through a mindset shift across the culture of the healthcare ecosystem. And that would necessitate baby steps. Or as Josh likes to say, you have to crawl before you walk, before you run. And teaming up with I Am the Cavalry empowered us to take those steps, developing what I've often called over the years a whole of community approach, engaging all of our stakeholders. Josh and Bo mobilized the security researcher community via I Am the Cavalry to meet with us at FDA on several occasions and to maintain open lines of dialogue so that together we did enable the culture to evolve and supporting one another to attain the common goal of safer medical devices where cybersecurity is not neglected. And so doing, we've experienced important, tangible outcomes along the way. Before my team actually comes up to introduce themselves and to fast forward then to the most recent tangible outcome, which was indeed years in the making, I want to first highlight some important milestones along the way that led us to the present, in which I Am the Cavalry has been our partner and collaborator. So while it's true that 10 years ago, I Am the Cavalry, I Am the Cavalry's anniversary, it's also FDA's anniversary of 10 years since 2013, when we were confronted with some issues around medical device cybersecurity, and initially issued our first draft pre-market guidance. In 2014, though, we convened our first FDA public workshop on medical device cybersecurity, and very much in the spirit of collaboration, of creating whole of community, of recognizing that everyone has a part to play, that there's shared responsibility here. This initial public workshop was co-sponsored by Department of Homeland Security, with whom we had already begun a fair amount of work, as well as with the what's now called the Healthcare ISAC, and then it was the NHISAC, the National Health ISAC. That occurred at the same time with our release of the pre-market guidance as final. That was our first guidance, really, on the pre-market management of cybersecurity medical devices. And it was there in 2014, certainly, that I have very clear memories of both Bo and Josh attending the workshop and being part of what was actually quite an amount of friction, tension within the room among various parties. In 2015, FDA issued its first safety communication on a cyber vulnerability of a medical device, specifically an infusion pump. And this vulnerability was discovered by a very prominent security researcher who, in years prior, I don't think he ever dreamed of having exchanges and interactions and working together with FDA. But we had really turned the corner. And in so doing, working together with this security researcher and as well as with the manufacturer, we did issue what, again, was the very, very first safety communication that called out a cyber-related vulnerability of a medical device. And I can remember to this day, although because I was sitting in my office at FDA on the White Oak campus, and I had not attended BSides or any of the hacker conferences, but because this was such a pivotal or transformative moment, I was patched in by phone, not by Zoom or anything, by virtually, but literally by phone into the room to talk about this moment, this release of the safety communication and what its implications were as far as the work that we take seriously in the area of medical device cybersecurity, and more than that, how much we value the security researcher community and the importance of what this community brings to as a contribution to the ecosystem in the betterment of public health and protecting patients. We're going to move along into 2016, and because we were definitely making progress with I Am the Cavalry and with the security researcher community, recognizing the importance of what additional information and understanding we glean at FDA from the work, the important work that's being done, we participated in a request for what was the Digital Millennium Copyright Act exemption, the DMCA exemption, for security research to take place on medical devices, again, with the driver, the motivation being protecting patients. And this also was in some ways another kind of inflection point in terms of being very public in recognition in a letter that was sent to Library of Congress that FDA endorses the exemption to the DMCA. And that really opened up a lot more opportunity for the kind of collaboration we were going to be having with the security research community. This is definitely coming back to building trust and understanding how to communicate in a way that we understand one another and that we are, empathetic towards where each party really is within the ecosystem and what our responsibilities are. Further in 2016, as we were kind of moving along from a policy perspective, we had issued first as draft and then finalized our post-market guidance on cybersecurity and managing cybersecurity of medical devices that are on the market. And I have to say that a lot of the approaches and the policy and the guidance was very much informed by the work that we were doing with I and the Cavalry, with the security researcher community collectively, in understanding exactly what was really within the art of the possible, how important it is to be able to identify vulnerabilities, assess them in a prompt manner, and deal with them in terms of reduction of risk, also in an expedient manner as possible. And all of that helped inform the approach from a policy perspective that we took for post-market. We, in addition, convened a public workshop with that guidance as well, and I know that my friends and colleagues here were very active participants on several panels and in discussions in that workshop that again helped inform the finalization of that guidance. A very integral piece of that guidance was the concept of coordinated vulnerability disclosure and the importance of having policies and processes in place that manufacturers should have as a best practice, as a recommendation, in order to ingest information around vulnerabilities, process, analyze that information, and then appropriately disclose that information. And that work was also further informed, by all of the NTIA initiative in which I and the Cavalry community was heavily involved in as well. One of the other pieces that kind of came out of our own learnings as we're kind of going through all of this journey, and I think this was 2016, although it may have been a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. We posted on our website a myth-busting fact sheet. And we did that because we kept on getting these queries from healthcare providers, as well as from people in general saying, FDA, we understand cybersecurity is optional. It's not, you don't have to have cybersecurity in medical devices. Also, providers were telling us that, or provider organizations were telling us that they are not permitted to provide updates or patches or fixes to identified vulnerabilities because that would decertify or invalidate the certification of a legally marketed medical device. And so gathering a lot of these myths, it was important for us to speak the truth and to provide that not only publicly on our website, but to further really arm the healthcare providers with those facts that they can take back to the manufacturers, and if they were having issues, to bring those challenges to us as well. But again, a lot of all of these activities and items that I'm mentioning, they don't happen in a silo. They don't happen in a vacuum. They're all informed by the learnings that the FDA team was, was going through, as well as the collaboration that we were doing with the entirety of the community, recognizing that, yeah, this is evolving. We're evolving along at the same time, and as we learn and as our, understanding of what the concerns are sharpen and become clearer, then we'll be able to address those even better. In the 2016 through 2017 timeframe, you also had what was a mandated requirement that was put into statute by Congress for HHS, the Department of Health and Human Services, to convene a task force that would study, do an appraisal of the healthcare systems, the healthcare sector at large from a cybersecurity perspective. And not only would it do that initial landscape analysis, but in addition to that, it would come up with a set of imperatives or recommendations that would then further strengthen and address the concerns, the exposed areas within healthcare that were drawing attention of Congress and others. And we at FDA, because we were heavily engaged on this really from the medical device side, were in a position to be able to nominate a subject matter expert to participate in this important task force. And it was clear to us that someone who is bringing recognition, subject matter expertise, and such respect from the security researcher community was really going to be critical to have on this task force. And Josh Corman served on this task force, which culminated in the issuance of a report in 2017. Much of the pieces within that task force that addressed specifically needs on the medical device side are ones that we have in some way, shape, or form undertaken further study of or further execution of as part of the work that we have continued to do. Moving right along, and so 2018, well, 2016, 17, I know I participated here as well in the summer, hacker camp, and it's always been great exposure for me and for members of my team. The members of the team then are different than the members of the team that I have with me here today, but we are a growing and a very, very strong team. 2018, as part of socializing the work that is being done on the FDA side and furthering to build trust with the Cavalry and security researcher community, we had the opportunity to provide support as well to the medical device hacking lab at DEF CON. And this was a small lab, and it would be an omission to not mention the fact that there have been medical device manufacturers who've really been on the leading edge and have really spearheaded much of the effort in medical device cybersecurity, who raised their hand and volunteered to bring their devices to that medical device hacking lab and to be very open towards having researchers, having hackers come and really try to penetrate, try to hack into these devices. This, was another real turning point for us, to the extent that my center director, Jeff Shuren, would go to different meetings among medical device manufacturers like AdvaMed, the trade organization, the MedTech meetings, and he would speak to the press, and he would say, when questions would come up around medical device cybersecurity, he'd say, my answer to you, to companies, is you need to hire a hacker. And hire a hacker became like really, the phrase of, that would appear in some of the press. But it just goes to show the capabilities that a community can rally together, can mobilize, and with the right motivation towards protecting patients, towards making devices safer and better protected, that you can really bring about transformative change. Now, I haven't even gotten to like the really, really big change yet, but this just just as a footnote shows you along the way how important it was for us to bring into our community of collaborators and stakeholders a group that we previously had no contact with in years prior. And this community became a very strong voice and an important voice as part of the work that we do in developing policy and in the day-to-day identifying of vulnerabilities, disclosing those vulnerabilities, and communicating them, to patients and to the public. In 2018, we released an updated version of our pre-market guidance. Remember the guidance I mentioned back in 2014? Well, obviously there's been so much evolution happening within the medical device cybersecurity space, and we were learning as we were going along that we had made a commitment internally to ourselves that this is not static, this is a dynamic area, and as we continue to learn, we're going to continue to raise the bar. And our expectations of manufacturers are going to be raised as well. And the contents of this 2018 guidance really reflected that. It reflected it in areas such as transparency, reflecting on the concept of what we called then cybersecurity bill of materials, but we were drawing from all of the work that had been done through NTIA on software transparency and a software bill of materials, recognizing that this, is a very critical aspect of being able to manage risk within medical devices. And there were many other parts, trust, transparency, and resilience were kind of the three legs of the stool that I talked about in terms of that particular guidance. And that was released as draft. We also convened a public workshop in early 2019 for discussion of this guidance. Again, using that kind of a venue for soliciting feedback, soliciting perspective on what's in the art of the possible, what's feasible, what's not feasible, aside from the public comment period that occurs every time a guidance goes out. It was important feedback that we received from really all stakeholders within the ecosystem, including the security researcher community, which we took into account and incorporated as we look to develop future guidances. We also, this isn't even in my notes, but I'm remembering it as I'm reflecting. We also issued in 2018 a medical device safety action plan, which incorporated within it a huge section on medical device cybersecurity. And in that section, we highlighted the importance of, not only the collaborative nature of what we were doing, but we were at that point already recognizing that there are going to be some areas, some gap areas where, the FDA probably needs to have explicit legislative regulatory authorities in order to require certain aspects of medical device cybersecurity. Coordinated vulnerability disclosure was one of them that we called out. Software bill of materials was another area that we called out. Another one was that, medical device manufacturers, in providing their pre-market submissions to the agency, need to be able to provide data and evidence to support that the device can be patched and updated and still function safely and effectively. So it was really drawing from everything that we were experiencing, both on the pre-market side as well as on the post-market side, with some of the challenges around legacy as well, that convinced us, compelled us in many ways to socialize this within the Medical Device Safety Action Plan. And this was, an important kind of also cornerstone document, because it is the first place where we talk about the fact that we are considering seeking these additional authorities, these additional requirements. What was really exciting in 2019, just to go back there for a second, is when we had our public workshop to review the 2018 guidance, we also announced the launch of the We Heart Hackers initiative. And we had spent quite a bit of time in the months leading up to the workshop and to this launch, working together with the Cavalry, working together with the medical device manufacturing community to identify manufacturers who were going to be courageous, who were going to be, willing to kind of, again, be leaders of the pack, and to also to raise their hand and indicate that, yes, they are going to provide, to bring their medical devices and systems to the conferences, to DEF CON in the summer, and that we'd be able to kind of create what became actually a makeshift hospital with these devices residing in different areas of the hospital, whether it's an ICU or an OR or a pediatric unit, to have the appropriate devices there, and for hackers to come in and to really, experience where these devices work, how they're supposed to work, and are they hackable. This was another kind of pivotal moment for us, especially since we had the strong support and backing of the FDA commissioner at the time, Scott Gottlieb, who announced this initiative in his opening remarks at the workshop, and who subsequently put it out on his Twitter feed for everyone to see that this was an important move for us to make. And indeed, it was quite an experience to behold Bo very much instrumental in really putting together this entire makeshift hospital that really brought, I don't even know how many people came through, but it was really very impressive. Throughout these years, we've also been privileged and honored to participate in the CyberMed Summits, which had its inaugural event in Phoenix, Arizona, back, I want to say, 2017, followed then by moving to San Diego, and then recently, in the past 2 years, we've had the addition of spring summits taking place in DC, which are very much policy-oriented because of the agencies in Congress and policymakers here. They deserve a really extra special call-out. This initiative, organized by two extraordinary esteemed colleagues, Drs. Christian Demeff and Jeff Tully, who really, in collaboration with the Cavalry, have brought a profound level of awareness and acute, tangible understanding to the clinician community, to policymakers, and industry in a way that had never been attained before. There's nothing like experiential learning, like sitting through a clinical simulation. For an adult anyway, there is nothing like that. And that is the way clinicians actually learn as residents or as medical students, and it has a lasting impact. So I look back on the years from 2013 to early 2020 as really kind of setting the table, really setting the table for monumental activities that were yet to occur. And that culminated in FDA's newly received statutory authorities as part of the December 2022 Omnibus. Yay! But you'll hear more about that soon. So to take us through these later years, I'm stopping deliberately, like right at the cusp, right at early 2020, because it marks obviously a very challenging time for this country, for the world, as we entered into the COVID-19 pandemic. And frankly, for me and the work that I do at FDA, at CDRH, which encompasses more than medical device cybersecurity, a lot of my attention actually needed to turn towards pandemic response as it involved medical devices, to the extent that I really couldn't be there to support the team and the team's work that had to continue with medical device cybersecurity, especially given that there were on the rise already a lot of healthcare cyber attacks occurring, and ransomware, and other types of software third-party vulnerabilities and things that needed to be dealt with. And we were also in the midst of trying to finalize a draft guidance from 2018 that was still in the works. So there was a lot hanging in the balance. And this is really, where my team comes in, and I there is no words really for me to express my appreciation for this team, for all the work that you have done. Because you took the ball, and kept it going and rolling, and you moved it to where we needed to go, and in a way that is just mind-boggling. I mean, it's really impressive. And I want to say again, and you'll talk about this a little bit, we did not have the omnibus then, so we still did not have authorities, and we had no appropriations. There was no team here. There were like 2 people, okay, managing medical device cybersecurity. 2 people. So with that, we're going to do this in a little bit like in shifts, because I do want to give Jessica Wilkerson a chance to come up here and talk a bit about, since she was the newcomer in February. You landed in FDA January 2000? January, but it was like, all right, see ya. But I would like you for also to give some perspective on the work that you had previously been doing through your work in energy and commerce, and that's how we initially met. And provide that perspective before you kind of move into the work at FDA, for which then also we'll bring up Matt and then Bo, and then we'll bring the 2 of you, our latest newcomers to the team.
Perfect. Yes, so as Suzanne said, I'm Jessica Wilkerson. I am currently a senior cyber policy advisor and the medical device cybersecurity team lead at the FDA, but back in 2013, I was a fresh-faced congressional staffer on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And Energy and Commerce, for those of you who don't know, is the House committee that has jurisdiction over healthcare. And so at the time, when I started with Congress, I was a secretary. I was answering mail. I was answering phones. But I had a computer science background, and there was just at the cusp, at the same time that FDA was really starting to see healthcare and medical device cybersecurity issues, so was Congress. And so I started to get pulled into more and more of the healthcare cybersecurity work at the United States Congress, to the point that eventually became my job. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm going to look at Josh, I think it was 2013 that we met.
January 7th of 2014.
Apparently it was January 7th of 2014. Might have been that close. Yes. But again, I had not been at Congress very long. I think I was maybe all of 23 years old. And I remember we had these little meeting rooms that were kind of off to the side. They were like glorified sitting rooms. And we met with Josh in one of them. It was me and the chief counsel for a telecommunications subcommittee at the time. And he started talking about something. I was like, what is it? And I kept looking at my chief counsel. I'm like, do you understand what he's saying? And he was essentially like, let's make nutrition labels for software. And this was right after Heartbleed. And my chief counsel and I were like, no, we're not doing that. And like, you're never going to convince anybody to do this. That's going to be way too expensive. The manufacturers are never going to go for it. Like, what about all of these, this, that, and the other thing? And that was Josh and I's first meeting. I think I also brought up Haskell at that time. I think I made a crack about how, I would also love everybody to be programming in only functional programming languages, but I'm never going to get that either. And so, it became a very interesting relationship because that was my introduction to Josh in a lot of ways. And what had started as this very contained conversation on what would become software bill of materials and my rampant skepticism that would ever become a thing, and here we are. But it became much more than that because at that time, I think even more so in a lot of ways than the FDA, Congress was not ready to accept the hacker community as a resource. If you needed somebody at Congress, you called a lobbyist, or you called, you called an established person who would get you their version of their expert, who would come in and tell you what the answer was. But what ended up becoming so valuable to me at Congress was I could call Josh or Bo and say, hey, I'm having this problem. I need to know about this thing. Who do I talk to? And he would give me somebody. And they wouldn't be a politician. They wouldn't be a DC type. They would be somebody who was a practitioner in the space, usually very unpolished, which I loved. Like, didn't know the bureaucratic speak, didn't know, like, the right phrases to use at the right times to sort of sell me on whatever it is they wanted. They're like, this is the way that it is. You should do this. And what that ended up leading to, in a lot of ways, one was we started coming up with good ideas of things that we should do. We started at the same time in a lot of the ways that FDA was, and this was due to I Am the Cavalry and the connections that Josh and others had been making. We embraced coordinated vulnerability disclosure. We started bringing together parties to have conversations on vulnerability disclosure, on legacy, on, I think we might not have done something on software bill of materials, but we started pulling these things into the work that we were doing because we had a foundation finally. We had people that we trusted, we had people that we could ask. And it really did, I think, accelerate, and it began to feed off of each other. I would take what Suzanne was doing at FDA and start to support it or build off of it at Congress. And I know that, for better or worse, I would send things to Suzanne at the FDA on behalf of Congress and essentially say, hey, congratulations, you get to do this now. Because we've decided that you're going to be doing this. But that give and take and that acceleration between Congress, between the FDA, was so important because usually those two groups are at loggerheads. They don't want to cooperate. The agency, Congress is telling the agency to do something that the agency doesn't necessarily want to do. The agencies are doing things that Congress rather they did not. But we had found this partnership, and not only that, we had found a shared group of resources in not only the hacker community, but the community that the hacker community had created, if that makes any sense. So they kept touching different people within the industry and bringing them into this group of trusted network that began to be created. And it meant that, sort of, and actually, if everyone will indulge me, I'll tell a story. So one of the first roundtables that we had, that became my thing, was on coordinated vulnerability disclosure, and we brought together representatives from the medical device manufacturer community, and I want to say the automakers, with hackers. We put them in a room together, no press, no Congress people, it was just them. I think we did like 2 hours. Everybody had a conversation, we left. And then I guess a couple months later, two of the representatives ended up on the phone together. Didn't know they were going to end up on the phone together. But there was a hacker who needed to disclose a medical device vulnerability to a medical device company. And the conversation started out very frosty because the medical device company was like, who are you? I don't want to listen. This is not, to Suzanne's point, of the medical device manufacturers did not want to be dealing with this. But they recognized each other's voices. These two people who had been at this round table recognized each other's voice and was essentially like, is that Colin? They're like, yeah. Is that Jen? Yeah. And suddenly the entire conversation and the tenor of the conversation had changed because the trust was already there. These two already knew each other and could have that approach, and it became a very successful collaboration. It became something that ended where we wanted it to. It was a successful coordinated vulnerability disclosure. And that would not have happened had the work not gone in previously to establish those relationships and establish that basis of trust. And so I can tell you, I'll start moving into some of the other things that I've done, because I worked to Congress to about 2018, spent a year in the private sector with the Linux Foundation, and then went to the FDA in early 2020. And Suzanne is not kidding when she says that it sort of ended up being something of a handoff, where I remember I came in, the pandemic had started to brew, because it was December 2019 when the temperature started to climb in terms of, this is going to be something. I onboarded on my birthday, so it was into January, came in like, hey, what do you want me to do? Like, what? Here I am. I finally arrived. And they're like, we don't know. Like, good luck. We'll see you when we see you. Like, we gotta deal with this other thing. And my 5th week at FDA, we had a major cybersecurity vulnerability in medical devices. It was several hundred medical devices impacted with an incredibly serious medical device vulnerability. And I was just, we had to figure it out. And so, but the thing was, the work that had been done previous to my arrival at the FDA meant everybody was already kind of prepared. We could call up the press team and they're like, oh, you got another cybersecurity vulnerability? All right. And they kicked it into gear. And we started talking to the people who, we call them the reviewers, the people who actually look at the files and to make the determinations of safety and effectiveness and so on. And they were prepared for it, and they kind of knew what they were doing. And Matt was really instrumental for that for me, and you'll hear from Matt later. But the framework was already there. So even though we had several hundred medical devices impacted by an incredibly serious cybersecurity vulnerability, in 2 weeks, I don't know if any of you have ever tried to get the government to do anything in 2 weeks. We had put out a safety communication essentially saying, this is a serious concern, here's the set of recommendations, here's what you do. And we had coordinated with so many different people. We were coordinating with the foreign government, we were coordinating with the security researchers who had found the original vulnerability, with the Department of Homeland Security, with the HHS, and it happened because of what had already been established. And so, I don't know if you want to bring up Matt now or later, but we can sort of talk about 2020 to when we get the omnibus. But it became something where, again, so these were the two. It was me and this guy.
Yeah, that's it. The dynamic duo. Right. It's what I called them. To our center director. It's like, yep, there they go.
Yes. So our cybersecurity budget from 2020 to 2023 was $500,000. Mm-hmm. And I was half of that.
That's right.
I was half of that budget.
And part of that you were also detailed.
And then part of it I got borrowed by the White House for a year, which thrilled FDA to no end that they were paying to have me go work for someone else. But
at least I negotiated half.
It's true.
Okay?
She did. She won the argument with the White House. So good.
Right.
Thank you. Yes, but no, it became something where, I got to FDA and while there were certainly some stumbling blocks of FDA as a federal agency, there's ways that they do things that I was not familiar with. I will tell you that Congress is usually a huge fan of just ignoring the rules that they make everyone else follow. So when I was with Congress, I called whoever I wanted. I sent people emails whenever I felt like it about whatever I felt like. And with FDA, it was a little bit different. You got to talk to some people, make sure you've checked all the various boxes. But we could take the foundation of what had been established and start driving it forward. We didn't have to have the conversation with medical device manufacturers that cybersecurity was important, because they already knew that. They might not have believed it, or they might not have been willing to fully accept it into their hearts in the way that we wanted them to. But for, I think at that point it would have been 6 or 7 years, they had been hammered over and over again by FDA, you have to do this. If you would like to sell medical devices in the United States, you have to do this. So I got to come in and say, you already know you have to do this. Let's talk specifics, and let's go even further. Let's talk about legacy devices. Let's talk about old, outdated, unsupported things that we know are still in use but can't be updated, really can't be protected. We talked about that. I spent 3 years, for those of you who know the Health Sector Coordinating Council, working with a group of about 65 organizations to come up with a big what do we do about legacy devices report. And we also did it internationally. Another member of our team who isn't here led work on that internationally. And so the sheer amount of work that was done on that, we did something on vulnerability communications about how do you communicate to patients, because cybersecurity can be incredibly frightening to a patient. If you tell somebody your device can be hacked, well, that's horrifying. What do I do? Do I need to go get the device removed? Do I need to stop using the device? And so we've been able to, from this foundation of medical device cybersecurity is important. Medical device cybersecurity is patient safety. You do not have a safe device if you do not have a cybersecure device. And I didn't have to rebuild that conversation. That conversation had already been built because of what Suzanne, I am the Cavalry, had already done. And so I will talk a little bit about my White House stuff and then kick it to you. So I came in 2020, I think it was summer of 2021, sounds right. When I went so they established the Office of the National Cyber Director. Right. Some of you may have heard from some of the ONCD staff who are here. I got requested to go what's called a detail to ONCD, where essentially you get borrowed by another federal agency. FDA had the joy of continuing to pay my salary while I was working 50% of the time for a different branch. But one thing that was amazing to see and amazing to experience at ONCD was FDA was one of the few federal agencies who had such a strong cybersecurity program that we were 10 steps ahead of a lot of our federal agency partners, where a lot of them were sort of saying, like, we don't have any authorities, we don't really understand how this fits into our authorities, we don't really understand how to approach this. We got to be like, well, would you like our guidance? Would you like our medical device safety action plan, which includes our cybersecurity requests? Would you like our requests to Congress for the past 5 years of please give us explicit cybersecurity authorities? To the point that we were briefing other agencies on our process to how to respond to vulnerabilities, to how to respond to incidents, because we'd done it and we'd shown that it worked. And we'd shown that we could work with our medical device manufacturer community, which was a huge part, because a lot of these agencies were convinced that their regulated entities would never play ball. Like, we're never going to get them to do this. So a lot of them were a little bit afraid of trying. I got to sort of say, and I got to be the representative to point to the fact that, well, we did it, which means you can probably do it. Maybe not in the same way, but there's precedent for it. And it just was an amazing experience to really be there and be able to put medical device cybersecurity on the White House agenda, and make sure that it was getting brought up to the first national cyber director. We got to have a big meeting where we brought in 10 healthcare CEOs to meet with the national cyber director and the Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services to talk about how important healthcare cybersecurity was. And again, none of that would have been possible had we not done the work, had we not had the receipts, so to speak, of like why medical device cybersecurity and healthcare cybersecurity was so important. And that really started in 2014 with a lot of the work that they did. But
Sure. I'm Matt Hazlett. I'm the cybersecurity policy analyst in our Office of Product Evaluation and Quality. So I'm the only member from the FDA team here that is not in Suzanne's office. I created a position in...
But you're adopted.
Right. I'm very closely work with them. There's a lot of dotted lines on my org chart. but I created my position in the Office of Product Evaluation and Quality, which is our pre- and post-market review offices, as I saw an opportunity to try to further strengthen and build consistency in how we were addressing cybersecurity in the pre- and post-market arenas. I started in our pacemaker and defibrillator review group. So I started out reviewing. Back in 2015, 2016, got involved in uncoordinated vulnerability disclosure processes. So I was on a very steep learning curve. Quick aside, I was assigned that task because I was working from home for the first time, one of the first times, and I forwarded the Reuters article to my boss at the same time she was given the report internally, which was me demonstrating interest, and then my entire career changed. So be careful what articles you forward at work. This one had a happy ending so far, but be careful what you forward. So that kicked off really me coming up to speed in cybersecurity work very quickly, working with the people in FDA that were tapped in on cybersecurity, working with Suzanne and Seth and Brian Fitzgerald, the MITRE colleagues that we had working with us at the time, really coming up to speed very quickly and learning cybersecurity through bad security. Basically honing my gut based off of, well, they said this is bad. I now know that's bad. What's good? Will someone tell me what that is? But essentially through that process got very involved in a lot of our post-market vulnerability disclosures, started getting involved in some of our policy development efforts from the lessons learned from everything that we were seeing at that time. So working on the 2018 guidance, the revision for the 2022, building in a lot of that review experience and the lessons learned that we were getting from the different review offices, whether that was the pacemaker space, the diabetes space, insulin infusion spaces. We were seeing a lot and learning a lot and starting to be able to figure out what really we needed to see. And that really starts to show itself in terms of the level of detail. I think the 2014 guidance was 9 pages. I think the 2018 was 18 pages. And then I think we're at like 47 for the 2022 draft. So it definitely started to have more depth in terms of what we were looking at. I was asked to start what we call our cybersecurity focal point program. So we have focal point programs in different review disciplines across the review offices. The first one was biocompatibility. We have one in electromagnetic compatibility. So areas where the agency wants to have greater consistency in how we're approaching a particular review discipline. I started to lead the cybersecurity group, started forming loosely in 2019. I quickly saw that it was a full-time job, so that was how my position became created in OPAC. To really start focusing on really trying to build out consistency. So the reviews that were taking place in 2014, 2015 may have been more of a checklist exercise of are the elements from the 2014 guidance present, to then what we started to focus on as we started seeing more and more post-market issues was incorporating those learnings into our pre-market reviews of those various device spaces and really starting to try to build the consistency of not only what we were seeing in areas with post-market vulnerability disclosures, but also feeding that in across the board to the areas that hadn't gotten the attention of the research community. How do we get ahead and start preventing things? Sure.
So it may be helpful to give some examples of sort of what we mean when we say pre-market is people coming in looking to get approval to actually be able to sell things legally in the United States. Post-market is you have been given approval, now there's an issue, what do we do? And so what we started doing is that in the post-market side of the house, we were seeing issues. We didn't want to see them come up again. We didn't want to be reviewing for the same problems. So how could we put something into the pre-market so that then you couldn't pass the FDA approval process without having addressed the concern? So I'll start with the first one I can think of, and then I think you can give some examples. So here's a relatively recent one. This one was from 2021. Ransomware, huge problem. We all know that ransomware is a huge problem.
What?
Who knew? We had been thinking for a long time our nightmare scenario was remote multi-patient simultaneous harm. So essentially that like you were going to have all of one type of medical device, quote unquote, hacked at the same time. And that was our nightmare. We had been waiting or expecting to see in these ransomware incidents that ransomware was actually going to reach the device and was going to start locking up the device and denying patient care. We saw that happen to a little bit of a degree in WannaCry, but not to the extent that we were sort of waiting to see. Well, 2021 happens. We have a medical device manufacturer who gets hit with ransomware on their corporate network, so not on their device network, if you want to think of it that way. And we're like, all right, well, that's very unfortunate for them, but not necessarily a patient safety impact. So we don't necessarily do anything yet. And then we start hearing things, and I think actually both of you called me separately. And I'm like, hey, you really need to look into this. So I grudgingly start looking into it, and they were right. We absolutely did, because what had happened is that there had been a design decision made that the devices in the hospital environments were 100% dependent on a customer-facing cloud in the manufacturer's environment. So when they took the entire environment down to remediate, none of those devices could communicate to the cloud, and they couldn't get any of the information that they needed to actually treat patients. So now we had denial of patient care because of what had happened. And so for the example of sort of the point that we're trying to make of what? It was a while. Yeah, it was longer than we would have liked. We said, okay, now we know that this is a problem. Now we know denial of care based on network inavailability is a problem. And we started putting into the review process, and Matt can talk to this more. Essentially, like, if you're going to have a device that's dependent on a remote capability, part of the review is going to be explaining to us what happens and how your device continues to operate safely and effectively when that network connection goes away.
So what we start looking at is, based off of our existing policy, do we have a thread to be able to ask and highlight a particular area of concern? So we've done some reevaluation of what was in the 2014 guidance, and we have a lot of really good hooks to ask more information in that guidance. While it's high level, it actually addresses a lot. So we start to be able to look at some of those resiliency and availability considerations. So those are now baked into our review practices of being able to look for, are there connection dependencies to network, to Bluetooth devices, to cloud interfaces, and how are devices designed to address those dependencies in the event that the connection does down? Does the device fail safely? Does it fail securely in a way where you're still continue to have acceptable levels of device operation in response to that? So that really is how we continue to try to learn from what's happening in pre-market, from post-market, and start feeding that into our pre-market considerations. Should probably get to Fedora.
Oh yeah, we should talk about the omnibus. It's very important. A little bit. So Fedora, sometimes referred to as Patch, is the Food and Drug. We just looked at this Food and Drug Omnibus Reform Act. Was the specific part of the omnibus that added additional authorities or additional requirements onto FDA, and it included, after 5 years, half a decade of asking every year for Congress, explicit cybersecurity regulatory authorities. Because here's the secret, not a secret, we told everyone this for a long time, of FDA. We were reviewing for cybersecurity under what is known as our general safety and effectiveness principles. So our mission is safety and effectiveness of medical devices. we said, and this was Suzanne, cybersecurity is part of that. We said cybersecurity, you cannot have a safe device if you don't have a cybersecurity device.
And the QSR also.
And the QSR, the Quality System Regulation, which is the overarching framework for how FDA and medical device manufacturers ensure safety and effectiveness across the board. But there was still arguments that we would have with medical device manufacturers and others about, well, you know, yes, there's a cybersecurity issue, but it's hypothetical, or it doesn't actually pose a safety risk. And there was not a gap exactly, but there was a very strict connection that would have to be made between a cybersecurity thing that we wanted and safety and effectiveness, because that was where our authorities were coming down from. We had to say this was a safety and effectiveness issue in order to really drive it forward under what we were doing. And we weren't wrong, but it was a long conversation, and it was longer than we wanted, and it was more often than we wanted. We would have to go back. Matt's review folks would essentially start having these conversations with the manufacturers. You need to do X, Y, Z to shore up your cybersecurity, and they'd say, well, do we? And so the difference that came in Fedora and Patch and the Omnibus for us is it explicitly says, and we really cannot overstate how important and how impactful this is going to be for us, and I think in a lot of ways already has been. You must have reasonable assurance of cybersecurity in your device. By law, you must have reasonable assurance of cybersecurity in your device. We get to look at it on the pre-market side. You have to prove to us before we even will give you legal marketing authority that this device has a reasonable assurance of cybersecurity. And it's got a few different elements. You probably can rattle them off better than I can.
Yeah.
So I'll let Matt talk to them. But it really is. We try to make sure that folks understand we were reviewing for cybersecurity. We had an incredibly robust cybersecurity review process. But this is an acceleration. This is such a strengthening of everything that we were able to do before, and it's going to be the next 10 years of what we're able to do and what we're able to accomplish. But if you want to talk a little bit more about.
Sure. So with the authorities, we were given the ability to review pre-market submissions for devices that have connectivity to be able to look for post-market plans for making updates, for addressing vulnerabilities and incidents, being able to review pre-market documentation for whether there's a reasonable assurance that the device and related systems are cyber secure. That's a really fundamental new aspect to being able to review against for the explicit aspect of cybersecurity. And the third main element is the software bill of materials. So we have these new authorities that really give us a lot of ability to be able to look at greater details and really look under the hood at what devices are, how they're designed, how they're able to ensure cybersecurity, and how that's going to be maintained throughout the total product lifecycle for the device. So in terms of implementing those aspects, we've made training available for over 1,000 review and management staff to be able to consistently look at the different documentation deliverables and assess whether those provide a reasonable assurance that the device is cyber secure. And we've been able to build this out as a program where we'll be able to iterate on these processes throughout future guidance updates. So we have kind of our ground structure fully laid out and built for the implementation of these authorities, and we're just going to continue to evolve and mature that program as we go forward, and also look at where else how else we'll be looking at these authorities as we go on. So the requirements around making available post-market updates, making sure manufacturers are delivering on those updates, and following those plans and processes are all things that we're going to be looking to make sure are captured, making sure that coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs are stood up and being used and monitored so that cybersecurity issues are more timely addressed and more routinely addressed throughout the life cycle.
Yeah, and I think, I know we want to bring Bo up as well, but I think maybe the one thing that we haven't talked about that has certainly become my life lately is, we are seeing, and I think this is where the security research community, the next iteration of I Am the Cavalry, or whatever the I Am the Cavalry becomes, can really become part of the evolution and the strengthening and the advancement of where we plan to head. One, as you heard, we have these new authorities that the device has to remain secure over the security lifecycle, which it already did, but now we can very explicitly point to that. And if there are issues, we can now point to law that says that they have to be addressed. And so, 10 years ago, we had people coming to us and saying, hey, here's a security vulnerability. We'd like to see it closed. Please, continue to do so. Continue to come and tell us about it. And even, more so than that, we have seen more and more cyber incidents that are impacting medical devices and medical device delivery and healthcare delivery in general. And that's another area that we are strengthening what we're doing and trying to get faster, better, more effective at how we respond and how the sector responds. But it's an area where, the role of the security research community, like it has played over the last 10 years, can really play in the next 10 years, is help us understand how we get ahead of this problem, how we continue to strengthen the sector to the point that we see less of these, or they last less time, or they have less impact. Because of course, I would love to get to the point where we can have a medical device cybersecurity incident that we're just not worried about, because the devices are designed resiliently. We know that it's only going to last a couple of hours to a day or 2 days, and everybody knows the steps and what they're going to do to respond. We're not there yet, but I think over the next 10 years, we're going to definitely try and get there, and we definitely would want all the help that we can get in figuring out what that's going to look like. But do we want to bring Bo up?
Yeah. Thank you both. Bo, why don't you come up and join us? And it'd be great if you could share your perspective on all of the the work that you've been involved in as part of this entire effort. It'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So we've been talking about 10 years of successes with I Am the Cavalry, with the FDA and others. And Suzanne and Jessica in particular took you back to 2014. But I'll wind back the clock another decade almost. I started my career working for a healthcare provider. And one day, the organization got hit with some kind of a network worm. I don't even remember the name of it at this point. The authors of the network worm got eventually arrested and extradited to the U.S. and probably still in jail. I don't know. But it affected our servers the first day. And the second day, I got a call from the natal intensive care unit from some doctors there who said, hey, our fetal heart monitors are down. This is the thing that makes sure that the often premature babies is able to get the care that they need when they need it, in real time. It makes sure that the doctors, the nurses, the clinicians, everybody knows what is going on with that patient. And basically every 15 minutes, those monitors were rebooting. So like, hey, look, I know you just work on like computers and stuff, but like I heard that some of these medical devices are computers, and every time this thing boots up, I see a Windows screen. Like, can you help us? It's like, well, I'll do what I can. So I ended up calling the manufacturer, and the manufacturer just basically said, hey, look, really sorry, but it's a medical device. We can't change it. I'm like, yeah, but I'm just asking you to get the malicious software off of it. It's already changed. They're like, yeah, hands are tied. the FDA, they're the baddies here. They told us that we can't put any updates on it or affect it, or it'll take away our certification. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's a lie, because I used this thing called Google, and I found on the internet where I think it was 2003, you guys put out a communication that said specifically updates are safe. They don't affect your certification status. So like, I don't know, man. I'm just reading from my script. It's frontline help desk. Like, I don't know what to tell you. So I was like, all right, well, that kind of sucks. So went and worked with the administrator of the hospital, and got a justification to go and fix the problem. So what that looked like was using the same exploit that the malware used. I hacked into all of these. It was about 8 or 10. Hacked into these medical devices, dropped the patch, killed the malware, rebooted the box, and it stayed up. And the doctors were able to get back to doing the thing that they did. The nurses were in there monitoring the patients and saving lives. And I think that that it's a testament to how far we've come in this industry that I don't think any medical device maker would try to pull that today.
They'd have a very bad time if they did.
They would, because I know who to call, right? To call them to set their record straight in no uncertain terms. And throughout that journey from whenever that was, I don't even remember, 2005, 6, 7, something like that, until now, we've made a lot of progress. I say we very inclusively, because I think Susanna met you at an Atlantic Council thing in like 2013, and we'd just started doing I Am the Cavalry, and I remember that it was you, and who was the other guy that was there? No, it wasn't Brian. It was.
It wasn't Seth, was it?
No, it wasn't Seth. It was
Nick
Thacker. Yes.
Yeah, Nick Thacker.
So I remember we were sitting on like opposite sides of a square round table, which is a thing, and just the openness and inquisitiveness that you guys had to all of this. Like, hey, look, we don't know everything. Turns out this is one of those areas we've got to get better at, so we want everybody's help to get better. I was like, this is really refreshing. This is cool. Is this what government people are like? Little did I know. And it was really great to start those conversations then, to start building that trust. And as security researchers at Black Hat, at DEF CON, at BSides, we're having these discussions about vulnerabilities that they had discovered and the lack of responsiveness from the medical device makers, to see the FDA kind of step up and say, like, it's not okay to have these things be perpetuated. We've got to do something to fix it, and take a stand. I think if it hadn't been you in that seat, if it had been somebody else, they would have just been like, yeah, I mean, medical device makers know a lot about making medical devices. I don't know a lot of hackers who know a lot about making medical devices. We're just going to like stick with the party line. But I think, for all of the success criteria and the reasons why I Am the Cavalry has worked, empathy, understanding, building trust, listening, I think you have those same things. And I wish that there could be a Suzanne in every agency. There is not yet, but there are a lot more Suzanne-like folks at agencies today than there were 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and I'm very happy for that. To be able to do that, I mean, we didn't even talk about. I worked at the FDA for a year, not on Suzanne's team, on another team. Going back even farther to 1974, the Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act, where part of that act is like, hey, look, you have to build medical devices in a sterile environment, a clean room, like make sure that they're not infected. Well, what happens if medical devices have software? Like wipe down the keyboard? Like, I don't know. how do you have a sterile programming environment? Like, that's kind of not a thing. And to be able to then, part of my job was to translate the 1974 Act into modern standards of development. And what was really cool is being able to, we had a handful of medical device makers that came in. Some of them were better than others, more advanced and, or I'll say more in tune with modern software development practices. And then to be able to take and build on some of the work that Suzanne and Jessica and Seth, Nick had done, Brian Fitzgerald too, had done, was really powerful to just take that and port that into what was going to be a new pathway to market, and to talk to medical device makers who, some of them didn't even think about security when they were designing their devices. Surprisingly, some of the ones who didn't think about security, when we started talking with them, like, oh yeah, how do you design software without doing that? It's like, have you heard of software bill of materials? They're like, no, what's that? And I explained it to them. They're like, oh yeah, of course we do that. Everybody does that. Because they're like a little startup, right? And they looked around at their colleagues, big, huge medical device makers. And the medical device makers, the other ones were like, you can't do that. It's impossible. Like, what? This is like the complete opposite. But I think that's symbolic of the transition that's being made in healthcare and medical devices. And I don't know, I don't want to ramble on too much because I know we want to flip it. So maybe I'll take the opportunity to set up a pivot, which is, this has been a success story working with the FDA. Not every industry has an FDA. And as we've talked about in this track for a couple of days, some of them are lack a lot of the things that healthcare and medical devices have. In the absence of a Suzanne at every regulatory agency, how can we take this blueprint and make it more successful? Is it even possible to do that? Or how can we take the lessons learned and build on those to make other industries, help them come along maybe more quickly because they have a roadmap to follow, and to overuse a tagline, to make us all safer sooner together. So back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. I want to give my two team members who haven't had a chance to get up here and introduce themselves as well. One of the things we talked about on the omnibus is the additional authorities. We also got appropriations that allowed us to not only expand our team, and we have two recent members that have joined the team, but also to really create more of what now is a sustainable program in medical device cybersecurity. And so start with you, Monroe, because I think you've been with us a little bit longer, and then Arvin, and you could just introduce yourself, provide some background. You have an interesting story as well in terms of how you came to us. And what is it that, so I'm going to pose a question to each of you as well. Given, that you've come in the more recent time, what is it that you, if you could have your greatest wish, what you aspire for in terms of where you want to see things going? And knowing the current state, what would that look like? What would that be?
Yeah, awesome question. Yeah, so I think actually this week, as we talk about anniversaries of both I Am the Cavalry, of the FDA program, I think this week is actually my 1-year anniversary at the FDA. So good to be there. Thank you. But yeah, I kind of came from an interesting experience of coming to medical devices and medical device cybersecurity. It all started as an undergrad student, bored in the summer. That can lead to a lot of good things and can lead to a lot of bad things sometimes when you're a bored undergraduate student in the summer. But I had the opportunity to work with a professor who was doing research on medical devices and consumer products. And so we were doing physiology studies, and I think I kind of had that technical brain somewhere as I was working with them. I was like, there's a lot of potential security and privacy problems with these devices. And so I think that just kind of planted the seed in my brain. And so I had always been kind of interested in policy and medicine and that technical side. And so as I was trying to figure out what to do after undergrad, I said, where do those worlds emerge? And so I ended up in public health, of having that perspective of helping people working in the healthcare sector, but also thinking about policy, bringing those things together. So I ended up in a public health program, and as I went through graduate school, I kind of kept being interested about this technology side. So I ended up working for a contracting company and worked a lot with military healthcare facilities. I ended up going to HHS and worked in the Chief Technology Officer's office for a while, working on digital health issues, and even had a little bit of a side jut over to the Forest Service to work on policy issues. But throughout this entire time, there's always kind of that medical device aspect, at the back of my brain of that such an interesting area where you impact patient lives every single day, and it has all these different challenges that all merge kind of in one nexus. And so I eventually ended up at CISA, where I worked in the National Risk Management Center and got to work not only on healthcare issues, but kind of critical infrastructure issues as a whole, and do a lot of interesting risk analysis there. So I really enjoyed that experience of kind of honing the craft of thinking about healthcare as critical infrastructure. And I think some of my CISA colleagues probably got annoyed after a while if I was still always interested in medical devices. So I remember in one situation we were going on a little side tangent here. We had some extra time, and so we were proposing some projects on thinking about critical manufacturing and raw materials, and they're like, great, that's a perfect topic, go down that path. I was like, but what if we think about it in the context of medical devices? And they're like, oh my goodness, like, what are we gonna do with you? And so there was always kind of that thread of being interested in health technologies that I had. And so when my time at CISA came up, I was nearing the end of my graduate program, and grad school is a product of a really good cyber workforce training program, the Cyber Corps program, Scholarship for Service, that's run out of the National Science Foundation. So I had the opportunity to kind of be this weird person of being trained in public health as a graduate degree, but also having that kind of Cyber Corps side of being a potential future leader in cybersecurity. And so kind of as I was in that role, I ended up, through some connections, coming to the FDA as a fellow. And this is a lesson to all students. In the first 5 days I was at the FDA, at the end of the week they asked me, would you like to interview for a job here? So I had barely even been there for a few days, but they really spoke to the interest that I had to the topic, and and I could immediately see within those 5 days of the team that I was working with and the people that were here at the FDA. So I never ended up leaving. I ended up staying at the FDA, but it was a really good experience. And I think I'm kind of a child of two different truths, of one being that medical device cybersecurity and healthcare cybersecurity as a whole, is really a product of having multidisciplinary people involved. So whether it's physicians, public health practitioners, engineers, attorneys, all the other people that are involved. And so I think that's kind of the village people of the FDA team, but also an example of cybersecurity as a whole. But really kind of appreciated that truth. If I came from that background of being interested in those different areas, and that really becomes an asset when we think about dealing with patients in these impactful kind of topic areas. And I think the second truth is how impactful engaging and having mentors and going to events like this can be. I don't think Josh or Bo know this, but the way I got to the FDA was through a CyberMed Summit. One of my professors, it was at one of my professors said, you should go to this event. And so I went and got to meet some different people. And I eventually met Kevin Fu, who was working at the FDA at the time. And he said, why have you not worked here yet? And so it was just one of those examples of where I wouldn't be at the FDA because of an I Am the Cavalry event. And so I think it's a good example of kind of how those things, not even just when we talk about the really substantial impacts of thinking about legislation and policy, and the impact that both the FDA and I Am the Cavalry has made in those spaces, but also that small impact you make with individual people. Of that student that walks up to you after an event, you may spark that interest in them, or you may have that opportunity that's just perfect for their perspective or for their skills, their expertise area. And so I think that's a good example as we kind of celebrate the I Am the Cavalry of where you can kind of not only bring your different perspective, but also kind of facilitate that growth in others, and have that next generation of both the cyber workforce and kind of leaders in public service. So yeah, that's kind of my deal, and I'll pass it over to my colleague Arvin, who can.
I just want to say, I mean, I love that. I love that story, and I should say, and we also know gems when we see them. Okay, so not everybody gets a request for an interview after 5 days.
A unique scenario, certainly, but I think those gems are in many other places. So if you know how to look for them and identify them and take action when you see them, I think is the lesson we probably learned from that. But yeah,
don't let it be 5 days. Hi everyone, my name is Arvin Iskandarni. I was honored to be join this beautiful team at about 10 months ago. So I'm very, very new to FDA and also to the healthcare. My background is computer engineering and electrical engineering, and I was working for Patent and Trademark Office for 14 and a half years, where I was out of college. 2008 I started Patent Office, and I was working purely on networks and networking applications. And then my wife at the time, she was working at FDA. My brother-in-law later on joined FDA. And I was seeing these two very enthusiasts in medical devices and all that. So in 2010, I decided to come to FDA. And obviously, I wasn't successful. I wasn't in the gym yet. So I went back to school, got my master's. During the end of my master program at GW, I saw a very, very big need in cybersecurity in the patent office. And that's how I entered patent in cybersecurity field. And I was working on pure networking applications, and then all the cryptography stuff that came in, all the AI stuff that started to pour in. And later on in 2015-16 timeframe, all blockchain stuff came in, and I was one of the few people who knew what blockchain is and how that works. So a lot of applications came to me in blockchain stuff. And excuse me. Fast forward to 2020 when the pandemic hit, and we all started working from home, and I'm working on this table, my wife is on the other side, and she's working 17, 18, 19, 20 hours a day working on this new COVID test stuff. And first EUA that came from, of course she was the manufacturer at that time, she was at BD company. And this COVID test that they were developing, an EUA for that, and I see her so eager and so passionate about what she's doing. I said, this is the time. I need to get out of here and do that. It's a pandemic time, and I'm not doing anything in public health. So, I issued over 1,200 patent applications just to make companies richer. So no impact on public health whatsoever. So again, fast forward in 2022, I had the privilege of joining this team thanks to Linda, our boss. And in October of 2022, I switched to FDA, and since then it's been wonderful. I've been working with this wonderful Jessica, Matt, Suzanne, and Afton, and Monroe.
And our colleagues back at home.
We have two colleagues at home. Yes. We have Lisa, who joined after me, and Tolly, who has been with FDA for a very long time. She was the lead reviewer, and now she's with us. So it's been a great journey, and keep learning. And part of stuff that I'm working on and passionate about, it's the artificial intelligence and effects of artificial intelligence on medical devices, how we can use AI to secure medical devices. And later on, bringing the aspect of quantum computing and how quantum can help us. And the bad news about quantum is the encryption system that is going to break. So post-quantum encryption that is being standardized by end of probably next July by NIST. All the hash-based, lattice-based encryption system that are coming to make everything more secure for us. So it's been quite a beautiful, nice journey for me.
Okay. Thank you both. Well, and we actually used up a fair amount of time in this session.
Wonderful.
Yes, yes. I don't know if is there time for a little Q&A or folks in
15 minutes.
So we
Yeah.
do have time for.
Mm-hmm.
We do. Oh, I turned my mic on.
You want to use mine?
I think I can fix it. We do have some time for questions, and while the rest of you are thinking about questions, I have a question for the Honorable Dr. Schwartz. It's been quite a journey, right, over the last 9-10 years. Can you share with us your thoughts? You've seen a lot, right?
Sure.
What is in your heart for what your organization should be doing in this space as it relates to security research? I am the Cavalry over the next 10 years. What does a 10-year plan look like for you?
Going forward, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I think what resonates with me a lot is, although I'd love to be selfish and continue to cultivate the relationship with the I Am the Cavalry and security researcher community for work that we do, and I am very selfish about that. I think the notion, and I don't know if it was Jessica that pointed out, but the notion of really like paying it forward and really being able to think about how what we've done can serve perhaps as a blueprint for the broader public good, right, in other sectors, and how can we help do that. It's perhaps aspirational. It's maybe a tad outside of my FDA mission because I've got a lot on to deal with in terms of FDA. But to the extent that it's for the betterment of humankind in terms of other sectors, and drawing upon really being able to identify what has been, what has worked and why has it worked, and potentially looking towards how that might be applicable to other areas. I think that that's exciting. That resonates with me. We certainly have within our own space of healthcare and public health as a sector the broader healthcare cybersecurity arena to deal with, and so even broadening it out that circle to outside of medical devices to other medical product areas to other parts of what is consistent within what is included within healthcare is of interest as well. And it's in areas where we've already started to try to assert influence internally within the agency, within FDA, as well as with our sister agencies at HHS. And I think that there's definitely opportunity for the I Am the Cavalry community to perhaps be a further, driver in some of these areas. I think that it would be disingenuous for me to say that, the FDA, we came along, we've done all this, and yes, we've done this with I Am the Cavalry and the researcher community, but there was a fair amount of the prompting and the pushing and the driving that was coming from security researchers knocking on our door. And that becomes an important driver to bringing about change, to bringing about that kind of transformation. And there are certainly other areas within the medical product space and beyond within healthcare that I think if, as members of the security researcher community, taking up that cause, mobilizing and doing so with empathy and what we've talked about, there's opportunity to help partner and bring about change.
Thank you for that. So there's an opportunity for people to identify questions. I don't see any questions. So taking the moderator privilege, I'm going to ask a really hard question.
Are all the questions for me?
Actually, for you and the team.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Jessica. Okay. There is a question. Okay, so we will get to your question next. But
moderator privilege.
So, ransomware is a scourge. And I recall seeing very recently a slide that indicated in the last year 700 hospitals in the last 5 years, 200 hospitals have closed. They're not going to reopen. What are the options for the FDA, HHS, other government entities, CISA, National Guard, to bring these little community hospitals? They're in a tough spot, right? Because doctors don't want to live there. The economics are really hard. They're not going to probably find, each hospital going to find $200,000 or $300,000 or $500,000 to up their cybersecurity game. So, as you've thought about it, because Jessica, I know you've thought about this. What do you see as being maybe a recipe for how the government can partner with local communities to bring about some type of resolution to this current scourge?
Yeah, I'm going to have Jessica respond since she's taken a seat at the table.
I have come back. Yes, so I think there's a couple of different elements to this, right? Because if you think about a hospital and getting hit by ransomware or a cyber incident, in general, there's a lot of different pieces, and for better or worse, we have a very fragmented regulatory system here in the United States, and who has what parts can be very complex. I think on the FDA side of the house, our biggest goal is with the new authorities, with the acceleration of our program, the growth of the team that we have, that less and less medical device cybersecurity risk exists, because we are catching that risk before it actually manages to get into environments. So medical devices are just more inherently secure and securable over time, so they are not going to be the source of the problem, or they're not going to be affected, is our end goal. They're going to be resilient to cyber threats. I think to what Suzanne was saying about the evolution of, we have benefited from the security researchers community expertise and advice over the years. I think what we're starting to see is because of a lot of external pressure, not necessarily from the security research community, but from others, the rest of healthcare is starting to see that they need to take a very similar approach. And so I can say, because I've experienced this, I've sat in on these calls and these experiences, they're starting to look at, not only from the cybersecurity perspective, but from the same way that we do, from looking at the whole of our authorities question. There's a lot of reporting that hospitals have to do in order to stay certified with their different regulatory regimes. A lot of hospitals live or die by billing, private insurance and Medicare and Medicaid. And if you think about it, all of that billing takes place electronically. And if you can't submit your bills electronically, and if you can't get reimbursed, for your Medicare and Medicaid for a couple of weeks, that might be the difference between you staying open and staying closed. So there are conversations that are starting to happen that are not necessarily cybersecurity focused of, can we look at other areas of relief and helping these organizations bridge that gap between having an issue and being able to recover and come out the other side. I think from a cybersecurity perspective, from a whole of community approach with the FBI, with CISA, with HHS, we're starting to look at, can CISA send cybersecurity experts to go fix the equipment? If they don't have cybersecurity experts themselves, can we send them? From the resourcing and the staffing need, we've talked about, there's something called disaster medical assistance teams, DMATs. I don't know if I got that acronym correct, but essentially, can we have something like that for cybersecurity incidents? Can you send nurses and doctors and other specialists who know how to operate without technology, and they can still deliver care How do we bring the entire force of the United States government to bear so that these hospitals are not on their own with these kinds of incidents happen? And frankly, speaking of trust building, how can we give these hospitals and other organizations a measure of comfort that they're actually willing to call and ask for help? Because I will tell you, it's pretty rare. They do not want to call the government because they're afraid that they're not going to receive help. They're going to receive fines and they're going to receive blame. And so I think in a lot of the same ways that FDA 10 or so years ago was really starting to evolve and learn the art of the possible here, I think that that's starting to happen. I think encouraging that kind of behavior on the government's part to the greatest extent possible is something that you all can help with. Creative ideas about how to bridge some of those gaps, about ways to help these kinds of institutions recover are things that are really going to help do that.
I'd like to ask you to continue on the theme that you brought up of sharing the wealth of information and experience with other industries. In particular, I've been thinking a lot about the dichotomy between information technology and operational technology, as the term is sometimes used. Talking about those programmable logic controllers and sensors and actuators that increasingly get entangled with the IT network. And a lot of cybersecurity research and defense is focused on IT networks, but there seems to be a paucity of answers for operational technology. And I wonder if you can see any parallels in your experience or any advice that you can project towards this realm where among the 16 critical infrastructure sectors, there's quite a not mystery, but uncertainty about how to proceed, because there's recognizing there's vulnerabilities there. We haven't had our Cuyahoga River yet in those things, but we may be coming close.
Do you want to take that?
Sure. So I think it's interesting that you bring up the IT-OT divide, because it's actually something that we deal with on a pretty regular basis, because we are on the OT side more so than anything. The cyber-physical side, medical devices thought of as operational technology. And I will say again, mostly because of the way that the last 10 years have evolved of the security research community, is finding vulnerabilities and responding to vulnerabilities in the medical device sector is kind of just understood. People just, that we just do it. I think but one thing that I will say that's an important element, and this may hopefully start getting at what you're thinking of, but maybe a slight tangent. We have actually run into the situation where sometimes the missed connection between trying to do OT and cyber-physical research and vulnerability response and doing IT is that things that you can do in IT, you can't do in OT. And so you'll have research done or best practice. We actually run into this with other federal agencies, where federal agencies are proposing best practices that are IT based and trying to put them in an OT environment, and we have to say, we can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot put multi-factor authentication on a medical device in an emergency room, for example. And so I think part of it is, one, just an educational issue on the government side of the house of, different technologies are in different environments, they're used for different purposes, and you can have the same computer in an enterprise environment, in a manufacturing environment, in a healthcare environment, and they can have 3 different sets of best practices, and we need folks to understand and apply them in different settings. So I think there can be a translation issue where people on the OT side stop listening if people come with IT best practices that don't apply. And on the same thing, if you're trying to do an OT thing in an IT environment, it becomes that issue. But I think maybe what I would say on the broader side of how do we get other critical infrastructure sectors to sort of recognize this, I would say the biggest turning point for me personally, this was even when I was still in college and sort of coming into healthcare cybersecurity, is understanding that cybersecurity is not an IT issue. It can be, but it can be a safety issue. And I think the really key part for a lot of regulators is making the connection between this is not an IT we are not asking you to solve an IT problem, we are asking you to keep people safe. And so if you can make the connection between exploitation of this OT vulnerability can lead to this, and that is going to have these safety impacts, you can generally, I think, get people's attention and understanding a lot more, especially I actually have found it, for example, being very successful, maybe say it a little cavalierly sometimes, and I'm like, I don't really, just if it helps you, just imagine that the hospital that has been hit by ransomware burned down or it flooded. Like, people know, okay, the hospital has flooded, we're gonna do this, this, and this. The hospital has burned down, we're gonna do this, this, and this. But somehow we still have, it like breaks their brains when it's a cyber incident. So I think on some of the OT side, it's framing it as a safety issue. It's comparing it to natural and man-made hazards of just think about it like the thing just broke, that the bridge fell over. Now what? And then they can kind of apply their usual problem-solving sets to that and kind of work backwards to get to the missing pieces about cybersecurity. I hope that answered your question. I don't know. It is coming.
Great. I appreciate you bringing up a lot of those things. I've dealt with a lot of hospitals, and their response to most of these cybersecurity instances is cyber insurance. It's much easier to mitigate the problem by paying for the response. I mean, they're used to doing this because they have malpractice insurance, so when a doctor murders a patient, they just pay the money. So now when we have a cyber incident, they just go and call the cyber insurance company, and they will decide if they're going to keep the hospital open or if they're going to shut it down, depending on which is cheaper. How do you think we can start addressing this problem and improving the safety of all the patients? Because that's what we're concerned about. Right. And I'm not convinced that the administration is concerned about that. I think they're more concerned about the dollar amounts.
Let me ask a question. When you say the administration, you mean the hospital administration?
Yes. CEOs and CFOs and probably CIOs also.
I think a lot of this does come back down to really, the coalition building, the collaboration, bringing, all stakeholders together to raise awareness and to educate on just what you're talking about, of this being a safety concern or a safety matter. Cyber insurance is by no means going to be a solution or a panacea. That's not to say that we're gonna, we are going to be able to completely get rid of cyber attacks or ransomware attacks ever occurring. We know that that's that's likely to be an eventuality, but the answer certainly isn't to just, kind of pay it out and have cyber insurance. The answer is to really, again, come back down to basic principles of preparedness for any type of an event, as Jessica's talking about. And that's, I think, why things translated very smoothly for us back years ago in the kind of programming that we had, which was focused on other kinds of events and how you're doing disaster preparedness or emergency preparedness. We're concerned about loss of life or limb or patient safety. And so that drilling down on that piece of it, and there is so much that can be done right now. There are so many resources out there. There are so many communities, if you will, or collectives to become a part of that we really would, really need to encourage that kind of participation.
I guess I'm going to close this out.
Yeah.
I'll say a bunch more stuff in private, but I watched the Cavalry launch yesterday before my keynote, and some things hit me, and I just want to share some of the hitting with you. In the BSides launch, I said I have no interest in finding and fixing a single flaw in a single medical device. I want to hack the incentives to make them all safer. And when we said that, it was a moonshot. It wasn't serious. We had no idea if anyone would listen to us. Our your reputation was nobody cares about cybersecurity, no one listens. At DEF CON, I told the room people will have to die first before they're going to listen to us. They said, well, why bother? And I said, because when that moment comes, I want to have the trust and the scaffolding so that we could be safer sooner and have a prompt and agile response, and they'll turn to us instead of lesser people with lesser motives and lesser ideas. And no idea where things would go, but it's because of you. You didn't wait 10 years for people to die. You did the safety communication because it was the right thing to do. We didn't have a moonshot to change and hack the incentives for all 10,000 medical device makers. We have a patch act. We did exactly what we said we would do, and none of it would have happened without your courage and our shared common cause, common purpose, and common philosophy that it takes complementary skills from a lot of different teammates in this room and in your corridors. And you didn't just make medical devices safer, you set the pace and the tone for many of your colleagues in the White House, in Congress, internationally. We wanted to make the world a safer place, and you enabled 90% of that.
Well, we've done this as a team. I'm humbled and I'm embarrassed by the compliments, but it's really been very much a team effort. And it comes back to the importance of bringing community together. It really does. What we can accomplish when we work together. So we're looking forward to what the future has in store for I'm the Cavalry, and continuing the work that we've been doing, even as it may take on a very different face. That's okay.
That's fabulous. Please join me in giving a hand for the doctor and the staff. Thank you so much. If you are interested, you can go upstairs and have an adult beverage. We're coming back here in 1 hour for the final thing. So please be back here in 1 hour and we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh,
Heading into the final installation of our conference, I am the Cavalry Track 2023 BSides LV. We don't know everything that is going to happen in the next 2 hours, but it will be very exciting. So, I would like the honor of presenting to you Mr. Josh Corman and Mr. Bo Woods, who have been on this adventure for the last 10 years and counting. And we're going to have a little free-flowing workshop experience that is going to cover a number of different topics. I encourage you to stay engaged, keep an open mind, ask questions, be inquisitive. If you need to, question the assertion politely. And we'll have a good dialogue. Over to you.
Okay, we may have a special altruistic lubricant. on its way. So a couple years ago, Spam and Mr. Glass and maybe Banshee, somebody found that there is a Cavalry bourbon. Oh, Audie found it, but it was not in our part of the country. Mr. Glass delivered it. So Mr. Glass delivered it. So we had Cavalry bourbon. It was okay. I couldn't find Cavalry bourbon this time, so I have Horse Soldier. Never had it. Costs a lot more than Cavalry bourbon. But we'd like you to partake if you're so inclined. So people can, at any time they want, come up and take a little pour. Not shots. This is a sipping bourbon, but and this is my first taste right now. I'll wait for both. We called this session A Hacker's Guide to Changing the World, parentheses, and where do we go from here? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sipping, not shooting.
To changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Tasting notes?
Vanilla, old oak. Saddle leather.
I know what you're doing. Okay. So there's not going to be a lot of slides, but there'll be a couple maybe visuals in some particular order. But welcome. Thank you for sticking this out. We turned 10 years old on Tuesday of last week. And since I had never met this crazy guy before, that means my friendship bromance started with this guy 10 years ago, last Tuesday. So a decade's a long time. And I think we felt every mile of that journey, and then some. And maybe we'll reflect on some of those things. But we had joked throughout this crazy journey involving a cast of thousands. Everyone chooses their own level of involvement. Some helped on a project one day. Some people advocated with a sticker. Some people dedicated 3 to 5 years of their life. Bo and Jen, 10 years of their life to this. So we've had varying levels of participation, but hopefully if you've seen any of the content, like the keynote yesterday or any of what happened in this room, we did things we did not think were possible. But one of the refrains that we used a lot is, we have no idea what we're doing, but it seems to be working. And we joked that if there was a book, that would be the at least the working title. And of course, 10 years later, we have a pretty damn good idea of what we're doing. Doesn't mean we've figured it all out and there's one path to success. But we tried a lot of things, and when Nick Rococo and I were launching, we said we're going to be like hackers and fuzz the chain of influence. We're going to try a lot of things. We're going to iterate. We're not going to take 10 years to fail. We're going to try, do things in parallel. So whether you like the idea of fuzzing the chain of influence or trial and error or radical experimentation, I think the phrase we used on the slide was radically uncomfortable experimentation. Some of the core principles that that really came through, we wanted to at least name them for you. There's a reason for that, because on the half where we shift, I don't know if it'll be exactly half, but when we shift to where do we go from here, I've been trying to answer since January. Okay, it's been a decade. Do we end it? We should be very proud of what we've done. Do we transform it? There were things missing in the world 10 years ago. The world's different now. What's missing now? Do we combine it with other initiatives to get to critical mass and have more wood behind fewer arrows? And I've struggled to answer that question. I have some very damn good answers, but it didn't feel right to answer them without the community that helped build the mission, vision, goals for the last 10 years. And new people. I didn't even know this guy, so I couldn't bank on Bo Woods doing the tireless work he's done, and I might have other people reveal their contributions for the next 10 years. So part of this is naming some of the difference makers. If you could imagine, what if we made a boot camp for changing the world? What if we made a incubator accelerator for 20 new Cavalries? we've mentored incredible groups like the Light Collective. Andrea's going to be at DEF CON several times, actually. We're going to be on the Do No Harm panel. She's in the Privacy Village. Not the Privacy Village, the Disinformation Village. She came to us 6 years ago and said, can the Cavalry pick up this issue? Facebook's, violating privacy of patient advocacy groups. And I said, well, we're really a safety organization, but I love what you're doing. I'll help you, but I don't think it's a Cavalry thing. And she's now got, an incredibly large and growing nonprofit initiative for pre-cancer survivors and other patient advocacy groups to have trusted, safe conversations. They've elicited the support of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and others, and we're like, maybe the path forward to scale the Cavalry isn't just 10 more years of trying these things, but maybe parallel world-changing events. And that means that a lot of the work we did didn't work. And just like we can point out what did work, maybe we can save others time on things that may not be as fruitful. So this is not the definitive. We have some confidence in some methods, but we're not so arrogant as to think that these are the way. They might even be wildly inferior ways. But I think even the last 2 days, we've heard some significant reinforcement from the British Are Coming panel, from Suzanne just now, about at least what our teammates thought worked. So you'll hear a few of those, but we want this to be somewhat interactive. Bo, do you have anything before we start?
You know what really doesn't work? Doing nothing.
Correct.
Or shouting into the echo chamber, or some of the things that I had done before getting involved in trying some of the things that did work, the radically uncomfortable experimentation. And I think that from where I was then, I was just frustrated and wanted to was open to trying new things, because I knew that what I was frustrated with could be changeable. I think that there are things now that are changeable by taking the right approach, by getting the right people together, by being able to convince the right people of something who are in a position to make change. And I think that today, as opposed to 10 years ago, the world's a lot more ready for us to step up and do something together.
I'm doing some of this by feel, but a couple years ago, Bob Dylan's son, Jesse Dylan, met us through, I think it was the Congressional Task Force report. He was at a healthcare conference, and he cares a ton about health, has done a lot with Scripps Institute and different cancer research centers, and he offered to make us a video, a really high production video. So I haven't watched it in a while, but it's going to take us less than 3 minutes. So here is the product of what we looked like, I think 6 years ago. I think it was year 4.
Probably.
Okay, so here we go.
For security.
Oops.
All this software.
I shaved my head for cancer research. Please excuse my appearance.
Cybersecurity. All this software and connectivity that's defining modern culture is a pretty concerning thing. When you add software to something, you make it hackable. And when you connect it to other things, you make it exposed. Vehicles, medical devices, hospitals, high-speed rail, aviation, power plants.
Our dependence on connected technology has grown faster than our ability to secure it, particularly in areas affecting national security, human life and public safety, global GDP and the economy.
These are not merely theoretical. We've actually now seen some types of cyber attacks that have had profound impact.
WannaCry and Petra and what we've recently seen with the ransomware, it compromised an entire ecosystem.
I had thought naively that if I can get as high and deep as I could to the decision makers in government, that they would just fix our problems. The Cavalry isn't coming. The Cavalry is a grassroots volunteer organization. We brought together hackers and regulators and device makers, industry and government towards the outcome of policy reform or smarter engineering choices before you have high consequence failures.
If you just say you're a hacker, it resonates deep inside people as a negative. If you say you're an information security researcher, it's a bit different. Either way, you're doing the same work.
I think there are more hackers out there intending to do good and to help.
We share information a lot. We share techniques a lot.
Our focus is on things that are going to impact human life, public safety,
Our heaviest focus has been healthcare, followed by connected vehicles. But we have projects on maritime hacking. You can spoof GPS and divert ships into piracy shipping lanes. There's positive train control vulnerability. We're also looking at tractors, which could affect the global food supply.
It involves both a reactive and proactive approach. The reactive approach is making sure your infrastructure is as secure as it can be. The proactive approach is doing threat hunting.
We had a lot of medical device hackers, and one's a diabetic, and he hacked his own insulin pump. He found he could give a lethal dose of insulin without authentication.
The manufacturer went public with the research to make sure that people were aware that there was security vulnerabilities in that device and how they could protect themselves against it.
This is not going to be two hackers in a basement trying to change the world. This is going to be a community effort.
Working with I Am the Cavalry helps bring that cohesiveness to the ecosystem, which hadn't been there in the past.
It's not just a US thing anymore. There's people that live in Europe, in Asia, in Latin America.
It holds the most promise working among those different stakeholder groups to be safer sooner together.
Seen that in a while. We look different.
A little bit.
Okay. Thank you for that. Couple foundational concepts. I'm going to spend like maybe 1 minute on one of these and maybe 10 minutes on another one of these, but at least for what was advertised, and this is not the definitive list here.
I can't believe it worked. Doing this once a day helped me sink from 205 to 126.
I too can't believe it worked.
Now you've got 35 tabs open.
Okay, here we go. That's gone. Okay. Okay. So here, we'll just do empathy, some sort of thematic image here. I should have used one of your generative AI things. Part of what, and I'm not going to rehash everything from yesterday, but part of the idea to do this is I was emotionally shattered from the loss of my mom and the grieving process, and I felt broken. And I didn't think I could keep working in security because I just felt like I wasn't going to be the same. I couldn't go back to seeing things or feeling things, and part of that's just the grief process. But what I thought was a weakness to be healed, I started to realize as I came out of that haze, I likened it to being hit like as a boxer, just getting your clock, bell rung. Like sight was blurry and sound was blurry, but slowly your senses come back to you. And as I was coming out of it, I realized, wait, this is not a weakness to be healed. Like I'm having the most authentic conversations of my entire life right now. Like when you drop the fear, or the pretense, or the imposter syndrome, and you're just talking to someone as a real human. Like, no one's a villain in their own story. Everybody's got a partial truth, but very few people, if any, will have the complete truth. And I think generally, if you can find common cause, common purpose, figure out what someone wants, needs, and fears, meet them where they are, not where you want them to be, but meet them where they are, then you can try to close the gap, or you can elevate. You're going to learn something from them that you didn't know. They're going to learn something from you didn't know. And if there's enough compatibility there in common ground, I think hackers often look for what's wrong in something. We're really good at it. It's one of our core competencies. It's a gift. But I wanted us to try. Let's look for what's right in it. Little tiny spark, a little ember, you can foster into a flame, into a roaring fire, into a forest fire, right? Like you can find a tiny piece of good and you can make it better. And hearing the testimonies from some of our collaborators from the UK this morning, from Suzanne and her amazing team at FDA, she used the word empathy. Like, we just listened to each other, bidirectionally. We tried to find common ground. So I said, let's be a helping hand instead of a pointing finger. And I think empathy was our core first principle. And a lot of things subordinated to that. Before I say, like Stone Soup or anything, you have anything on empathy?
Empathy is good.
Empathy is good.
But, like a lot of technical people, it took some time for me to develop that, to practice it. It's not something you just turn on overnight. It can be learned, it can be practiced, and it can have a transformative way, or a transformative effect on how you go about collaborating, working with people, kind of getting the best out of them, yourself, and anything you throw yourself into.
On our first birthday here, we had a double PhD psychology person that Andrea Matwishin introduced us to, and her body of work was on X altruism, the letter X, extreme altruism. And she did a study in how this category she named had like 6 of the same 8 markers as a sociopath does. And the key differences where they differed were one has 0 empathy and one had extreme empathy, could feel the pain of the world. So I resemble the latter. But also because that empathy can burn you out, they had a Wolverine-like healing capacity and or support network that would heal them if they exhausted and depleted themselves. We talk about introverts and extroverts. Like, you'd be shocked to know that Bo is not an extrovert, though he is so prolific and profound. So it takes time to recharge those batteries. So, but also at one point early on, we worked with a woman who works with profoundly gifted and talented children, and there's quite a few profoundly gifted and talented people in this room, in this community. We're drawn to it. We're 1 or 2 standard deviations from the norm. But a byproduct of profoundly gifted and talented people is they never really develop empathy. And she likened it to a muscle. So we can be empathy weaklings, but you can go to the empathy gym and build that muscle. And I'm not going to recreate the entire workshop, but if this resonates with you, she said essentially children learn empathy by mirroring their peers and being mirrored by their peers. But if you're special, gifted, different, neurodivergent, you don't have peers. So just from an early start, we just never develop that muscle. But when you do, when you try, I think we called the workshop excavating empathy. Oh, is this a superpower, right? And I think social engineers can fake it, and we have a lot of great social engineers, but I think it's been the difference maker. So I'm not going to do a lesson on empathy other than thumbnailing that this has been, every success we've had has started in some way with leveraging our empathy muscles. Okay. Remember, this can be interactive, and there's bourbon that has a horse soldier on it. Okay. All right. And we do want some story time from you guys. Okay. All right. Second building block, in no particular order. I forgot about this until I was looking at some early notes. Has anyone read Stone Soup? Does anybody want to summarize what Stone Soup was about? Cheers. Oh, here we go. Who's going to do it? It's a participation sport. No? No? You?
I will.
Good.
Once upon a time, a person was traveling. And he or she came, we'll make it a she. She came into a town. She was hungry. And she approached a villager and said, "You know what? I have a fantastic idea for dinner. All we need is one thing, villager person. All we need is carrots. I'm making this fabulous soup. All we need from you, villager person, is carrots." So the villager person said, "Oh, I can help you." They ran off and fetched some carrots. Then she went to another villager and said, "This soup is just about perfect. Oh, it's going to be really good. All I need, 1 potato. Just 1 potato, and the soup is perfection." Goes to the next person. "You know what? This vegetable soup is super good. All I need is a rack of lamb, and it will be perfect." And on it goes. So the traveler with nothing, working with the villagers, came up with this delightful feast that they all enjoyed.
Okay. So what I don't like about Stone Soup is there's a little bit of deceit in here. But the person has a cauldron and a stone, and stone water wouldn't have been very delicious. So there's a little bit of leaning into this, but the vision that we can have a delicious soup, and I'm going to help make a delicious soup, created individual ingredients that would be really boring on their own. And by the time they were done, they had a delicious soup. And I think part of what we have come to appreciate, whether you like the Avengers, right? Earth's mightiest heroes brought together for complementary skills to fight the fights that we can't fight and win on our own. Whether you like the idea that it took many ingredients and many contributions, some of them more substantive than others, but we described an end state that was attractive and delicious. And we made people salivate for it and hunger for it. And we manifested it through many small contributions. Some of our biggest contributors did one and only one thing, but it was a vital one and only one thing. So I know it's a children's story, but I can't shake that there's something in here that was part of the success.
I just want to ask a question.
Turn on the mic.
Hi, Russ.
Question. I imagine some people who you approached, who you would have liked to have part of the cavalry or some support, instead of responding to the stone soup ethos positively, looked at it with scorn and derision and, you know, this is the weakest of all weak sauces, and you're coming to me with this. How could you possibly? Mm-hmm. And were you born yesterday? And how stupid can you be? And so I wonder if you could tell some stories about how you encountered people like that, how you navigated with them, around them. Did you convert any of them? Because I think a lot of us who would want to go on this path or think about paths like this, in random conversations, you're going to feel like instead of having something that can manifest to great things, is nothing but, you know, soaked Wonder Bread and got nothing to it.
Yeah, I mean, especially when I and the Cavalry first started, we had a lot of people who were like, yeah, this isn't a big deal, or I've tried it before, you're going to fail, or the only thing that you're going to get is, you know, you're going to have to do a lot of lobbying and take millions of dollars, and or people who, you know, outright mocked us. Mm-hmm. I remember all the Twitter memes. That was not fun.
We are the artillery.
Yes, that was one. Somebody confessed that they owned that one to me. Yeah.
And apologized.
And apologized. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it. In a lot of cases, they were right in the way that they were thinking about it. A lot of people had tried this. I mean, if you remember the Loft Supper, the congressional testimony in 1998, where the Loft went to the Senate and, you know, weren't saying anything that most people in this room would not have known at the time. So a lot of people did try, but, you know, the timing maybe wasn't right, or maybe the people who were in those positions at that time weren't open to listening, or, you know, so maybe it was worth trying again, or, you know, the mental model that they had for what it takes to actually get access to a congressional staffer to go talk to them was that you had to be a lobbyist to get time with the senator themselves or the member of Congress themselves, which might be the case. But it turns out a lot of congressional staffers are also very awesome, and they do a lot of the research and authoring work that goes into their boss's briefing packets. And they're the front line. They're the ones who take those meetings. And like literally I've had several conversations with staffers where like they didn't know me, but they kind of had to take the meeting because like that's what they do. And for like the first 5 or 6 minutes of the conversation, they were like, all right, yes, what are your talking points? Like, I don't have any talking points. I mean, like, look, there's nothing up my sleeves, nothing in my hand. But like, hey, let's have a conversation. Your boss put out a bill, or there's this thing that's happening, and wanted to give you the opportunity to like chat about what some of the impacts or consequences could be. And once they flip from seeing you as a something to be endured to a resource to be tapped into, it completely changes the conversation.
I sort of love your question, and it's baiting me. You might have to ask it again in a little bit, because it's baiting me into some things that I realized in real time yesterday during my keynote, like for the first time in the prep, which is, I'll hint at a negative. Some of the gatekeepers, so I have 5 Ps so first of all, when I talked to, this was a breakthrough moment with Suzanne and the FDA, by the way. I don't think it was for Suzanne, I think it was for Bakul. But we had a peace summit. We flew people in from all over the country on their own dime to go meet with the FDA on their turf. And there were some angry researchers. And they were angry because no one was listening. And it's broken. They need to fix this. And they didn't want to go. And I said, maybe you were right. Maybe you were early. Like, give it one last try for me. We're going to meet them on our turf. Everyone's going to get to air their grievances. No one can listen until they've first been heard. So you're going to get 5 minutes to say what you want, need, and fear. All of us are. They're going to get their time to educate us. And once we have some common ground, let's see if there's anything we can do together. So there's a mix there of maybe you're right, maybe you're early to Bo's timing point. I actually think Loft did incredibly important work. I don't think they were early. I think they did what was needed at the time they did it. And in fact, I just read Space for Rogue's Loft book. It's phenomenal and made me smile the entire time except for 2 points. I'll get to Space Rogue again in a second. So some of this is timing, but some of this is you go back 10 years and you had to have permission to do something. BSides was born because people couldn't break into their first talk, the Black Hat. They couldn't get through the CFP process. That's why BSides was born. So some of this is the gatekeeping was suffocating. We weren't getting new ideas, or we had really great O-Days dropped or really seminal research done, but it was done by one person or one duo. And the world doesn't need 1 or 2 people who own that topic. They need 200. We need college courses and disciplines and certifications around these things if we want to serve the needs of an increasingly connected society. So one of the lessons with Bakul, back to that, at that meeting is, even though we spent all morning establishing some neutral common ground and being heard, a brand new guy from FDA came in and scowling at us the entire time. He's looking at us like we're evil. And we have since befriended him. Don't worry, I'm not vilifying the guy. But he just looked pissed off. And what we were supposed to do on the agenda was say, how does a bill become a law for a researcher? So Billy Rios, one of those previously very popular, well, obviously still popular, prolific guys, was going to outline, here's how I decide which equipment to go get. This is how I buy it off eBay. This is how I put it in my kitchen without my wife killing me. This is how I do the research. This is how I document the research. This is how I try. And none of it was being heard. Just Bakul looked more and more mad the further we went. And I stopped in my tracks. I looked at Mike Murray. We had like a 90-minute conversation with no words in the course of 3 seconds, and I decided to abandon the plan. And I said, are we upsetting you? And he said, yes, you are. And I said, is it what we're saying, or is it the words? Like, we should take a moment here. And he said, what's wrong with you? I want to know why you do it. I don't care how you do it. I want to know why you do it. These are life-saving technologies. You're endangering the public's trust in these things. What do you want, money? He just didn't get why we did it. I'm like, oh, okay. So what I tended to say was something like this. Hacking is not good or evil. It's magic. You've got bad wizards, but thank goodness you have Gandalf and Hermione and Harry to fight the darkness. So we're the good guys. And beyond that, we're not even all motivated the same way. So I use the 5 Ps. We have them on the website. But there's protectors that want to make the world safer. Puzzlers that want to take something apart, put it back together, solve the Rubik's Cube, make something do something it wasn't supposed to do. Prestige. Be the first. Be the best. win the white jacket, own the topic. Profit. Do it, for personal or professional advancement for you or your company. And then depending on who we're talking to, we say patriotism or protest, for or against an ideology. So most of us major in one, minor in another, but what you have here is mostly protectors. We would lose sleep if we didn't feel we did everything we could to alert you of something that could have hurt people. And he's like, oh, we make your job really hard, don't we? But then I think he was unstuck, and he ended up becoming an incredibly good ally, and he's the one who did the entrepreneur in residence that Bo and Andy Kravos did. So you triggered some of those stories, and I went outside the lines to tell them. But I think part of this is they were right, but they were early. Part of this is we have a fairly toxic culture which still remains, where certain people think they're better than everybody else, or they deserve their props, or no one else can contribute. And I looked at the world very differently. I think everyone can contribute. And I think part of what I was rebelling against a little bit in my remarks yesterday is I was damaged enough and raw enough. I didn't care about imposter syndrome until I did again. And we showed that nobodies, without, you don't need permission, and nobodies can have pretty amazing results. So yes, we took slings and arrows. I think in an apt instinct, we had a bit of a pre-populated launch party where Space Rogue from Loft was a day one architect. Like, we had been talking for months about how his cold dead heart grew 3 sizes that day at ThoughtCon. If you didn't see the picture of him drinking the beer, that was with Andrea Matwishin and Jericho. And Jericho and I had worked on the anonymous research for 4 years. And he was horrible to me when I started this. And we had a dim sum on the 1-year anniversary. And he's like, I still don't get it. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And I don't remember how we got here, but the punchline was, I said something just right. And he goes, oh, you're playing the long game. He's like, we're good. And he called off the hounds, right? But you don't have as much anger and rage as he does if you don't care, right? The opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy. He cares. He tried a lot in unfavorable conditions. And once he saw what we were doing, but I can't tell you it's all roses, so I'm going to tie this off here. But some of our early collaborators, people kept hugging me this week and tearing my stitches and like, oh, what happened? What happened? I'm like, well, I had a lump removed, but I kind of felt in my soul like, no, that's the reminder of the backstabbing that happened. We had some severe sabotage, and we still are encountering some severe sabotage. And I'm not going to make this a pity party for Josh and Bo, but like something that someone came up to me and reminded me yesterday was when Bo and I answered the call during the pandemic to try to protect hospitals for everybody you love for really shitty pay and a ton of bureaucracy. Every 2 weeks or so, we'd be called Nazis or baby killers by people that come to these conferences. Not just one, mostly one, but, so I think part of this is you have to steel yourself to not care. There's a line in a song from the 90s called, from Everclear. It says, we're possessed by a power bigger than the pain. So you're not doing this to be popular. You're not doing it for prestige. If you're really doing it to protect, if you got your North Star, you're going to win some people, you're going to lose some people, but if you're focused on the mission, then you kind of shake it off.
Thank you both for doing this, and then specifically Josh for bringing up that point. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that experience. As I've experienced over the past 5-6 years, politics has become both polarizing and very personal in communities, and this is no different than the other communities. And so I'd like to hear more about that thought process and that risk assessment of going into government and having to reconcile what it means to either work for a person or work for an administration that people may not support. And then also realizing that it goes the other way as well, and that's just sort of where we are. And I don't personally think that there's going to be an end to that kind of polarization anytime soon.
That's a deep question. As I mentioned earlier, I was at the FDA for a year, and I was at CISA, and both of them were under the same administration. I would like to think that those positions were so low down that there was no political error about them, capital P political, because there really wasn't. Like, they weren't at all political. But at the same time, like, in a decade ago, I didn't really know how government worked, and so I'm sure there's a lot of people.
Do we yet?
In our community? No. There's a lot of people in our community who still don't know, and they've got very coarse-grained understanding, and so maybe some people think that any work in government is political unless you're, a career civil servant. And I know that you have probably faced some pretty severe stuff because of also what you were doing, and I think that was our case. Going into work with CISA and people who don't understand that, like, other parts of government don't get more money when you do a good job in a different part of government. Like just basic misunderstandings about how these things function. And maybe that's part of the educational aspect of what we can do to help this community better, is to do more unraveling of government and public policy. And I'll put in a plug for policy at DEF CON. If you're going out there, we've got 3 fantastic days with 4 rooms that are just going to be heaving with talks, as well as a bunch of main stage stuff. So if you're interested in that, learning more about it, come on out and maybe get a finer grained understanding of how government works and how public policy works, and what is actually effective at shifting things.
Rapid fire answer. At a macro level, I think this is ending, but cyber has remained a fairly nonpartisan, bipartisan issue so far. I do think this is starting to unravel, but we have enjoyed some sort of neutral turf. We, thanks to our world famous intern, we brought a Republican and a Democrat to DEF CON 25 in the first DC to DEF CON. The following year, we had several elected officials, but it was Will Hurd from Texas, who's now a presidential candidate, and recently retired Jim Langevin of Rhode Island. They had so much common ground on this stuff. Like, there was no daylight among partisan issues. They may disagree on other topics, but no daylight between the two on cyber support. The Solarium Commission that drove and fueled the advancement of CISA, bipartisan. So at a macro level, we have not allowed politics to completely divide people on cyber yet. Point 2, I know several Cavalry people were offered White House jobs under different administrations, and some of them turned it down for different reasons. Not that they don't want to serve, they were willing to help, but didn't necessarily want to be labeled a D or an R. Third, when Andrea Downing came to us, early on people wanted us to do some other cyber-ish privacy type things. And I tried, at least early on, to be very, very, very focused. Not that we don't care about privacy, but that I want to be very, very focused on areas where no one was doing anything, and there were quite a few advocates already, but also things that would not break on partisan lines. And public safety, life and death stuff I felt would be future-proof. Even when cyber became partisan, these topics may not. So I chose safer topics. And then, you've met several feds in the last couple days. These are lifelong public servants. They have the heart of a servant. They want to make the world safer. They're going to see lots of political administrations come and go. So they're there to do that job and tend to keep their personal politics out of that job that lasts longer than an elected official. So I don't think that's going to stay that way forever. And we already took some slings and arrows. But when I had to make my own decision of do I do the CISA COVID task force, I didn't see how I could possibly say no. I felt like this moment was exactly what my life had been trending towards, and I couldn't see someone else doing it. So I decided if I take some heat for this, that's okay. And everyone chooses their own level of involvement. But generally speaking, we just made it a decade without being political. So it's possible, and hopefully for a bit longer. Did I answer Maurice's question? Where did Maurice go? Oh, there. Did I answer your question? Okay. I think it's going to get harder on certain topics. But we do take steps in our lexicon to specifically avoid those. So we measure twice, cut once on how we frame something, which we're going to actually touch on framing in a little bit. All right, may I move to the golden circle? Okay, if you haven't seen this, it's worth your 18 minutes. There's two versions, like one's like 12 minutes. Someone trimmed it down. Watch the longer one. Simon Sinek gave a transformational TED Talk before TED was all glitzy at Puget Sound, based on a book he says called Start With Why. But it's the golden circle. I'm not going to do the whole lesson. He's an amazing speaker. And it's not just what he says, it's his oration capabilities. But he essentially says most companies can tell you what they do. Some of them can tell you how they do what they do. But the ones that change the world tell you why they do what they do. And he'll use examples like Apple says, think different. And so, versus like we make an MP3 player. But he also talks about like Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't say I have a plan. He said I have a dream, right? People didn't go to the Million Man March because they cared about him. It's because they valued what he valued. So, especially in our demographic, we focus on what and how. Like, this is what I broke, this is how I broke it. I think we really flourished because we gave the North Star or the raison d'etre or the why it matters. Jen Ellis yesterday gave us a video address on how they really wanted to protect hacker rights and decriminalize hackers through DMCA reform and CFA reform. And they didn't get very far initially. They were trying to say what the hackers wanted, but we became immediate teammates because I could go to the same judiciary committee, talk about my concerns over hackable medical devices, and like, oh my God, how do we help? And we said, well, for one, there's a chilling effect on good faith research because there's fear of legal reprisal. CFAA can be used to punish good faith contributions. Like, oh my God, well, we have to figure out a way to help you. Same exact destination, but we spoke to something they cared about. So that's partly empathy and partly talking about public safety of their constituents instead of something that we wanted. We can still get at the same outcome. So often when I mentor brand new speakers, one of the things we try to do at all the different events for villages we do is we try to get brand new blood, brand new speakers to add their voice to the choir. Kind of a rebellion against gatekeeping, right? The opposite of gatekeeping. And some of them have really good knowledge, but they need a little polishing. So we found we kind of made a curriculum for public speaking. And they've been some of our best voices because they have experiences none of us would have had otherwise. But this is part of that curriculum, the Golden Circle. That one's a short one. Just watch it. It's easy. One of those is called Kurt Vonnegut's The Shape of Story. A lot of people talk, but they don't necessarily know what the experience for your audience will be. And he just walks through most of the stories you've ever heard and diagrams on an XY axis, and it's hilarious and funny. I think it takes 10 minutes. But this isn't just about our presentations. It's that when we go to brief a senator or when we have to have a hard conversation with someone adversarial, we should know what's the right tool for the job here. Do we have one point to make? Do we have an inception to make that will come back and plant that seed and water it later? But I do think this was more a trigger for me, not to say that this is the only form of storytelling. Joseph Campbell has The Hero's Journey, but I think a huge difference maker is we have attracted storytellers. A lot of us could not find what Billy Rios. But by the way, I got to stop using Billy. Billy's a phenomenal presenter, so that's probably the worst example I could have picked. But some researchers are incredibly good at finding the thing, but they're incredibly terrible at telling someone why it matters or if it matters. So we realized we might have to have a relay race, where the ones that find it aren't the ones who communicate impact, and they may not, that second person may not be the one that goes on the news, because they may not have media skills. It may be someone else entirely that develops the proposed remediations, because breakers aren't necessarily fixers. That full stack hacker is elusive. But what we did find is some of the most important breakthroughs with Suzanne, with the White House, with Congress, have been powerful storytelling. I did get to testify to Congress a couple of times, and next time you see a congressional hearing, watch the oral remarks. 99% of them will read something. They'll just read. Senators can read. It was really important to me as I got a little better at this that I just wanted to look them in the eye and make the point for them at the moment. I want to look at the one I need to talk to on the point I need to talk to make a connection, which means you're not going to be reading your script. So storytelling, shape of story, oration skills are fantastic. And to that end, if that's something you're interested in, this part of the boot camp would have things like listening to George Carlin tell why he was one of the most important. There's a great interview between a very young Jon Stewart and a very late career George Carlin, where he says, here's the preview. He said, they're like, why are you so good? You're just so captivating. People hang on your every word. And he said, my father, who I never met, was a Carnegie Award-winning orator. So part of it's DNA, like, he just had really good oration skills from a father he never met. But also is like, I don't say my jokes, I sing my jokes. Da 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 da. So there is neurolinguistic programming and oration skills and pregnant pauses and change in pace that really change your ability to communicate to somebody else. And some of us are good at some of those tricks, and some of us are good at more of those tricks. But these are tricks just like empathy, where those muscles can be built. So this was just a reminder that storytelling, shape of story, and having a consistent story and repeating the story can help a lot. Anything to add?
Stories are fantastic and phenomenal, and they grab somebody's attention. And if you only have 5 minutes with somebody, a single story that weaves in a bunch of elements can make the difference between you getting thanked for coming in to talk to them, or another 15 or 20 minutes with them while they explore the story that you've just told. And we've seen that happen several times where somebody initially is just like, yeah, I don't know why I should care about this, but like, let's hear it. And you give them something compelling that they can tune into, that they can relate to. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to captivate them. Not everybody is going to be captivated by the same thing. But then what started out as just, somebody doing a favor and making an intro can become a meaningful relationship. And the same is true with analogies. They're also really, really powerful ways for people to understand things and to gravitate towards them. And one of the things that I've learned is that it's not about having the perfect analogy. Everybody's like, no, your analogy is wrong. It's like, well, all analogies are wrong. With apologies to what has been said about models, all analogies are wrong, but some are useful. And at the right time, the right analogy can be really useful. And what I find is that, especially as I lose some of my technical skills, the more analogies I can stack up and become really comfortable flipping among them, I can still get the point of a lot of technical conversations just by doing that. And I've seen that a similar thing is true with a lot of other people who, cybersecurity isn't their thing, hacking isn't their thing. But if they've got 5 analogies loaded up and they can just flip back and forth between them, then all of a sudden, like, they can get it. And then they can start to apply some of their other domain learning, knowledge, education, what works there, what doesn't work there, to this one in a way that can be way more powerful than if I just try and make something up from whole cloth.
Part of oration skills as well. I mean, love analogies, love metaphors, and I think we've been pretty apt at those. People like short lists. They like odd-numbered lists. They like consonants and alliteration, like 5 Ps. They like something they can remember. There's clever turns of phrase that have some contrast and mirroring, like target rich, cyber poor. Some of this is just, it's a mind virus. Like, you try a bunch of these things, and when you hear the Secretary of Homeland Security say target rich, cyber poor in a testimony, you're like, all right, I'm going to keep using that one. You got to him, and then you hear Jen Easterly use it, and then you hear Chris Ingles use it, and now it's in the consciousness, and now they're singing your song and they don't even know it. But they're not just singing your song, they're adding to the music because they're improvising. It's like if you saw the movie Inception, you're planting a really simple idea deep in their consciousness that has big, profound ripples. So some of this is you have to have sticky language. It's not just sticky language like protectors, puzzlers, prestige, profit, protest. Like they want to remember, what's that fifth one? Even if they don't remember it, they'll try to figure out what that fifth one was. So one of the smart things we did on our first birthday is we made a 5-star cyber safety framework for connected vehicles. Like just 5-star automotive. They already have something like that. It's in their consciousness. It's in their value set. Oh, what do you mean by safety, cyber safety? Like how do you test the 5 stars? But so we hacked and pivoted a little bit, but we had fancy language, like secure by design, third-party coordination. But even after we had the flowery language that someone can read the technical document and the bullets and the meat on those bones, I could say it in one breath of oxygen. Basically, all systems fail. We want to know how you avoid failure, take help avoiding failure without suing the helper, capture, study, and learn from failure, contain and isolate failure, and inoculate against future failure. And they're not necessarily going to remember that, but those 5 things, this is why I wanted Dave Rogers, those 5 things in their mapping exercise for public policy things that they could justify their code of practice, which then became a mandatory 3 things in legislation blessed by the Queen, going into rulemaking soon, as we learned this morning. They made law of the land. So remember on stage I said we passed 2 laws? Make that 3. It wasn't us alone. It takes a village to raise these children. But if you look at this document, which cites Cavalry work, many of the references in here cite Cavalry work. Like we've sort of incepted Japan, ANISA, FDA, NTIA, but we didn't do it maliciously. We kept things fricking simple. And one of the guys that went to Fort Meade with us in that Avengers photo, David Etchew, he was at an IANS event, and one of the other faculty members, it was doing an IoT session, and someone said, hey, what about the 5-star automotive cyber safety framework from the Cavalry? And the guy made fun of it, trashed it. And David said, what's your problem with wanting to patch things? Like, these cars have none of these 5 things. What's the issue? He goes, well, they're so basic. They're so simple. I said, that's the point. Like, we can want all these different things, but it's taken 10 years to get even some of these 5. Like, we had to start somewhere, and it wasn't to settle for less than we need, but we also wanted them to be evergreen. So part of the lesson here is really small lists. Somebody latched onto 2 of them. Somebody else latched on a different 2 of them. But these things in almost the same language show up in different countries, different governments, different regulators, different best practices, because we played Johnny Appleseed and we sowed a handful of small ideas from odd-numbered lists that are memorable and can fit within a cohesive elevator pitch. So I encourage you to look at IoTsecurityMapping.com. It's not comprehensive, but in the world of IoT, they made a mind map that you can cross-navigate and say, okay, this notion of coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs, what are all the documents that relate to it? What are all the things that support it? And they could show a critical mass of support to push something. And I hope no one ever really figures out exactly how many of those dots we pushed. But there's probably a couple points baked into that. But that's an oration skill, is consonants, alliteration, small numbers, memorable metaphors. Okay, there's others on the list on the agenda. I'm happening to get to the tab called The Goal. Has anyone read The Goal? Raise your hand. Has anyone read The Phoenix Project? Oh, a few more. Do you know the Phoenix Project is the goal for IT? I had a mentor at IBM who made me read this awful book. It's not awful. It was a fictional novel of a failing manufacturing plant in Ohio, I think. And it's used to introduce what's called the theory of constraints. Whether Cavalry members and teammates of the last 10 years know this or not, I use the theory of constraints every single day. And it's both a blessing and a curse. If you understand the theory of constraints, you can't unsee it. Did it go away? I didn't do that.
Apparently you can unsee it.
Okay. So Eliada Goldratt came up with the theory of constraints. It's important to read the book. It basically tells you the same thing over and over and over iteratively until you kind of get it. But without doing the entire story or the entire theory, basically U.S. manufacturing was dying, and this guy saved it. He'd saved it through this badly written. It's well written. I'm being a little coy. It's not flowery language, is what I meant to say. But this book is transformative for most people that read it. And essentially, the U.S. manufacturing was dying, and our economy was suffering, and we were doing the wrong things the wrong way. So when robots came into manufacturing lines to replace people, they cost a lot of money. So people said, I bought this robot, we better use it all the time. And manufacturing is a series of stations on a snake. And they wanted to use it all the time, so they kept making and pumping out parts for that station. And it was faster than the people before it or after it. And these businesses were going out of business. And they found themselves in a hole, and they started digging faster. So this mentor figure comes to this guy whose plant's closing and his marriage is falling apart, and he says, what is the goal of every company? And Socratically, he eventually gets him to, well, it's to make money. Well, how do you make money? Well, you fulfill orders to customers. Well, how do you fulfill orders to customers? And he just keeps going down and asking all these questions. And what it eventually reveals is that every system flow has a constraint, a bottleneck. So somewhere on that line of 20 stations, there's a bottleneck. And your job, if you're trying to optimize for making money, which is fulfilling orders, then you have to actually finish the good and ship the order and bill it. So your job is to find the constraint, exploit the constraint, which will create a new constraint, and then you rinse and repeat. And what that really meant is, if you optimize before a constraint, you create excess surplus inventory and you go out of business, which is what they were all doing, because they were measuring the wrong thing. They're measuring the productivity level of the expensive robots instead of flow. If you optimize after the constraint, it gets you nothing. So it's a lot of work, and maybe you did something that could eventually be good later, but you get no yield. So again, all systems are a snake. They all have a constraint. If you optimize before the constraint, you create surplus inventory and go to business. If you optimize after the constraint, you get nothing in return. And there will always be a constraint, so once you've solved for that one, find the next one. Some people don't know why I change my focus so many times, but once you see a constraint, if you want to have impact, you have to flood to the constraint. You can get some parallel action, but this goal concept is transformative. They even have a graphic novel version if you don't want to read the bad thing. I got it for Christmas from my lovely wife. And the Phoenix Project, Gene Kim and I bonded after already being friends. When I said, I read this terrible book that my mentor made me read, he goes, oh my God. Because as he was telling me the story of the Phoenix Project, I'm like, are you writing the goal? He's like, you know the goal? So he wrote the goal for IT. And quickly, if you haven't read the goal, in the Phoenix Project, it's a failing manufacturing online auto parts thing whose IT is the constraint. And he relives some of these principles, but he adds 3. Because in the DevOps, CI/CD world, or continuous integration, continuous delivery, 3 ways in IT is, number 1, visualize how work flows from left to right throughout the organization. Number 2, create and amplify feedback loops and instrumentation. And number 3, create a culture of continuous experimentation and learning. So he built on the base bottom line of the constraints with that visualization, but then suggested greater level sampling rates and experimentation. So you will both thank me and scream at me at some point in your career when you notice the goal in action. But I will tell you that if you caught the CISA COVID Task Force Lessons Learned panel of the lovely ladies from CISA COVID Task Force, like Lisa Young and Michelle Holko and Kendra Martin, all national treasures. We used the theory of constraints every single day during the pandemic, and we prevented a mass waste and spoilage of the first Pfizer vaccines because we could see that we did not have enough dry ice or ultra cold chain storage. So never in my wildest imagination did I think that the theory of constraints would save lives. But we did spot poor assumptions about the availability of dry ice and ultra cold refrigeration during Operation Warp Speed. And given how many elderly people were dying at that point, every lost pallet was extra dead people. So theory of constraints is critically important, at least to the way I do target selection. And if someone does want to change the world, part of that boot camp is we're going to help them understand dynamically watching for new constraints. One way to put this differently is headwinds and tailwinds. I didn't set out to have such an outsized focus on medical devices. In fact, we started with automotive. There's only 20 automakers that we were going to have to win over. That seems easy. There are 10,000 medical device makers. Of those 10,000, the average employee count is what, 11 or something like that? But of those 10,000, 100 of them are large and 10 of them are huge, and at least that was the count a couple years ago. But we figured, let's not bother with medical yet. But the reasons we did is we had such an incredible ally immediately with common cause, common purpose, so we saw an opportunity in tailwinds, and we took advantage of that. One philosophy could have been, let's spend 10% of our team on healthcare, 10% of our team on auto, 10 on maritime. We could have spread the penicillin dust across all the sick patients and cured none of them. But at some point, we could recognize the movements, and we saw that Suzanne was willing to go further, faster, and then we had to adapt and say, this is an exemplar. If we invest in an exemplar, we can then cross-pollinate this proven recipe. Jessica, in Energy and Commerce, took that, and she's like, wait a second. I'm responsible for healthcare, and I'm responsible for auto. Healthcare is embracing hackers. Auto isn't doing anything. So we pulled together a round table and said, hey, hackers are working with Suzanne really nicely. We like this. You're not doing this. You should do that on your own or we'll make you do it. Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. But we couldn't hold up pressure on the auto regulators until we had a success story with Suzanne. So that's not necessarily a theory of constraints, but we also have to kind of like watch the biorhythm of where we have resistance and where we have permission. And in hindsight, I can't imagine doing it any other way, but we are unevenly distributed. It's like that William Gibson quote I always use for the SBOM meetings: the future is here already, it's just not evenly distributed. So, but by virtue of having something that worked, David Rogers at Copperhorse in the UK could put this in the IoT code of practice. When you do a proof of concept or pilot for healthcare SBOM, someone can't say it can't be done because they did it. When Schneider Electric has 4,000 SBOMs and counting on programmable logic controllers, you don't get to make the excuse anymore that no one could do it in OT. They've done 4,000 times. So I think a part of this lesson is reading the system dynamic and watching the flow, which sometimes is related to theory of constraints. Maybe I beat a dead horse on that one, but suffer through the book. Are we doing on time?
How long are we supposed to go? I don't remember. We're going to go all night. We are the new Rat Pack.
No. Okay. We hit most of the things that I advertised, and we do want to pivot a little bit to what's the future. Part of the boot camp, what's that? Okay. Part of the boot camp, if we have a boot camp, is going to be how the heck does government work? I'm not going to do the whole thing now, but I'm going to show you what it will look like if you want to remind me later. Hey, Josh, I want to see that thing later. So remember Schoolhouse Rocks? Who's old enough to remember Schoolhouse Rocks? Okay. The part they leave off is even when you pass a frickin' law, it has to go through rulemaking. And sometimes they just choose not to do it. But they're doing the IoT one finally. Okay. If you were in the keynote, you saw these. I'm not going to do all of them, but the lexicon, it's daunting. It took me many years to figure out what the heck the public-private partnership meant, or what the heck is a GCC versus an SCC, or what the heck these things do. And some of this is about to be rewritten, or at least heavily reformed, thanks to a lot of these visuals and people realizing the old methods don't work. I'm not going to do all of them, but what's the public sector? Can someone answer me what the public sector is? Someone who gets paid by taxpayer money. What's the private sector? Okay. So, yeah, there's different definitions, and I won't do this Socratically the whole time. Oh, Steve, you were a public servant. Do you have a definition? Public sector versus private sector?
Public sector is governments.
Governments. Yeah. 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 There's, yeah, nonprofits and NGOs are a little different. One way an economist looks at this is, and this is why it's confusing, by the way, there's public goods and private goods when you talk to an economist, right? There's what's right for me is a private good, or my company, my shareholders is a local optimum, and what's good for the public good is a global optimum, right? So take Colonial Pipeline. Their choices optimized for their shareholders and their billing. But the consequence was Eastern Seaboard's without fuel for a while. So the private good trumped public good, and that's what we call a failed market in economic terms. I'm not going to be economist 101 here, but generally speaking, there's public interests, which is everybody, and private interests, which are more local. Yet we call it publicly traded companies. So private for profit, we call publicly traded. So it gets really confusing. I could use some more bourbon. So the public-private partnership is that there should be some healthy tension between what's right for you as a company and what's right for the country. Well, the way the US government defined critical infrastructure, in fact, I believe the primary author is going to be a DEF CON, because I think he's on my panel. During the Obama administration, there was a Presidential Policy Directive 21, built on with 41, built on with this thing called the NSERP. Doesn't matter, a bunch of acronym soup. But if you don't know how the government works and the three branches of government and checks and balances and what some of these governing philosophies are, then you can waste years barking up the wrong tree. This is not to demean the people who asked Suzanne's team some questions. Suzanne's got regulatory authorities for medical devices. And some of the questions that were thrown at her were, how do you fix hospitals? She doesn't have any jurisdiction over hospitals. So navigating and mapping who has authorities for which things, how does a bill become a law? It's different in the UK. I didn't even know until today that the Queen's consent, the royal assent is the final straw. Yeah. Okay. Now the King's at the end is the final signing the bill into law. And things start with the speech, right? The Queen's speech, which sets the agenda. So I learned things about different governments across the country, but at least in the US, without being exhaustive, Presidential Policy Directive 21 set up 16 critical infrastructure sectors. These are the 16. It's things like water and wastewater, food and ag. Each one has a custodian, an agency or plural agencies that are responsible for the national critical functions within that critical infrastructure sector. They're very siloed, and risk does not fit neatly within those, but that's how we chose to do it. So in the case of healthcare and public health, it's HHS, or Health and Human Services. In the case of energy, it's Department of Energy. In the case of water and wastewater, it's EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Many of them are quite territorial, and when we were in government, they told us to stay out of your lane, stay out of our lane, you're in our lane, and they didn't understand that CISA's role was to be horizontal across all the lanes, but that's a different story. But before CISA, there's a GCC, or Government Coordinating Council, and an SEC, a Sector Coordinating Council. You probably have heard of this, Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council, Healthcare Sector Coordinating Council. And they have a special privileged relationships. They get CPAC protected conversations, and they can negotiate more directly without lobbying rules, and et cetera, and that's how it tends to work. Then CISA was born because they started to realize two things. One is they were competing for workforce from a finite resource pool, for physical security talent, cybersecurity talent. So do you need a healthcare specific incident response team, or can you have a CISA bench of incident responders that HHS can call upon? And there's a shared responsibility. It's not that clean. But the second reason is it's not easy to manage risk across these things. Some things touch plural sectors. So the CISO became the nation's risk management center and could identify and buy down risk on things like provide medical care. Sounds like a HHS thing, but it needs water from EPA, electricity from DOE, transportation, et cetera. And I'm not going to show more of that, but I want to go really fast to the end because we're trying to change those rules. And something I didn't show on the screen was, oh, by the way, look at that beautiful software bill of materials graphic. This notion that you have a final goods assembler like a medical device that Suzanne's team does pre-market and post-market regulation of that gets sold into hospitals, and it's either a safe device or an unsafe device, and it can either be okay right now or hacked later. But that final goods assembler is 95% open source, and those open source parts have other open source parts, and it's turtles on turtles all the way down. So that tree, you're going to see it in a second. Patch Act made that much easier. And the president recently came out with his national cybersecurity strategy through the Office of National Cyber Director and National Security Council, and one of the major people just retired from that and spoke to us yesterday. And there's 5 pillars in there, but they're essentially saying the public-private partnership needs a rebalancing, that voluntary alone, free market forces only take you so far. There's a time and a place to use government power. That time is now. We need to preserve the trust and safety of the public for designated critical infrastructure. I'm going to put these together in a really ugly unified field theory. Go back to this because people get confused. So here we go. Ugly, ugly, ugly slides. And we'll do more later if you ever do a boot camp. But the kind of things in these ugly models where some models are wrong, all of them are useful. No, all of our models are wrong, some are useful. This is those 16 sectors. I'll get to you in a second, sir. This is the 16 sectors. Who's heard of the NIST cybersecurity framework? Who has done all 400 pages? Okay. So the NIST cybersecurity framework is voluntary. When I was at Fort Meade with the story of the Avengers that I told you about, with Ann Newberger, the Chamber of Commerce and the private sector did not want one of the laws to pass. There was a Rockefeller-Snow bill. There was a Lieberman-McCain bill. They did not want regulation. So the grand bargain was, let's do a voluntary thing, and let's have NIST do it. So NIST came up with this NIST cybersecurity framework written by the private sector for the private sector, and it was a framework, not a standard. You know all that. So the blue here is all 16 sectors can voluntarily apply those 400 pages of controls, all of them. And that little Punnett square up there says there's the haves and the have-nots. We haven't done yet, but there's basically a push to, should we converge and harmonize? To a point I made to the UK group. Do we harmonize internationally and collapse all these standards into something simpler? Assuming we've done it all well, we just need to streamline it? Or do we have to diverge to make sector-specific things that are fit for purpose? Right. And one of the lines that got me in trouble with NIST, even though they couldn't disagree with it, was at the end of my Senate testimony last year. I said, they said, well, what about NIST? And I said, well, we have a decade of voluntary NIST cybersecurity framework, and a recent survey shows that most critical infrastructure owners and operators have volunteered to ignore it. It's not that it's a bad list, it's that voluntary only takes you so far. All right, so that's the blue. Every single one of these operational environments could do the NIST cybersecurity framework. Click. Well, what about the have-nots? So there's the haves that go to ISACs that are well-funded, and there's the have-nots that don't. So the White House asked CISA to come up with these cross-sector harmonized cyber performance goals. You might have heard of them. There's 36, 38 controls that are the crawl stage of crawl, walk, run. So it is the NIST framework. But it's like, if you haven't started anywhere, start here. So this yellow is going to be the NIST cybersecurity framework goals. And then they asked the sector coordinating councils and the public-private partnerships, you should layer some sector-specific things on that. And then the White House National Cybersecurity Strategy, I think Ann's idea was, where there's existing regulatory authorities, you should use them. And whether you lack them, you should ask for them, because we need to have some minimum standards. And the nudge was, start with the CPGs, add a little flourish, and then you can get a subset of the overall NIST cybersecurity framework. And then it says, well, that's a lot on the operators, but we also talked about maybe we need to shift the liability from the victims to the suppliers that put them in harm's way in the first place. So is there minimum hygiene? So there's some stuff like there. That's where you say, what about SBOM? Well, each of those operational environments buy a series of supplies from suppliers. Medical devices are about to be safer from Suzanne's team. So each of those has a supply chain, roots of the tree. And this is where things like software liability has been floated. Like, as a final goods assembler, should you be responsible for known defects and known exploited vulnerabilities that you pass downstream without disclosing them? And things like Log4j. When there's a Log4j, do we know immediately which of those subsectors are hit and how badly, so that regulators can warn? So there's stuff like that. Now, that was much more detailed than the superficial stone soup. There's lots more there, but like, it took me a decade to sort of maybe understand A, how it's intended to work, B, where it doesn't work, and as a result, PPD 21 is being heavily rewritten right now. It's not going to be thrown out. We'll still have sectors and we'll still have subsectors, but the notion that these national critical functions can be driven by one and only one sector risk management agency has been, that bubble has been burst, we hope. But if you're trying to pass a law or something and you're pushing on the wrong agency entirely, then you could waste a lot of time. So part of the cyber civics lesson will be, what are the fastest paths? Do you want to start in Congress? Do you want to start with a regulator? Is this something you want to do from the private sector first? It completely depends on which sector. We have a really strong regulator at the FDA. We are missing regulators for some of these sectors entirely. We have a really good ISAC in many of these sectors. There was no ISAC for food until recently. So knowing those constraints and where there's headwinds and tailwinds might be the difference maker. For example, transportation on the road, DOT. Transportation on the railway, TSA. So sometimes even the transportation of food can take on slightly different overlapping jurisdictions. I spent more time on that than I meant to, but like, it is a labyrinth, and I'm sure half the stuff I just said is wrong, even though I tested it with the White House and they seem to like it. So, but this is, you can get lost really easily. You can talk to the wrong committee of jurisdiction in Congress and spend all your time convincing somebody who has no authority to push that forward. It's different in the Senate than it is in the House. Okay, I'm gonna kill that thread. Anything to add, Bo?
No.
All right, so any other audience comments before we say more? Yes, you were very patient.
Yesterday, during the water discussion, sort of brought up a point and had to drop it because there's no way to, thank you. Yesterday, during the water discussion, the problem came up of, what do you do about all the city-owned, public water utilities and wastewater treatment systems, and they only have one person, and how do we get them, first of all, to comply? How do we get them the resources they need to comply? And we kind of all generally nodded in the direction of, it's a problem. Is that an area for future focus? Because, are you familiar with the everybody, nobody, somebody poem?
No.
I'll send it to you. But basically, everybody knew that somebody should do something, but nobody wanted to do that, and so on. We seem to be in that situation where there's a whole bunch of things going on out there in critical infrastructure where you look at all of those lines and arrows and boxes, and at the bottom of it, it's, yeah, but it's either you can't get them to care or they don't have the resources.
Yep.
And maybe that's an area to try and tease out of it.
So I should take you on the road with me, because I was looking for the best pivot to the other half of where we go from here. I have cognitive dissonance, and if there was an easy answer of what to do with the Cavalry, I would have put it in the keynote yesterday. I've struggled every single day since January 12th, when I woke up and realized it was a decade from the death. Like, I just said, okay, I have to make a decision. What are we doing? Mission accomplished. So remember, at the top level, there's end it. We've done a bunch of great work. People can study it. We'll document it, whatever. Transform it to be what's missing now instead of what was missing then. Read the room. Organize accordingly. or combine with other groups to get critical mass, because we are in many ways force divided right now. We have an embarrassment of riches with volunteerism on projects, but I am starting to feel and see evidence that it's shifting from impact to activity. Not everywhere, but some of the policymakers feel good because they talked to a hacker, and it may not have been the right hacker or to depth or to action, but the engagement's there, that's good, but the follow through in the campaign is not. Or they only have a limited attention span, and you can't throw all the issues at them. So, and it's not up to me. Like, people can do whatever they want to do, but at least for my contributions for the next period of time and the people we organize, I want to be thoughtful and deliberate. So I wasn't going to say this, but also for people that want to start something to change the world, like Bo and I have a couple nonprofits we advise or sit on that aren't even the Cavalry, right? What do you got? You had the ICS Village, Aerospace Village. We're on a board for the 501c3 for the CyberMed Summit. How you do your paperwork, if you pick a C3 or a C4 or a C6, have hugely different legal and tax implications. And if you don't know, you might start the wrong one. So some of this boot camp would involve people that we don't have the expertise, but we've come to find the people who do have said expertise. So some of this is just like your basic architectural mission, vision, goals, operating structure could be helpful. So the target-rich cyber rapport, I will do probably 1 minute elevator pitch on a couple ideas I had for the Cavalry. But I don't think it's up to me. I think it's up to the coalition of the willing that reveal themselves. Because when we launched here, we said, join us in 8 weeks at DerbyCon, where we're going to have a constitutional Congress, establish our mission, vision, goals with the people that show up. So we didn't know the final. In fact, we didn't really finalize it till ShmooCon following spring.
We finalized it?
No, I guess we didn't finalize it. Touche. So, part of what I was saying yesterday is reveal yourself as someone who wants to fix a problem, and we will talk about it. Steve had a great idea that he wants to sell me on later at the bar. Okay, so target-rich cyber rapport is kind of where my heart was going after I left CISA. What I realized is for those 16 sectors, if they have an ISAC and a sector coordinating council, and not all of them do, and if they're effective, and not all of them are, they tend to have the well-funded top 15 hospitals, top 15% hospitals, the Mercks, the Pfizers. And if you're in financial services, the biggest banks are the most important players. But in most of the other sectors, the risk is diffuse. It's either bipolar or geographically separated. For water and wastewater, it matters where it's delivered, not just how big the city is, because then you have a socio-demographic inequality problem. So a deep concern I have is most of the public-private partnerships have participation and advancement for the interests of those who join, and without malice, they are very skewed to the haves, not the have-nots. So I think the reason I was trying to incept the federal government with target-rich cyber rapport is they at least try to dampen that bias. And some of CISA's programs are looking at K-12 schools, small, medium, rural hospitals, municipalities, water and wastewater. So in their annual strategy alignments, there is more paid there. One of the reasons the White House pushed so hard on shifting liability responsibilities is because the cost is being pushed to those who cannot bear it. It's also not economically efficient. It's not just about means, it's also inefficient markets. So that I had built this deck that had the Schoolhouse Rocks to show. I'll just jump to that picture. I thought the thesis for the next stage of the Cavalry was not all cyber physical systems, but rather the time-sensitive, latency-sensitive subset of the 55 national critical functions that if you shut them off for 24 to 48 hours, people die. Not everything kills people, right? If you shut them off for 24 to 48 hours, do people die? Is there a crisis of confidence in the public to trust the government to govern? It doesn't fix the banks. It doesn't fix intellectual property. It's not the only lens, but you could have somebody focused on that. So I wanted to look, can the Cavalry look at the target-rich cyber rapport for water and wastewater, which was in yesterday's lineup, small, medium, rural electrical co-ops in yesterday's lineup, the food supply in yesterday's lineup, and emergency care. And I think we could be plenty busy finding ways to give actionable advice, free technology stacks, crisis management plans at scale, target-rich cyber poor, basic human needs at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy. That was a little bit longer than a minute because I had to find the right slide. That is an idea that we could go forward with. Number two, if you saw my visual that we've had 200 rural hospital closures in the last several years, the reason I was so proud of the Patch Act is better devices help large, medium, small, and rural hospitals. Everybody benefits. But because the average deployed lifespan of a device is 15 years, you have to actually still be a hospital long enough to enjoy the fruits of that. And if we're having 700 ransoms a year with a 6+ week disruption to income when you have 4 weeks cash flow on hand, we could see a whole lot more lost rural hospitals. So part of me said, I can't do this, spread myself too thin across 4 sectors. There isn't much of a public-private partnership in food and ag yet. Water and wastewater is suing their regulator right now for daring to ask about CPGs. I can't spend 10 more years building a trust relationship like Suzanne, right? There's not a lot of Suzannes out there. We can try to find them, but will that get there? So what if thesis 2 is go really, really deep on finishing the job for hospitals, because you got to keep people alive. And then I got overwhelmed because that's not enough. I can't do these sectors serially. So idea 3, maybe we need 20 Cavalries, which gets to that incubator, accelerator, boot camp notion of the first half of this chat. You know, Bo and Jen and Josh cannot and will not do 2-day jobs for another 10 years. But could we have advisors, mentors into these new change agents? So if there's 5 of you with 5 different ideas, we could have 5 parallel movements, or whatever the heck you want to call it. It has less prone typos for where they killed Jesus of Nazareth. You can call it whatever you want. But could we have some way to get scale and parallelism by both assisting in times of crisis, advising, training, mentoring? I also think it would have the additional benefit that donators, people who are philanthropic, they don't want to waste their money. They're willing to give it to the public good, but they don't want to squander it on somebody who gives up a year later. So sometimes they're more confident in the private sector investing in someone who's in a team that helps each other. They may be more confident that Cavalry Academy initiatives do better. So let's give money to people that are willing to join the Cavalry Academy. You know, that's not the name, but you know.
Hey, be careful. That's what you said 10 years ago
I know.
about I am the Cavalry.
Okay. One sec. There's more than just those 3 ideas. Sorry to just direct it at you. I should be making eye contact with others. We talked last year about what the Michigan Cyber Corps is. We did a lot at the federal level, at the country level. There are certain things that are much better done at the local level. And you could have a 50-state experiment. We could have Cyber Corps of Engineers. We could have incident response, as long as we have legal protections, right? Because that gets touchy. We could have incident response or professional, lawyers built into their profession have pro bono work. You're expected to do and encouraged to do pro bono work. Could we have public good cybersecurity talent pools? Ayan Islam, who was here yesterday, our intern now in the White House, she's in charge of the ONCD workforce strategy. So there are some concepts here where we could have a much more federated, franchised blueprint, or even parallel experimentation like you've done. And if you want to see that talk from last year, fantastic. Arizona's doing something different. Colorado's doing something different. Boston's doing something different. So there's a number of good ideas, but I like the idea of channeling someone's instinct to make the world a safer place and giving some parallel action. I have fears, though, that there is a finite pool of resources, there's a finite number of tracks at DEF CON and Black Hat and here, and we are, whether we mean to or not, we're kind of zero-sum competing for finite resources. And what's worse is for some of the policymakers is they're getting a little overwhelmed on who to listen to and what to listen to, because when everything's important, nothing's important. So there was an effort before the pandemic that Eli Sugarman put together to try to see if we can have some unified platform across all the different philanthropics that he had funded. That meeting didn't go very well, but not because it was a bad idea. It's just I don't think we were ready yet to try to find a common platform or a common agenda yet, and then the pandemic happened. All right, so Russ.
I rise in favor of the Cavalry Academy. Seriously. But I want to invite and this is me volunteering, by the way. I want to invite elevating the vision for it. So boot camp, and the way you've talked about it, has a very kind of rustic, and somebody throw together a slide deck and give me a GIF for this, and we'll have an animal act, and people will come away charged up. I don't know how many graduate schools of public policy there are in the United States, but there's a lot. How many graduate schools are there of public health? How many graduate schools of management are there? There is a large established pool and institutional framework for graduate education about how to make change and we'll call it make the world a better place, but in the discipline of administration and public policy and organization policy. I think there's a huge opportunity to take the lessons learned, general and specific, from the last 10 years and boil them down in a different way, not in a public consumption way, but in an academic way, in a theoretical way, in a rigorous way. So I would like to see not the breezy popular book about the IAM Academy. I want to see a 500-page textbook that's theory and practice in case studies that goes into great levels of detail that puts those people who are in those graduate programs who are going to make this their career, that they learn from this. Because what you guys have done, you guys collectively, is incredibly valuable beyond what you've done, beyond the 3 laws, beyond the actual activity. There's a pool of knowledge here that if we can crystallize it in, I'm going to use a fancy word, reify it, make it concrete and tangible in an education sense, could take your idea of federation to a whole new level. And I think I can help with that.
You said you're volunteering. Does that mean you're going to write the 500-page book?
Maybe. I think I may have some time on my hands 5 years from now.
Kind of thing.
I know.
I am a man of many words.
Any other visceral reactions or completely different ideas? And don't forget the bourbon.
I think I'm probably a little bit biased based on where I come from, but I'd also, my visceral reaction is strongly in favor of the academy / boot camp / higher education, whatever, just because I feel like that scales, or it seems to me that would scale better to solving this issue at a worldwide level. I personally am not, American. I live elsewhere, and I feel like this is a problem that other countries are going to encounter, and I think a lot of places, even if they aren't gaining from the specific knowledge of like the intricacies of the U.S. government and how it works, I think a lot of the lessons of how to talk to diplomats, how to talk to people in government are likely to be applicable across multiple countries. And by scaling out that way, I feel like the impact could be a lot more and help a lot more people.
Thank you. I think Maurice had to leave, but can you explain the program Maurice went through?
Yeah, so there's a program called Tech Congress. Who's heard of Tech Congress? A couple of people. Okay. So Tech Congress is a pretty awesome program. I think our first year we had Travis, who founded it, second year, and talk about it. And I probably won't do it justice. But basically, if you're a technologist who wants to do stuff in public policy, they have a program where you can sign up, go through a vetting process, application, all that, and you get, at the end of that, placed with a congressional office for 1 year with pay, with a boot camp. I think they run like a 2-week boot camp, and it has produced some incredibly effective technologists who have become public policy powerhouses, like Maurice, who is here, who's awesome, like several other people. And there's a couple of other programs that are kind of similar, and they teach some of the policy theory and practice, but I don't think they teach like empathy. I don't think they teach, the theory of constraints, and things like that. So I think that there's, even with some of those programs, which are starting to get more, there are opportunities to do more with that.
Oh, incidentally, part of the boot camp, even though I can't make them on my own yet, these things are called Wardley maps. They are amazing in the hands of someone that knows them. Simon Wardley created the concept, and I only use the vertical axis. They're even better when you use the horizontal axis. But systems thinking is one of the things we want to teach. And I spent about 9 months figuring out, can you teach systems thinking, or do you have to be, attuned to be a systems thinker? And I found some people that absolutely believe you can teach it. But the reason I brought up the Maurice thing is, I'll get to you in a second. I was very defeated during Hack the Capitol. Who knows the ICS Village? And so Bryson's group also runs a conference in DC called Hack the Capitol, different than the Hackers on the Hill, sometimes conflated. But Hack the Capitol is a pretty decent conference. He had almost the same track we did last year, but 6 months later with gubbies that can drive there. So a fairly compatible focal area. And I was demoralized because I felt like the Patch Act passing into law in a bipartisan way against millions of dollars of lobbyists against it was evidence that we had a window of bipartisan support, that this is a public safety issue, and even if the private sector doesn't want it, we're going to do it anyhow. So we had bipartisan House and Senate get that far. In parallel, we had ONCD and NSC with Ann and Chris Ingles saying we need to rebalance public-private partnerships and ask more and do more. So you had executive branch support and congressional support and life and death stuff, evidence of harm. And I watched during that conference a ton of the right people in the room, and it felt like they were going to blow it. Like we were still getting lawsuits from the EPA, we were losing our political will. We spent every piece of energy we had to get the stuff on the table, and we didn't have enough energy to see it through. And I was pretty depressed about that. And talking to Casey John Ellis and Carl and others, I realized that we had about a dozen friends in ONCD and NSC in the White House. And they were junior staffers when we met them. And back to that antidote to gatekeeping, part of our attitude is we invested in every single person that wanted to work with us. Everyone. It wasn't a permission thing, it wasn't a skills thing. If you wanted to work with us, we invested in you. And what I said to Casey is, I think we're going to miss this Overton's window, and we might not get another one for 10 years. But the heartening part was, if we have 12 people in the corridors of power who know our song and are adding to it, maybe 10 years from now, we can have 50. We can farm Suzanne's instead of looking for them. And look, Jessica's in, I wish I could clone her. No.
Genetic modification?
No. So Jessica was, said like 2 hours ago, I was a junior staffer, right? Now she's in FDA doing amazing work and was one of the first people to pioneer the ONCD, the Office of National Cyber Director. Leon was our intern, and now she's in ONCD running something. Nick Laderson was a staffer for Langevin, and he's one of the leadership figures in ONCD. So we have that part. I don't think it's going to be enough to cross the finish line right now in this window we worked so hard to create. And I think the world will stay more dangerous. But when I think longer or generational, then we should be investing in tons of students and tons of junior staffers and tons of first-year public servants. And that's the part that gives me hope, is the generational investment. So that might be very compatible with your amendment. It might be doubling down on Tech Congress that Travis started. It could be a all of the above approach, but we're going to have to look about what does the world need 10 years from now. And I think that's usually going to be inform, inspire, influence, and educate.
A couple of quick thoughts. One is you might advocate with the nice people at the Tech Congress to give you some of that sweet, sweet space for their little boot camp and provide some education. Because that's an ongoing program. It exists. Burrow into it. With respect to going the academic route, that's cool. It's good. And it's probably like for people who are younger than me, so I can play the ageism card. I'm old enough to do that. I think it would be fabulous to maintain some level of outreach, say at BSides, for those who, for whatever reason, at their stage of life, they're not going to go into grad school. It's not going to happen. Okay? Because I don't got the time, I don't got the money. But we can do stuff like this also. That's all. Thank you.
Well, you heard from Spanky yesterday. He's not going to grad school. And he's found his third wind of public service and stepped up hugely during the pandemic. Bigly? He stepped up bigly. And he makes a mean slide deck. All right. Anyone else? We didn't know where this was going to go. I really loved the UK stuff this morning. I wish I had pulled up more of your content. Steve, who are you? What did you just do, and what are you doing now?
I'm Steve Kelly. I'm now at IST as the Chief Trust Officer, was at the White House, was at FBI. I'm inspired by this conversation, and interestingly, I've been doing public policy for a decade now, and I was going to be the naysayer on thrusting towards more public policy, but actually I think I'm convinced that you've got to keep the pressure on and educate the next generation of folks to keep the pressure on policymakers to infiltrate places like ONCD and NSC to make sure that people that have received the gospel continue to move the ball forward. But the piece that I wanted to advocate for here is the first point you made in terms of your three options, which was to focus on time-sensitive, latency-sensitive systems across the hinterland in the target-rich cyber poor environment, places, rural cooperatives, electricity, small hospitals. There's parts of the country where they're just not capable of getting the job done, but we have people everywhere. You've got universities cranking out people with computer science and cybersecurity degrees. We've got people with, like ISC squared with folks that have certifications that do have some expectations for public service built in. You've got in all these places, you've got congressional offices, you've got FBI and Secret Service folks, you've got state, National Guard units. All the ingredients are all over the country to team up to engage in those areas where there's a gap. And I think that it's worthwhile talking about the big and lofty and moving things ahead that solve ecosystem risk issues like that happen with the Patch Act and with some of the stuff from the National Cyber Strategy. But someone's got to be on the ground doing the work. And notwithstanding the liability issue, which I think maybe you can put that on the public policy list of can we have kind of the Good Samaritan exception to make sure that the folks that are engaging in that way, providing advice or even providing services, can get some sort of liability protection. I think that you could create a nationwide movement of folks that not only are thinking in the big way and maybe attending the boot camp and getting more educated on what you just described, but that are committed to public service and will actually go on the ground and help to make sure that that rural school or that rural hospital or that water utility that serves 100 people is secure. And the playbook on how to do that can be generated and promulgated across the countryside. So I think that there's room for both the policy side and the operational side, but I agree it needs to be quite focused, and it's a lot to wrangle. So I don't know the full solution.
Don't leave yet. Thank you for that. The one thing I held back, but I'm not going to because you said it, is one of our good friends from the ONCD, Rob Kanacki, said cyber has got to stop being a philanthropy. A philanthropy. Like, we're not going to scale it as long as it falls to volunteers and goodwill and someone choosing. I'm not sure he's right or not, but it rang true to me. And a fear I have always had is I Am the Cavalry was supposed to be a personal commitment from anyone who felt called to the mission. And while we love it when someone says, I love what you and Bo and Jen are doing, or I love what you've done, or you guys are great, thank you for saying that when you do. We want you to participate, right? So we get scale from the number many hands make for light work. That said, Eli Sugarman once told us there are things that the public sector can't do, but the private sector won't do. And for those things, it falls to philanthropy and altruism and things like I Am the Cavalry. And I always loved that. I loved it less over the last 10 years, not just because it's exhausting and has scars to prove it. It's because at what point did we identify an unhandled exception and bring it to someone who can properly own it? And at what point do we become a crutch?
Mm-hmm.
And whatever we do next, we would need to have a social contract or an operating model where this is what we will do, within which extent, for how long, with the purpose toward getting it a home.
Yeah.
And since you've been in the highest power quarters of power in the White House and cyber, do you have any, other than acknowledging, yes, what you just said is a problem, do you have an instinct as to how we could be the trampoline but not the hammock? You know, can we help make sure things don't fall on the floor but don't own it? I don't mean we, Josh. I mean we, the coalition of the volunteers.
Yeah, I think somehow the model needs to be, for instance, if this volunteer corps shows up in some place in rural Minnesota and helps a co-op get up and running, that needs to be then kind of a surge to right, as opposed to that will continue forever. I don't know how exactly you get there, but that needs to be the expectation. And then there can be and also a piece of that on the reactive side.
Mm-hmm.
In a national emergency, having these groups of people that know each other and are effective, and they know the owners and operators in their area, that's a capability that could be engaged. But I totally agree with you. This should not become a hammock.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to ponder that more.
Yeah. You might have some insight. You run one. Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
So my name is Ray Davidson. Until recently ran the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps, but we addressed some of the issues that you talked about. We got some people working together and established some rules for how they work together. The thing that I see, though, is that the problem is so deep and wide. I mean, the approach that Josh has taken is like we have to think of this as not that the problem is too big, but the opportunities are vast. I mean, whatever you want to work on, whatever floats your boat, there's other people probably who are just not standing up to the microphone. They're sitting out there in the audience. So if you stand up to the microphone, they'll follow along. They'll do it. You drop a little thought in front of it. We're all squirrel, right? So you drop the little thought, you're going to have people following you, and that is how it worked in Michigan. We got a bunch of people together, people that came like to Black Hat and DEF CON, and they would go home, or they would go to DerbyCon, which was closer for us, and they come home and they were like, last week we were hacking. We're bored this week. What are we going to do? And we'd get together and we'd figure out, what was fun, and we were all white hat. We didn't want to be naughty or anything. We wanted to help our neighbors. And I live in a small town, Kalamazoo, Michigan. It's a really nice, it's not a small town. I grew up in Jason Aldean's small town, so it's not that kind of small town. But anyway, we all like each other, We're all neighborhood. We're like Mr. Rogers. So there's people out there that will do it, but trying to organize it in a top-down fashion where you have a regulatory group that's going to cover all community cyber defense, it ain't going to work. It's got to be top down and bottom up. And then one of the things that I'm excited about is the Center for Long-Term Security, Cybersecurity, and Craig Newmark has funded cyber civil defense initiatives, and I know Google just gave some money for the creation of cybersecurity clinics. And UNLV has one where their computer science students go out and help, as I understand it, local governments and small and medium businesses who can't afford cybersecurity resources. So there are solutions coming. Sorry to steal the...
So I like the affirmative phrasing. Look at all the opportunity space, right? An embarrassment of riches of things to go fix. And we tend to get excited. What was the phrase you used, Adi, this morning? Like, were the kids who grew up saying, who were really, really into dinosaurs and trains? Okay.
Happy to talk to others too.
Yes. So we have a lot of passion. We have a lot of skill. I'm so grateful that this BSides community has the heart of a servant, or the desire to do something bigger than themselves, put things into the world instead of just live within it. And you can see these are hard trade-offs and hard choices, but just some of you know this on a personal level. I ended my private sector employment last Friday. I intend to just have you find me quietly, overtly. I want to talk to some other think tanks. I want to talk to some academic institutions. I want to talk to some current and former govies and really wrestle through, based on who reveals themselves to want to go solve some problems. And sometimes the work is chosen by the volunteers. So I'm going to be open to possibility space. And one thing that's for sure, in the last 10 years, not just the mission, but like we've had we went into the Atlantic Council, put the private sector on hold to go to the nonprofit think tank for a bit. You went into the FDA for a bit. I had a awful blindside divorce for a bit. I had some surgery. We went into emergency federal service. But most of that last 10 years has been having a full-time day job and a full-time volunteer job. And I feel like these problems are big enough that I would like to, at least for myself, have one unified mission. So I'm going to at least give the next 3 months to answer that. That's on me, not your responsibilities. But some of you seem like you've heard the call a little bit, and we should talk about it. So if you haven't had bourbon yet, or if you had some and you liked it, and you're 21 years old, or whatever the law is here, please come have a little toast. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your contributions over the last decade. I had no idea if any of this would work, but look at what we were able to accomplish together. Cheers.
Cheers.
There's a party tonight, and there's DEFCON policy this week.
Hey, boss.